Good morning, everybody. Here we go, back at Wantage Road, and Northamptonshire on their way out to the middle to bat on day one. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and I'm joined this season for the first 3 days against Middlesex by Phil Rowe. Phil, how are you? How's your winter?
Yeah, it's good, thanks. Wet. It was too wet and it was too long, but other than that, no, it's been good. Elder son got married. I turned 60. I know that's ridiculous. Don't know how that happened, but here we are again. This is probably one of the most exciting of those events. I can't put it in order. That would be wrong, wouldn't it? But it's third, probably.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Top three.
Yeah,
top three.
I think that's fair. Middlesex won the toss this morning and chose to have a bowl first here in Northampton. No scars from winning the toss and having a bowl first at Lord's last week against Glamorgan when they ended up conceding 600 and something runs. Sam Northeast being the big contributor there.
Yeah, I like it as a move. Generally at this time of year, win the toss, bowl, so that's probably paramount. But there's possibly also a little bit of Toby Road and Jones saying, "Hang on, bowlers, we're good enough here. You know, I'm backing us. I'm backing us to win the toss, take first use of the pitch to bowl on, and I've got you back." And as a bowler, that's kind of nice to know. And the batters, I think the Middlesex batters might have been quite pleased to be out in the field as well, rather than bat first at this time of year. So I think it's a good decision from them.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to have Ethan Bamber opening the bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and opening the batting for Northamptonshire. Justin Broad is going to face one. 4 slips in place with Emilio Gay at 2, and here comes Ethan Bamber. And that's left alone through to the wicketkeeper. Not much carry either from early signs.
Yeah, we're a long way away here, but the slips look incredibly close, don't they? Already, and that ball was dying as it reached Davis, the keeper, who took it by his ankles. Let's hope that's just a loosener. It would be nice to see a little bit more pace on the ball.
Absolutely. Here comes Ethan Bamber again. Solid in defence from Justin Broad. Couple of changes for Northamptonshire today. George Bartlett misses out. James Sales comes into the team, and also making his debut, England under-19 cricketer who signed his first professional contract over the winter for Northamptonshire, Rafi Wetherell. Would your paths have crossed much with Rafi, or is
not at all?
No.
I'm really excited to see him. I've heard very good things about him. I checked in with David Ripley yesterday about him.
Straighter from Ethan Bamber. Justin Broad turns that one down to fine leg. Gets his first run of the morning. Scoreboard ticks over 1. And Emilio Gay will be on strike next ball.
Yeah, I think he came into the academy setup quite late. You know, he didn't come through our pathway. He came into our pathway late, so possibly a late developer. I know he went away with the bowlers down to South Africa pre-season with professional bowlers, and Rory Kleinveld has fed back to Rips that he likes what he saw there. He's got something to work with. So, good luck to him on debut. All the best. Hope it goes well. It's a big day for him.
Absolutely. Someone we'll talk about a little bit more as this game develops. Actually played the youth test match here in Northampton last September as well. So we've got a little bit of information. Ethan Bamber to Emilio Gay. And left alone. Look, that one just came back in, didn't it, off the seam towards that off stump of Emilio. Bit of excitement from the Middlesex cordon. And the other change as well in the game is Sam Robson misses out. I think Rowe, you said he's got a sore finger, broken finger?
I think he's got a little fracture of the thumb. Yeah.
And then Nathan Fernandez comes in to make his first class debut for Middlesex at the top of the order with Mark Stoneman. Left alone by Emilio Gay again. That one just shaping back in from Ethan Bamber.
Yeah, that's a nice line of length, isn't it? And well played by Emilio Gay as well. As we know, Emilio likes to feel bat on ball. I like seeing leaving that. He left those very well. Nice position. Some nice head position to the ball. Makes a good decision. Nice carry through to the keeper. So maybe it was a little bit of a stiff one early on from Bamber. That's nicely bowled. It's gone the other way.
Just off the seam, wasn't it?
Yeah.
End of the over. First over of the summer here in Northampton. Done and dusted, in the books. And Northamptonshire are one without loss. Did you catch much of the game against Sussex?
I saw bits and pieces, yeah.
Got very close, didn't it, at the end of that game? And a little bit of weather and maybe some bad light just confirmed the draw there. But Emilio, top of the order, 5 and 20 across his two knocks, and Justin Broad 27 and nothing.
Emilio a bit unlucky, wasn't he? First innings got strangled down the leg side. So I know how hard he will have worked this winter, and you go out first game of the season, you get strangled down the leg side. That should be a review. Something I think there should be some kind of appeal, appeal to the cricket gods. But that's very unlucky. And I know it just goes to add to the old adage that when you're in, when you do get in, don't throw it away, because you're going to get those freaky ones. Keep standing up here, yeah.
Keep her up to the stumps. Still the 4 slips in place.
So that's quite interesting, isn't it? The Kookaburra ball. You would have thought as in trying to encourage more pace into the game, and we see the brand new ball keeper up.
Oh, it's a big appeal straight up, and it's given.
Yeah. So that's a really good bit of cricket, actually, from Middlesex. Let me just qualify my earlier statement. In the previous over, the over that Bamber bowled, we saw Broad just shuffle down the wicket a little bit, trying to negate movement, I would imagine, trying to take length away from the bowler. Higgins is a bright cricket. He will often have the keeper up, but maybe not straight away with the new ball. But he's seen Broad wanting to get closer to the ball, to keeper up, keeps Broad in his crease, nips one back, LBW plonk straight in front. That's a good bit of cricket. That to see it is a good bit of cricket, and then say, we're going to do that, and to put that into action. Had Broad been able to come forward, had the keeper been back, and it hit him a lot further down the wicket, maybe the benefit of the doubt goes his way. So he's been trapped on the crease through good cricket and good execution from Higgins.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive start, wasn't it? As you said, to bring the keeper up to the stumps. First ball of Ryan Higgins this morning. We saw that a lot last year, actually, in the game here at Wantage Road between these two teams. John Simpson, obviously, behind the stumps last summer. Particularly to Ryan Higgins, spent a lot of the time up to the stumps. But yeah, unfortunately, Justin Broad has to go for 1, and through our effects, Mike, it made a nice LBW sound, didn't it?
It did, yeah. It looked pretty straight. It had a good look about it, didn't it? When the ball runs back straight or down or to the offside, you kind of fear the worst. And he doesn't waste a lot of balls, Ryan Higgins. He's a very talented seamer, very talented cricketer. And he's made his first ball count. It's going to be difficult, I think, for Justin Broad at the top of the order. It doesn't show me that he's a natural opening batsman. Obviously, no Vasconcelos at the moment, so he's gone up as a sort of a makeshift opener at this time of year against quality seam bowling. That's going to be a real challenge for him. And unfortunately, that's the nature of opening the batting. It's the hardest job in cricket.
Yeah, clearly a very, very precise game plan for Justin Broad, as keeper's gone back now, as Luke Proctor, captain of Northamptonshire, makes his way out to the middle. Scored 92 of 225 balls last week down at Hove in a very Luke Proctor-esque innings. And all eyes on the captain to repeat that feat from last week. Squared him up, nicked through the cord, and I think that's gone straight down, to be fair. It would have been an almighty catch. Luke Proctor gets off the mark with a 4 down to deep third.
Oh, he's straight on it, isn't he, Higgins? He's caused enormous problems for Justin Broad first ball, and then nips one away in perfect area. He's been a little fuller than Bamber was, so he's not going to waste the ball. He's not going to get left on length. He's going to be up there challenging the front pad, challenging the outside edge.
Based on that very, very small sample size that we've got with this Kookaburra ball in the county championship, you can't afford to waste too many, can you? Stay full again and turned into the leg side by Luke Proctor. Fielder Ethan Bamber just lurking at almost a short mid-wicket. But this is our 4th game of Kookaburra cricket, I believe, in the championship. We had 2 in the middle of summer last year, didn't we? And we've got this one and the previous round. I think there's another couple
Yeah,
later on
they're
in the
going to put
season.
2 at the end of the year, aren't they? But not the last 2, is what I've heard. So it'll be sort of early September, I guess, something like that. There'll be 2 back-to-back.
Squared him
That has nipped. We've lost a run there. That has nipped.
Squared him up a touch. So it's come back into Luke Proctor.
Looks like it bounced a wee bit too.
It's got him in the thigh pad, hasn't it? As it's just
Yeah.
seamed away from the left-hander. It does feel like you get 10, maybe 12 overs of fun with this kookaburra before it goes completely flat. It's a beauty again from Higgins. Genuine play in this from Proctor. He's picked the turf there. Just a little bit disappointed in himself, I think, that he drew himself into that shot.
Let's have a look at the line of this, because I think he's been a bit hard on himself. He's got to play at that, for me. He's got to play. He's got to play at that. It's just run away from him. How good an over is this, by the way?
It's been a remarkable bit of cricket, isn't it, from Ryan Higgins to start from the David Caper lens. 5 for 1. And now the score. And a dot ball to finish. So a wicket maiden for Ryan Higgins. 5 for 1 off 2 overs. Luke Proctor on 4, and Emilio Gay yet to get off the mark.
You know, there's an old adage, isn't there, in cricket, don't waste the new ball, and that is how you bowl with the new ball. Had to play both Broad and Proctor had to play at every ball of that over, and there was movement in the majority of the balls as well. So that's going to be a stern test, because if he started like that, you suspect he might continue in that vein. The last ball of the over, with the keeper now standing back, Proctor was able to just shuffle a little bit to try and negate movement, just put the bowler off his immaculate length. We'll see if that continues. We might see the keeper come up again pretty quickly.
And Bamber to Emilio Gay. Defended down to mid-off. Nice full face of the bat from Emilio. Middlesex are on this morning, aren't they? Spent a lot of time chasing leather at Lords last week. Sam Northeast with that 300. Middlesex batted incredibly well to come back from there as well. Ryan Higgins with a double, 50s and 60s all the way down the order too. And I think in football terms, they'd probably end up calling that a score draw, wouldn't they? I think at Lords last week.
And I think a lot of people would be happy from Middlesex perspective about that bounce back there. Well left. So, you know, the batters at this time of year, they just want time at the crease. And most of them got pretty good time at the crease. As you say, the top order, almost all of them posted a decent number and faced a lot of balls. The other people that would have been happy with that innings would be the bowlers. You know, they didn't want to be back out there too quickly again, so they were able to get their feet up as the season kicks off to build that stamina even more. There's nothing like matches to build match fitness. Good, that's good. That's a good leave. So Bamber's just gone a little fuller there, trying to encourage the drive from Emilio Gay. As it went fuller, it was a little bit wider. It wasn't quite a half volley, but I've seen Emilio drive at those balls plenty of times, and he's left that. And he needs to leave more balls. You know, he is a guy who likes bat on ball. He's a lovely driver of the cricket ball, but at this time of year, it's got to be right under your eyes to do that.
Very much a test of patience, and I think you can bowl to that plan, can't you? Feedback obviously came from the other end, didn't it, quite quickly to Ethan Bamber to just pitch this up just a little bit further.
Yeah.
You say it wouldn't be impossible for the wicketkeeper to come up to the stumps if required, but Emilio doesn't exactly shuffle down the pitch, does he?
No, that's right. I think he's better off back at this stage, I would say. Some good, you know, part of being a professional batter is making good decisions. And if Emilio can add that, that's well played. It's well played. He's entitled to that. If he edged that, it went down to first slip. But his hands were forward. He wasn't driving, wasn't accelerating the bat. He was decelerating the bat. He had good bend in his front knee, just watching the replay now. So, yeah, that's why the ball goes down. It's good technique.
Yeah, and that's just come back in ever so slightly through the air as well, hasn't it? So he's had to play keeper up to the stumps then for the final ball of Ethan Bamber's second over. Still 4 slips, which I think proves the point how important wickets with the new ball are. with this kookaburra in particular.
Absolutely. Got to get them while the ball is new.
Too straight that time. And Emilio just turns it into the leg side. Dot ball to finish. So another maiden for Middlesex and for Ethan Bamber, his first of the match, 5 for 1 after 3. Stream here powered by Daffabet. And if you'd like to get in contact with us throughout the course of the day, you can do so. Phil, you can get in contact with us on Twitter.
Can I?
Oh, well, you can if you'd like to, but other people can as well.
I've got Twitter.
That will probably best that you stay off.
Probably ask one of my children if I've got Twitter. I don't think I have.
Or X or whatever it's called. At Northampton CCC. And then stream at nccc.co.uk. Let us know what your thoughts are, how you feel Northants are shaping up for this season, whether you're a Middlesex fan, what your thoughts are from last week and what the bounce back might be, and what your thoughts are with this game in particular, where you might be listening from. Could be on a cruise ship in the Caribbean somewhere, Phil. You never know.
It could be. It's not a bad place to be.
It sounds like a Phil Rowe thing to do as well.
Took one of those away, didn't I, Dan, this winter?
Absolutely. Luke Proctor on strike. And into the leg side. Ryan Higgins continuing from the David Cakeland. Where was your cruise?
It was Caribbean. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It was. I didn't necessarily see myself as a natural cruiser, but we wanted sort of for the boys and their partners to be together. So why am I explaining this to the great and good of Northampton? I had a lovely cruise. Thank you, Dan. That'll cover it, won't it?
Yeah, no, that's perfect. Glad you enjoyed it. Solid in defence from Luke Proctor again.
This is classic Luke Proctor. He's making this into a very personal. He's covering the stumps, trying to shuffle down the wicket a little bit. And he kind of encourages the bowler to bowl a bit straighter, and that is what he wants. It'll be interesting to see if Higgins just goes across him a little bit more. I did see him play some nice drives, Proc, in the Sussex game.
It's an appeal for LBW. Umpire says no.
Yeah, that's very close. You can't miss it when you go across there. Let's have a look at the replay. I reckon that's pretty straight. Right. Oof, crikey.
On another day, that could be given.
That was tight.
Better angle from this end. Maybe just pitched outside leg stump.
That would be the benefit of the doubt, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Oh, it's a big drive from Proctor in response from that LBW shot. Oh, there was a little bat on that. Phil, as it's gone through to the keeper, it's gone straight down. Maybe a bottom edge potentially.
There was a lot of interest, wasn't there? Oh,
maybe even brush the pad on the way through.
It might have been a bit of. It could have inside edged it onto pad, possibly. Something happened, that's for sure.
Shaper from the hand of Ryan Higgins as well. He says this kookaburra ball doesn't do anything.
He is mightily skillful, this lad.
Bit too straight that time.
He'll be disappointed with that one.
A couple added to the score. I think they're going to be leg byes. Umpire just getting in position to signal those. So 2 leg byes added to the score. Northamptonshire moved to 7.
Higgins is very much settled in, hasn't he? That's wasn't a terrible ball by any means. You'd say that was sort of a slightly wasted ball. It's the first one that would even be in that anywhere near that column, because he's been right on it so far.
A bit shorter that time. And Luke Proctor just drops that one back down the pitch to end Ryan Higgins' second over.
Well, Proctor's very, very well, and I really enjoyed working with him and watching him over his time. Is that he makes the game a very personal contest, and I don't mean that in any aggressive sense. What he does, he works out very quickly what this bowler is trying to do to get me out, and makes moves. He's happy to sort of move around the crease, up and down to make that more difficult, to make that potential method of dismissal more difficult, and makes the bowler think. So it'll be interesting to see how that contest develops with Higgins. 2 very good thinking cricketers.
And Bamber on his way to Emilio Gate. Left alone by Emilio. That carry's just coming alive, isn't it, in the pitch? That one going through nicely to the wicketkeeper Davies. Nice leave as well from Emilio.
Yeah, nicely from a good position. That's good. You've got to keep doing that. That's the thing about batting, isn't it? You have to keep making those good decisions time and time again. It's certainly being tested. It's a great start from Middlesex. Right. I mean, that's Emilio. That you look at that, from a coach's perspective, I guess, and how much time did he have there? That was kind of like me bowling at him with a tennis ball. So much time, and that's the impossible thing. You can't really coach it. You can help that with movements and so on, but a lot of that is natural, and he's always had that about him. So much time. Good cricket.
Yeah, he's certainly one of the better players to watch, isn't he, in domestic cricket on pure style. Possibly a season that you think maybe just needs to kick on a little bit, go up another level. I mean, how much of a difference is there between Division 1 and Division 2? Obviously, both of these two sides got relegated at last season. It kind of went down to the last game, didn't it? Kent just about survived.
Yeah.
And I know these two teams is a little bit of an anomaly, the fact they were both Division 1 teams last year, but does it become a little bit more sociable? And at that point there, could you argue that say a batter like Emilio has an easier time taking that next step forward against the Division 2 counties compared to what he might have done if Northamptonshire had stayed in Division 1?
I'm not absolutely convinced on my position on this. I tend to think that it's more of a media thing than a reality. I'll just qualify that quickly in a moment, though.
No. Phil from the cordon. I thought I heard a little noise through the FX mic there.
He might have just inside edged his pad with his bat, but it wasn't convincing, was it? The keeper was excited, but nobody else. That's perhaps a little bit wide to play at. It's just run away from nice bowling. I think in Division 1, generally, I would say that whatever you do in Division 2, you have to do it for longer to a slightly higher level because there are more resources, Whereas in Division 2, most teams have got a decent opening pair of bowlers. By the time you get to the second change, it's not going to be generally to the same quality as the second change in Division 1. The spin might be a bit better in Division 1, but we're talking fractions. If you can score runs heavily in Division 2 consistently, you're going to be able to score runs in Division. It's not a different league. It is a different league, but it's not a huge step up, which is insurmountable by any means. And there's been lots of examples of that over the years. So if Emilio, which he needs to do really, is to consolidate and almost back up that promise that he's shown. Opening the batting is a difficult job, but he needs to turn those starts into more match influencing contributions. I would say more hundreds, and generally speaking, what I've seen of Emilio is, which is to his credit, on the one hand, is that he hasn't often been sort of bowled out, knocked over, looked short of the level. It's been decision making that's been his downfall. Now, decision making is a part of batting, right? So you've got to be good at that as well. But I would suggest it's easier to learn batsmanship, decision making, than it is to learn how to cover up your off stump. And I think he's got all of the ingredients, bar that kind of batsmanship at the top level. Something that is underrated, I think, under talked about, is batsmen who make few mistakes tend to do pretty well. Batsmen make a lot of mistakes. We tend not to talk about them very much because they're not around for very long. So not making mistakes is a huge thing. And there's Luke Proctor, a man who makes very few mistakes.
Yeah, and it would be unfair of us to single Emilio out. There'll be a lot of Northamptonshire batters that'll be looking back on last season and hoping for a step up this year. But as you say, I think Emilio kind of possesses all of the skill set and all of the talent to be successful at any level that he wants to play at.
Higgins around the wicket. I did wonder how long it would take him to have a look around the wicket.
Bit of interest from the Middlesex cordon.
Straight on it again, isn't he? He's come round the wicket, which is it's a very different thing bowling around the wicket to over the wicket. And lo and behold, first ball straight on it. As we saw there, Proctor has come down the wicket to that ball. He can do that with impunity because the keeper is back. Had he played that ball from the crease, that might have been another big LBW shout.
Change of angle again from Higgins. I don't think keeper Jack Davies will be shying coming up to the stumps, based on what we saw with that first ball from Ryan Higgins and Justin Broad at the start of the day. But one thing I've noticed so far is these Middlesex bowlers, they don't have rattled through these overs.
Don't they just? Yeah, don't they just? I mean, you could probably say that about almost any team other than, unfortunately, Northamptonshire, who are not quite as quick between overs, but have improved though since my day, I'd say that. Interesting though, Ryan Higgins, good thinking. I was talking earlier about how Luke Proctor would want to make it a contest to sort of read what Higgins is trying to do. So Higgins says, okay, I'm going to go around the wicket. His first ball was right on the money, nip back, hit him on the knee roll. Does he stay there? No, he comes back over the wicket. So he said, okay, I'm going to move you around the crease. So I'm going to change the angle, I'm going to give you different looks, and I'm going to be effective from both round and over the wicket. These little games within games, aren't they? Battles within battles.
Do you think those games would be as pronounced or as aggressive as what they would be if we had a brand new Dukes in our hand in April? Or would there be a little bit more, we'll settle into that classic line and length and let the ball do the rest of it for us?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think you're onto something there. Yeah.
I think we saw plenty from the Middlesex bowlers here last year to suggest the fact that they are certainly a thinking man's bowling attack. It's a great leave by Emilio Gate. Ethan Bamber is on it. Middlesex 6 overs. They've bowled 4 maidens so far this morning.
The old saying, necessity is the mother of invention. So if you don't have the Duke's ball at this time of year with the big seam on it, you've got to find other ways. So changing the look from round and over there are only so many things you can do as a bowler, and that is certainly one of them. Then you've got to be able to deliver it, and they've done that very, very well. Very few wasted deliveries.
Still 4 slips in play. Short ball. Ethan Bamber pulled away for a single by Emilio Gate. Didn't exactly time it, did he? But
no.
Fielder out there. So again, thinking about a tactic of a short ball with 2 fielders, one at deep square and one at deep mid-wicket. That fielder's changed as that fielder at deep mid-wicket's just come up into what would be a 30-yard circle if there were to be one. Totally
enjoyed that bit of cricket. I am going to bounce you. Here it comes. What are you going to do about it? And Emilio played it. He was, I think, slightly early on it, if anything. I did notice Ethan Bamber inquiring about how well he played the shot as Emilio shot through to the other end, as fast bowlers will tend to do. We used to have a stat in my day that we kind of invented, which was challenging dot balls. And we wanted 75% of deliveries to be challenging dot balls. And Middlesex are smashing that target at this stage. They're more into the high 90s. That's well bowled.
It's a lovely leave from Luke Proctor. First ball he would have faced from Ethan Bamber in this 10-11 ball stay at the crease so far.
I mean, I'm going to be hyper critical now. Slightly back of a good length. That's probably a midsummer length. Whereas you need to be getting driven, really. Obviously, clearly, you don't want to be getting driven as a bowler, but that's the sort of length you're going to need to bowl.
Down the leg side, and that's tucked away down to fine leg by Luke Proctor. Off the face of the bat that time. 4 runs added to the score. Northamptonshire moved to double figures. Luke Proctor picks up his second boundary of the day. Looks like we've got Tom Helm or Roland Jones, I think it will be, won't it, at third slip there. It's just going through a few looseness, like changing the field. Phil, I don't know whether you noticed, 4th slip's just gone a little bit wider to a gully.
Yeah.
Maybe is that Kookaburra, he's now a ripe old age of 6.5 overs old. Maybe it's not doing quite as much as what it was at the start.
Yeah, I mean, given the conditions that pretty much the only way the ball gets to gully, it's not a nick, it's a drive, isn't it? So maybe they're indicating to Ethan Bamber, you got to get it a little bit fuller here. We want him driving. That's probably the only way the ball gets to gully, I would suggest. And that ball was a little bit fuller. A couple of times he's gone fuller to what I think is probably the right length. He's just lost his line a wee bit. So whether that's a technical thing or whether it's just his natural length, be interesting to observe.
Dot ball to finish the 7th over. 12 for 1. Luke Proctor on 8 and Emilio Gay on 1.
Yeah, so first half hour definitely sexist, really. 12 on the board, so no score particularly. There's been one loose ball tucked away in the last over off his hip by Luke Proctor. He'd be very happy to have seen that. The two left-handers there, Procky just gesticulating to Emilio. I think what Higgins is trying to do, and he's telling him that, be careful about that one that runs away from you. That seemed to be the advice that the captain was passing on, and that's going to be invaluable to someone like him to bat with Proc at the other end, who has seen it all many, many times over. Proc opened the batting for during his time at Lancashire, and a few games opened the batting and the bowling in a very strong Lancashire side. So he's a cricketer with a lot of pedigree and a lot of experience. So it can only be helpful to Emilio to have the captain at the other end.
Yeah, absolutely. Big change in the field here by Toby Rowland-Jones. Keeper up to the stumps. Fielder under the lid at short leg. And Higgins to continue from the David Capel end. Might have gone straight through the hands of short leg there, and a missed field at square leg, and that might be Emilio's first boundary. It is well fielded in the end. Emilio picks up 3, so 3 added to the score. That might have gone straight through the legs of short leg. I think that would have been an almighty catch if that had taken, but it's gone straight off the face of the bat, isn't it?
I kind of wonder about the short leg. It's an interesting one. I think it's a bluff. I think it's just, we're going to put a guy there. The ball's not going anywhere. We don't need too many fielders right now. Let's put a guy in there and make the batters think. And I would be so just ignore it. Just ignore that field. It doesn't change anything. Just play what's ahead of you.
I think it's certainly a nod to the Kookaburra, isn't it, and the creativity that might be needed. Turned into the leg side. So to add to the short leg, we've got Ethan Bamber at what I would describe as a short mid-wicket as well. And the fielder who is just behind square, I would say that's a relatively short square leg as well. Yes. So it's a very, very tight leg side field for Luke Proctor.
Proc will just flick that guy who's just behind square, isn't he? And sort of almost like a very square leg gully, if there's such a thing.
There is now.
There is now, yeah. There's one there. Proc will flick it if they get too straight. He does go aerial through there. I don't mind that.
Oof, it's not far away from short leg as it's pushed into the leg side. Chase on. As you could imagine, the outfield is fairly lush this time of year in Northampton. Very green, and it's just held up, isn't it, as it's made its way off the square. So another couple of runs added. Fantastic job that Craig Harvey and his team have done over the winter to get this looking, well, it looks immaculate, doesn't it, Phil? Let's be honest.
Great. The ground looks great, yeah. Really good. It's been, I think it's just been so difficult for ground staff, and credit to Craig and the team, as you say.
See a lot of drainage, a lot of good stuff under the surface here at Wantage Road, but I'm sure there's plenty of amateur and club groundsmen around the country that might have only been able to cut the grass a couple of times so far this year, and let alone think about cutting a strip and playing cricket on it, which I think a few of the local leagues, I think, start maybe next weekend, I think.
Yeah, very likely. Yeah, that'll be right. I would imagine the Premier Division.
Fielded by that short, square, backward gully that we were just speaking about.
That's the position, not description for fielder, by the way. He's none of those things, I suspect. It was an uncertain bit of batting, wasn't it, by Proc? He wasn't quite sure that he'd lined that one up.
Keep coming up to the stumps again. So they're certainly working overtime, Middlesex, so far this morning with the changes in the field. And
this is a bowling captain, isn't it? I have this thing about people think like bowlers, and hopefully they are bowlers, but not all bowlers think like bowlers, but some batsmen think like bowlers. Toby Rowland-Jones is a bowler. He's an all-rounder, obviously, but he's main skill is bowling, and these changes reflect. Yeah, I think I know what's trying to happen here, what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, leg slip comes into play as well for Middlesex. It's left alone, straight into the wicketkeeper's gloves. Great take by Jack Davies. End of the over, 5 runs off it. 17 for 1 after 8. Yeah, when you mentioned the first half hour went Middlesex's way, that's flown by.
Yeah, it has. It's kind of riveting, hasn't it? And they have put Northamptonshire under enormous pressure here, with very few balls that have not been, to use my stat of challenging dot balls. The vast majority of the balls have been very challenging. And Northampton, another day could have been more than one down here. So these two guys are starting to get in. They've had very little to score off, but they're at the crease. That's the thing. Batting a lot of balls, taking shine off this ball, getting it old. As you said earlier, when it's 10 overs old, it's kind of old.
Shorter that time from Ethan Bamber, straighter into the thigh pad of Emilio Gay. 4 slips back in at this over. We did have an email come in from last week, and it came from Mark Tremaine. Actually, Chris is back for the start of the season. A fantastic addition to the squad last year with the wickets that he picked up. And obviously brilliant to have him back for Northamptonshire. Just checking to see whether the email still worked. He did send it last week when obviously Northamptonshire were down at home. So the email box at that point wasn't actually monitored. But great to hear from Uncle Mark Tremaine. Turned into the leg side.
Nice cricket shot. How good is that?
Split the fielders. He's timed the absolute pants off it, isn't he? 4. First boundary from Emilio Gay.
That's a sensational bit of batting. Love that. Just looking at the length. Yeah, that's what I thought. It wasn't. Wow. That wasn't a half volley clip off the ankles, was it? It was a little bit sort of good length, really.
Yeah, it was knee roll, wasn't it?
It was this fantastic cricket shot. He's absolutely, you say, he has timed the bejesus out of that. Good lad. Good, Emilio. Okay, so yeah, the reason I so enjoyed that leave is because he's played a fantastic cricket shot, the ball before. His adrenaline is, I've smashed that. That's great. I'm not going well. I'm in. And that can roll over into the next ball if you're not careful. So you've got to get that heart rate down. The next ball is also, requires as much care and attention. I've seen him drive at that ball many times in his short career. He left that. So that's good. That's good batting, good decision making.
I had a feeling you might have liked that. Enjoyed that one, yeah. I had a feeling there was going to be a positive noise coming from the Phil Rowe end of the commentary box. Dropped into the offside. Fielders there lurking at almost a short cover and a short point. Shorter boundary today will be out towards that boundary that Emilio Gay just picked up towards the coffee van. We're a little bit over to the left-hand side of the square as we look at it. A longer boundary out towards the football stand to the right-hand side here of our screen. 4 slips in place. And a big drive from Emilio Gay. And that's going to give the Middlesex fielders a bit of a chase. I think he's going to add at least 2. I'll look at a 3. Emilio Gay will take it. So 3 runs added to the score and 3 runs for Emilio.
Yeah, from a bowling perspective, I don't mind that at all. Yes, it was a half volley, thereabouts, pretty much a full half volley. But as I said earlier, that's the kind of length that's going to get the nick. So I don't mind that at all. In fact, you might say it should have been driven a little bit more, possibly. But I mean, hypercritically, he's bowled very well, actually. But from a Northampton's perspective, you can't miss out on those opportunities. When it is there, and you can get the ball right under your eyes, you have to score. If it didn't try and overhit it, punched it away for 3. Ooh.
Nicely run. Quick single there to end the over. Turned into the leg side by Proctor. 25 for 1 after 9.
I thought Proctor hit that pretty much straight to the fielder's right hand there. Hence my rather comment in the background, but it was actually played nicely into the gap. And good early call, good response as well.
Yeah, I think you're spot on with that length from Ethan Bamber that Emilio just drove through the covers. With those 4 slips waiting, as we've spoken about already, and as I'm sure everybody has picked up so far with this kookaburra, you strike early or you don't tend to strike. So if you get driven in the first 10, 15 overs, so be it, because that's your chance to chase those wickets.
Absolutely
As
right.
soon as that shine goes off that kookaburra, it does feel like it becomes a bit more game management-y and just waiting for the next one to come around. Almost a test of patience, doesn't it, rather than a test of skill.
For sure. And that's where, you know, having variety in your attack is very, very helpful.
Which Middlesex have got, haven't they?
Yeah, it's a nice attack. It's a nice bowling attack. So is that Helm going through some looseners at mid-off? I would imagine he'll bowl the next over this end. I would suspect.
Yeah, you're throwing back to a memory that I can't fully recall, but I'm sure he operated mostly from the Lynn Wilson centre end last year. It felt like the taller bowler came in from the Lynn Wilson centre end last year, and the shorter, skiddier bowler from the David Capel end.
Yeah, and they'll have done some work on that. You know, the away teams will have, particularly players like Toby Jones, who's played here a number of times, but will have passed that on and shared that in the team meeting about, you know, coming into this game. Generally bounces a wee bit more bowling from the Lynn Wilson end. That's well played. A very fine bowler, Tom Helm. He's been kind of on the edge of England setups and part of their fast bowling programs on and off over the time. I think he's played some Lions cricket in his time. I'm a big fan of his. He actually played his cricket in Buckinghamshire and did make an inquiry, but at that time he was already connected to Middlesex. That's well played.
Just pushed that length fuller, didn't he, Ryan Higgins there?
He's almost made an adjustment off the wicket there. I don't know if there's going to be a replay of this ball, but it looked to me as though the ball left him off the wicket a wee bit. You know, he keeps bowling at a good pace for this pitch. It was mid-70s, something like that. But Proc was in such a good position that he just adjusted his hands late on.
A little bit straighter that time from Higgins. A bit of excitement from Middlesex as well, but to just turn that one around the corner, down to final leg, picks up a single.
It's a productive area for Proc, isn't it? This segment behind square on the leg side for a number of left-handers, but in particular, Proc scores a lot of runs down here. He tends to go across his crease a little bit, encourages the bowler to bowl straight at him, and then he's good enough to work the ball behind square on the leg side. It could be very frustrating for a bowling team when you just think he's got to miss one. He's got to miss one, and he doesn't.
Quite a noticeable change of field for each batter here as well, isn't there? Keeper goes back for Emilio, short leg disappears. I think he's moved out to a cover.
I think that's a good position for Emilio Gay, a man in the covers. If the bowler is at all, which he shouldn't be, but if the bowler is at all wondering, do I really want to get driven? Or I'm just going to hold my length here. Having the cover in might encourage the bowler to bowl that extra bit of length on the ball to encourage the drive. And Emilio doesn't always manage to get the ball down, does he? He has been caught in the ring a number of times. So I think that's a good position, both to encourage the bowler to bowl a little bit fuller and to affect the potential wicket if he does miss time of drive.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we have got a change of bowling.
We have, but I think it's skipper on, isn't it?
It is indeed. Toby Rowland-Jones replacing Ethan Bamber from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It's your half, right?
Yeah, I'll take that.
50%.
It's early in the season, isn't it?
Tom Helm from the other end, then, I suspect, is what will happen. 3 slips in place for Toby Rowland-Jones. Luke Proctor on strike, has a fielder at leg slip as well. And a fielder on the boundary down at a very square, deep square leg almost. Fielder just comes in slightly onto the edge of the square at mid-wicket. Ball quite straight here to Luke Proctor with the occasional one pushed across to bring those slips into play. Proctor up to the task, just drops that one into the leg side. Did have an email come in from Alex, who's listening to the stream this morning. It's a question maybe to kind of ponder for a little while, but it looks like runs will be hard to come by initially here. Need to get through the first 20. Kookaburra decision. To me, it creates a false economy if domestic easier than it is on the international stage. I don't feel we've ever struggled to score runs on Ashes tours because we bat against the Duke's ball. Left alone by Proctor and not the Kookaburra. It's because we're not used to the Aussie pitches. Also, great to hear Mr. Rowe on comms. Best bowling coach Northants have ever had. That's a way to get your email read out, isn't it?
Wow.
Just pay Phil a compliment and I'll read it out.
That's very, very kind.
What's your thoughts on that, though, with regards to the balls and the
Alex
pitches?
clearly knows exactly what he's talking about. It's an interesting one. I don't mind the decision. I don't clearly. I'm not connected closely in the game day in day out as I once was. So the thinking behind it, I can't really speak about how they've got to this decision. I can understand the thinking to have a look at it in domestic cricket. Whether the decision has an element of thinking about international cricket associated to it, I don't know. So I can't really comment on that particular. I don't know how they've got to this decision. But as I was explaining to my wife yesterday, while they're using the Kookaburra ball, there's a reasonable argument for it. If they went through the deliberations and decided not to, I don't think that would be a disaster either. So I think let's have a look at it, see what it does. It's too early, I think, yet to make any decisions on it and to make any conclusions on it. I would suggest, yes, some people got runs and some people in this game got runs against the ball. By the same token, Nottinghamshire got bowled out for 80. Let's see. Let's just sit back and see how it pans out. All of that said, the game of cricket is experimenting with something. There are very few things in the game of cricket that you can change. The ball is one of them. They're having a look at it. So I think let's sit with it as a cricket watching person and see what happens, then make some decisions and conclusions from then. So I'm firmly on the fence, I think, Dan, having just heard myself witter on a bit.
I think it was a great answer. Toby Rowland-Jones, last ball of his over. Shorter to Emilio Gage. Just
what a shot that is.
Down to the boundary and picks up another 4. Just shorter, back of a length from Rowland-Jones.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Just lent on it through mid-wicket, didn't he?
Beautiful batting. Oh, take that.
Trigger across, tying down to deep mid-wicket. 31 for 1 after 11 overs and 5 off the first over of Toby Rowland-Jones. I think I agree with you in the whole. I think it's nice, the fact that the ECB are trying.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's nice to potentially kind of, if I was looking at it negatively, almost to quash that argument if it doesn't work next time. Mm-hmm. And I think the other thing that's quite nice is we've got a change of bowling from the David Capel and Tom Helm comes in to replace Ryan Higgins, is the fact that in this particular block of fixtures, we have pretty much got the entire England Test batting lineup playing county cricket. So they will get the benefit of it. Toby Rowland-Jones to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Swept up by the fielder. Hit off. Yeah, apologies for that. We've just had a few teething issues with the live stream and with the audio, but hopefully we're back with you now. Fortunately for us, it was a fairly uneventful over that we haven't had to really kind of catch up anything on, so that's good.
We were chatting. We thought to people who were listening, but actually it was just to ourselves.
That's probably why we thought we made quite good points.
No doubt. That's well played. Nice batting, Luke Proctor.
Yeah, for all of Middlesex's creativity and skill and how well they bowled in that first half hour, Northamptonshire have certainly applied themselves well, haven't they? And have fought themselves back into the game, having lost Justin Broad on his second ball of the morning.
And if you remember, Luke Proctor's first ball was an edge for 4 that another day goes to hand. You've got to make the most of it.
Oh, over pitch that time from Rowland-Jones, and that's whipped through mid-wicket by Luke Proctor down to the boundary for 4. 36 for 1 now.
The other thing about Brock is he's not missed out on opportunities to score, has he? He got a hit ball earlier from Bamber that he turned nicely inside of fine leg 4, a classic kind of left-handers one. Yes, that was a full toss. You don't always hit those out of the middle of the bat into a gap. He did that. So it is important in these conditions. It's not to be underestimated. You still have to score off balls that do come. When the opposition are bowling well, when they do give you something to score off, you've got to score off it. You have to do that. Otherwise, you build enormous pressure on yourself. And Northants have done that well. That's a great leave.
Yeah, a bit of a freebie the ball before. Do you think, was that a missed Yorker by Rowland-Jones, or was it just a complete faux pas?
Yeah, I don't know. It was a big. If it was a missed Yorker, it wasn't a terrible ball in that sense. But if it was a missed length ball, then it was a shocker. He didn't look happy with himself, so I suspect that it was a shocker. But only he will know.
Yeah, I don't quite think we've got to the stage yet of the Yorkers with the Kookaburra just yet. Still got 3 slips in. Left alone through to the wicket keeper. Again, that one's being picked up by Jack Davies' ankles.
I think just back to Alex's point as well, and he asked some broader points, and it was a very challenging question, and we went on mute for a while. That's what we really did.
Yeah, we burnt the microphones out.
Is that there is more of, I like a contest. When I watch sport, I want a contest, and early season with the Duke's ball, it's a bit one-sided at times. Now, it might be easy to say, well, this has gone too far the other way. But there's a contest. There is some element of... Whereas, you're facing bowlers like Higgins, like Sanderson, like Robinson and so on, those very skillful seam bowlers who are not express but are very good seam. In early April, with a Duke's ball, life's very, very difficult. It can be a bit of a lottery. And if the move to the Kookaburra ball evens up the contest, then I'm all for that. But it'll make bowlers work harder for their wickets as well, and they'll become more skillful, hopefully. That's not to say that those guys that I mentioned are anything but brilliantly skillful. I'm a big fan of all of those guys. But let's make life a little bit harder and see how they respond to that.
Yeah, and if we never open that box of Kookaburras, we'd never know either.
Yeah, that's right.
I think you made the point there's been a lot more spin bowled with the Kookaburras. I think that's still kind of figuring that out. Northamptonshire have obviously gone into this game with Safe Save and Rob Keogh as their spin bowlers. Obviously both frontline batters that bowl a bit of spin. Might be unkind to both of them. A big appeal for LBW, but I think that one's sliding down the leg side. Your leg by added to the score. But then on the flip side to that, well, you only have to look at Yorkshire last week. Dan Lawrence took 4 for on debut, and other part-timer whose name's escaping me took 5.
From Essex?
From Surrey.
Yeah.
No.
I'm letting that one go.
But I think, as you say, there is a lot more spin being bowled, but maybe not by frontline
Yeah, I mean,
frontline spinners just
yeah.
yet.
I'm maybe coaches, selectors, captains have got to catch up on that a wee bit as well in their team selection. The previous ball, which was hitting the stumps, it was a big appeal from Tom Helm. It was hitting the stumps, and it was pretty full, but it definitely did pitch outside leg stump. So good decision by the
Cam Steele.
Oh yeah. Yes, yeah, he is part timer, isn't he? Yeah.
Made myself look like a prat, but I've recovered.
Not
Because
at all.
I remembered the name.
That's very good. Remember, we can always turn the volume down and pretend that there's been gremlins.
Good point.
As we did earlier.
All squared up.
That's well bowled there.
Played well in the end. It's gone straight down. There's going to be a chase on, isn't there, as the ball runs towards the Jackson Grundy stand. Going to be hauled back, and 3 more are going to be added to the score. Quite a long boundary down to that pocket today.
That's a nice bit of bowling from Helm. Looked like it hit the wicket, bounced and left Proctor, but again, good hands. You know, he wasn't going hard at the ball. It's a bit of a cliche, but it was soft hands. And soft hands, the ball often goes down. And that's why you get a professional career, because you make judgments like that, fine judgments, and you've got the skill to adjust.
Appeal again for LBW. No interest from Tom Helm whatsoever. Second slip in particular. Head on hands.
Yeah. That shouldn't be given out, wasn't. It's kind of going through, I think, about 5th stump bail height, something like that.
Yeah, no interest at all from Tom Helm. Emilio Gay on 15. Change of angle as well. 3 slips waiting. Our bottom edge from Emilio Gay. Well picked up by Jack Davies. End of the over. Dot ball. Looked like he was just leaning back on that one.
Yeah,
a little bit, Phil.
Yeah, I think he's trying to. It's a little bit. Let's have a look on the replay, so I can actually watch the replay rather than make it up. Yeah, he wasn't quite in position to play that shot, was he? I think it was a kind of late decision. I think early on in the delivery, I think he was thinking maybe I'm going to leave that. Yeah, and then actually it's got a bit of width. I might just pump that through there. That was probably, that was a poor decision. But it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get out, does it? And he's entitled to one. He's played very, very well. They both have played very well, made good decisions, good technique. Tucked it away when they've got anything to score off. And actually, I think Middlesex have bowled very, very well. And just credit to Northampton that were only 1 down. Wow, that came out quite slowly, didn't it?
It looked like it did, didn't it?
The ball was in the air for a long time. Good cricketer Toby Rowland-Jones likes to bang away at a length, and it may be that his natural length is when he's at his optimum pace. When he went a little bit fuller there, it was a bit floaty, I would say.
I agree with you. Certainly, it looked like the full toss that Luke Proctor played to the boundary before looked like it hung in the air for. Oh, that's a cracking shot by Luke Proctor. Hasn't even thought about running. I think they say hold the pose on that one.
It's lovely to see that from Proctor. I was very impressed with the way he drove the ball in the game down at Hove, because he's not a natural driver of the ball. He will admit that. It doesn't get any better than that. That's straight down the ground. If you're playing that shot, and particularly if you're in pretty good touch. It looks like a guy who's wintered well, and he's come out of the traps actually very, very strongly. Good man.
Isn't it?
Is it?
Have you wintered well?
Oh, yeah.
Brilliant. There was one other change as well that I failed to mention this morning with Middlesex. Henry Brooks, who made his debut for Middlesex last week at Lords, isn't playing in this game, and Stephen Eskenazi is batting in the middle order. So the other bowling options, obviously the off spinner of Josh De Cares, and then Luce Deploy bowled 6 overs at Lords last week as well. So we've nearly seen all of Middlesex's bowling attack. obviously felt like they needed to strengthen that batting lineup, potentially with the omission of Sam Robson to put Stephen Eskenazi into the middle and not go with Henry Brooks, unless Henry Brooks has maybe picked up a knock during that game.
Yeah, you never know, do you? So yeah, Eskenazi, he's a good cricketer. Captains in their white ball cricket. I think he captains a T20 side. I think that's right. But he has batted up the order for Middlesex in the past. He's captained this side in the past as well, actually. I think he's captained the championship team on occasions. A handy bloke to bring in, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Well played. So there's a mid-wicket gone in here to prevent Procky just knocking that one into the gap between square leg and mid-wicket, which he's done a few times, and rotate. Captain's not happy with that. Quite like that. Just taking the catcher out to plug that gap. It sort of reflects where we are, doesn't it? 44 for 1. The ball's getting a little bit older. What is it now? This is the 15th over. So just plug up that simple gap. It means I can bowl straighter and I'm not going to get worked and turned over. So that's good cricket. So that's more his natural length, isn't it? That one's back of a length, kind of bail height just above. Looks snappier in there. But if the ball, if the ball deviates off the seam at that length at this time of year, it will have done too much to catch the edge. That's the issue. When the wicket's harder, he bangs away at that length and it deviates. It won't have deviated that much by the time it reaches the bat and will likely catch the edge. So it's about finding the right length for the pitch that you're playing on. And often in cricket, we talk about bowlers who have a natural length. And that can be a real advantage. But when you need to bowl at a slightly different length, then that's not an advantage if your natural length is sort of so locked in, you can't adjust. That's a good cricket shot.
Lovely shot by Emilio Gay. Beats the fielder at mid-off. Runs away down to the members' lounge for 4. It's 48 for 1 now, actually, as Northamptonshire close in on that first 50. Lovely shot by Emilio Gay. It's a bit of a nightmare here, Phil, that Middlesex fielders have got the audacity to wear jumpers in Northampton in April, because I can't see any names and numbers. I assume that might be Josh DeCares at first slip going through a bit of a rigorous warm-up.
They've got a lot of youngish lads who all look the same, which is really unfair on my aging eyes as well.
I left the binoculars back home as well, which, although to be fair, I'm not convinced the binoculars would help me a great deal right this second. But anyway, going through a fairly rigorous warm-up.
He's got a bit of Atherton about him, the guy at first slip. Let's hope it is.
Cracking shot by Emilio Gay. Again, that's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure at deep mid-wicket. He's going to add 2 to the score, and that is the 50 for Northamptonshire, coming in 15.2 overs, 50 for 1.
You know, it's kind of looked sort of unremarkable, really, that 50. But I've been really impressed with the way that Northampton, these two, really, can't credit the whole of Northampton. These two batters really applied themselves. Quite challenging and good seam bowling. They've done very, very well. They're going to make that count now. It's a good start. Played.
Yeah, particularly that opening 35 minutes was, well, it looked tough from up here, didn't it? So I can only imagine what it must have looked like from 22 yards away. Those two, Higgins and Bamber, were on it from ball 1 this morning. Never allowed Northamptonshire anything, did they? Really?
No, they didn't. Yeah, they really did use the new ball very, very well indeed. As well as a pair. Got a lot of pressure on and tested technique, tested concentration, and Procky and Emilio Gay were up to it.
Well alone by Emilio.
It's a similar ball to the one he had a little flash at in the previous over from Tom Howe. That's good. That's learning cricket, isn't it? I wasn't in the greatest position. I tried to hit that ball through point for 4. In a similar position. No. Patient, good decision making. Yeah, thinking long term.
Already got 6 off the over as well, so no need to go chasing anymore unless it's really in his zone. 2 balls left in this over.
Yeah, that's good. That's good cricket. That's my favourite shot in cricket, as you know. And there are 4 defences, and there are 4 defences. That was a very, very good one.
It was up there with the best I've seen tonight.
Top 3. Great position. The ball goes straight back down the wicket. You're asking the bowler to field his own delivery. Didn't have a lot of interest in doing that. Hell, kicked it off somewhere else. But the message he's sending to Tom Helm there is, no. You're going to have to bowl something different to that, because I'm right in here. You're not going to get me out with that delivery. Have another go. Yeah, good batting, Emilio.
Yeah, had another go. Dot ball to end the 16th over, 50 for 1.
Yeah, so I think you're right. You predicted it. There is going to be a change at this end, and it's going to be a bit of twirl. And it's going to be, I think, the off spin of De Cares.
Yeah.
Is that the right pronunciation?
It's as good as what I've got up my sleeve.
Okay, so that's the benchmark for me, Dan. As you know, if it's good enough for you, just get it out there.
I've not seen a great deal of him, I have to say.
I've seen him in white ball cricket bowl. I've seen some clips of him bowling on the various apps and whatever else. I think he's a genuine all-round cricketer. It's so easy, isn't it? I mean, I've used this myself. It's so easy to call people part-time, and sometimes they're part-time because that's the only overs they get to bowl, because seam dominated. And to Alex's point earlier on email about the introduction of the Kookaburra ball, would we be seeing this with a Duke's ball? I suspect we'd have gone to another seamer, been rotating, someone would have had to go would have brought Higgins back earlier, something, those sort of thoughts might have been more in the captain's mind. But with the Kookaburra, it does mean that the spinners are going to get more opportunity. We've already seen that this season, and here we are again. So young off spinner now. It's a good challenge for the captain here. What you don't want to do is to let the young off spinner settle. What you don't want to do is take a necessary risk against the young off spinner. So it's going to be a balance, but Crocky will want to show some kind of domination, some kind of intent is probably a better word than domination, some kind of intent to not let the guy settle. Don't want off spinners to settle.
Yeah, he certainly didn't feature this time last year at Wantage Road. So far, playing his 15th first-class match, 28 wickets so far, best of 8 for 106. I think when you mentioned about not allowing a bowler to settle, it's something Glamorgan did so well. It's short to start by De Cares, and Luke Proctor just turns that one into the leg side, and that's going to be a 50 partnership as well between these two. 1 for 1 when Justin Broad departed. Emilio and Luke Proctor have got themselves to 51.
Am I being hypercritical? Could we be pushing 2 there, Dan? No. Is the answer no?
They're probably not with my legs,
that's fine.
but
That's fine. I was never very good between the kids, to be honest. We'll just confirm that. A bit of a drag down, wasn't it, first ball?
Much better delivery that time from Josh De Cares. Yeah, last week against Glamorgan, 28 overs, none for 147 for the off spinner. She said probably did such a brilliant job at not allowing him to settle. That one nicely out of the hands. Just drop on that, wasn't it, as it got towards. Yeah, but he turned that one into the leg side, filled it down there. I should imagine we'll have plenty of work to do with the short boundary on that side. Brave call to give him this end with the short boundary for the 2 left-handers?
No, I don't think so. Not really played at that, although Rob White is going to give leg byes because he's got his hand ready to signal there.
A couple of leg byes added to the score. As you say, he's not really had a go at that, has he?
I think if I'm bowling there, I'm just suggesting to him to play that up. Can't criticise umpire Rob White. He's a very fine umpire and one of the funniest men to take cricket field. Former Northamptonshire player, of course.
Again, another signal there down to deep square. You still allowed to be funny as an umpire? Or do you have to take that job incredibly seriously?
Well, I think you should probably be a bit more serious, shouldn't you? Probably. You got to deal with people's careers. Things like that. He's probably not gag a minute, although Nick Cook managed to have a few laughs when he was out there during his very fine career as an umpire. Ooh, interesting. Emilio Gay advancing down the wicket very early. The trumpet sounded very early, and Piquet dragged his length down accordingly. I like that. The thing about advancing down the wicket is that's intent, right? So you don't have to play a shot when you get there. You don't have to try and loft it over the top. And Emilio very much didn't do that. He actually covered up nicely, but he's saying to him, "You're not going to drop onto a length against me. I'm not going to allow that to happen. Just so you know, I'm going to come in." And that's great. That's sending a message. You don't have to follow through on that. It's good cricket for Emilio Gay.
3 runs off Joshua De Ker's first over in this match. I think Emilio in particular in the blast last summer was so strong down the ground. So as you say, to kind of allow Middlesex to be aware that that's an option for him and is prepared to take it on. We know it's not a big hit straight here at Wantage Road. Tom Helm to continue. Nice single into the leg side. Just splits the 2 fielders there at square leg and mid-wicket. Again, gets back on strike. These two have just started to rotate the strike nicely as well, haven't they? It's, as you say, that first 35, 40 minutes, it felt like it's been age for Northamptonshire to make double figures at least. So now these two have just started to rotate the strike, which undoubtedly will take a little bit of pressure off the partnership.
I think that was too easy. That was too easy, that single there. They've blocked it up at times. That's too easy to rotate there.
Short ball, good short ball as well, actually, from Tom Helm. Leo Gay underneath it. Yeah. With a decent pace as well, actually.
It was very short, wasn't it? It was very short. Got under it pretty well. Yeah, it's an area that Emilio, he at time, he clearly got under that very well at times. He's been a bit compulsive on the short ball, so he's made a good decision there to get under it. It was very short, which helped that decision. He played it well. Oh, that's a great leave as well. I've really enjoyed this this first sort of 17, 18 overs of cricket. It's been maybe one for the purists, but I've really enjoyed it. There's been lots going on. Middlesex trying to find a way, both with the ball over around the wicket, a few bowling changes. The fields have been quite interesting at times, particularly when Proctor's been on strike. The batters have been more than up to it.
Left alone by Emilio Gay again. Tom Helm looks like he's not even put a yard of pace on from what we saw last time out, or last summer. It's got those 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, one at kind of a wide fine leg and another at, well, pretty much bang on deep square, isn't he? Gives Tom Helm the option to use that, as we just saw he possesses.
And you want him to use it, don't you? As a coach, you want him to bang it in occasionally. Let's have a look at it. Have a look upstairs for sure.
There it is, pulled away in front of square by Emilio Gay. Should be at least 2. And it is indeed another couple of runs. So 2 runs to add to the score off the last ball of the over. 58 for 1 off 18. Emilio Gay on 23. Luke Proctor on 29.
I think you may be slightly premature on the end of the over there.
Oh, is it? Have they done me?
Yeah, I think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like 6 balls. I don't know if we missed a no ball or something. I don't think we did. Well played ball shot there, wasn't it? Right on top of it, got it down quickly. Yeah, Tom Helm looks like he's sort of eased into his work, and he's actually getting through the crease nicely now. He has got pace. Yeah, he has got pace. He's not kind of express, but he's a genuinely fast bowler, I would say. When he's firing on all cylinders, like many young fast bowlers, has had some injury setbacks during his time, but I think he's a very fine prospect. In the sort of mould, in some ways, of one of our own, formerly of our own, was Ollie Stone. Young, fairly tall, not too gangly fast bowler who capable of generating good speed. I'm a fan of Tom Helm. I think he's a bright young cricketer. De Cares to continue. It wasn't a great opening over from him.
Short again and just cut off the back foot to point by Luke Proctor. There's a first slip in place. There's a leg slip in place. Point, deep cover point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep square as well. Short again, played for the back foot straight to cover.
It's a slowish pitch, so when the off spinner does drag it down, it can be hard to get that ball through. As Proctor's found a couple of times this over, but he's not really settled at all yet. That's more like it. That's the best ball he's bowled, I think.
Nice flight on that one, wasn't it? Right up under the eyes of Luke Proctor. Well, I think we're going to see plenty of De Cares.
It's interesting. Just as he turned at the back of his run there, the keeper was indicating let's bowl more off stump line. Felt that De Cares was a little bit too straight, and I think that's a fair comment. And Hardy got turned into the next play by bowling again too straight. Whether the keeper tries to encourage that again, I'm not sure. I think he's his own man, though, De Cares. Not sure he's going to be overly influenced by the kick.
Nicely played by Emilio Gay off the back foot.
There's a lot of excitement there, wasn't there?
Well, there was for some pretty innocuous cricket. I thought I didn't really see anything that
I didn't.
That would have generated it, but maybe that's part of the Kookaburra mind games that we need to buy into, Phil.
That's enthusiastic.
Is Emilio one of those batters, one of those cricketers that you could potentially just nibble away at and maybe generate a bit of false excitement that maybe Emilio reacts to? Luke Proctor strikes me as kind of a stone cold batter. It'd be difficult to get under the skin of Luke Proctor. Yeah. Would that be the same with Emilio? Or?
I think for the majority of time it would be. I don't think it's universally one or the other. I think if he's playing well, then he won't hear it. But if he's not playing so well, it might get through. But he is a very, as we know and we've talked about, he's a very determined, very focused lad. But clearly, if you're not going so well and you've got a few ropey scores behind you and you're not feeling on top of the game, it's going to be difficult, isn't it, not to hear that. But in general, yeah, he's a bit of a brick wall, I think, to that kind of thing. Certainly, you need to be. You need to be at this level because you might just cop a little bit now and again.
Yeah. Change of field again, 2 slips. Fielder at silly mid-off.
I think there's less banter and chirping than people imagine, I think. I go and watch a bit of local cricket at the weekends from time to time, and I hear far more nonsense. I'm going to call it nonsense. There we go. Spoken on the cricket field between teams than I do in professional cricket.
Yeah, every professional player that I've had the privilege of speaking to has echoed those points.
As a former amateur cricketer who was always happy to try and encourage the batsman when I was on the field, I recognise that is poacher turned gamekeeper. But I think it has increased to kind of almost at acceptable levels at times. As I wander around the boundary, it's just not good.
No, I think that would be fair to say. So if you're a club cricketer listening to this and you think, oh, that could be me, be better. I think is the information that we're passing across. The pros don't do it, so you don't have to. Left alone and left wild by Luke Proctor. Good carry again from Tom Harm. But it certainly is. It's a misconception, isn't it? I think from the professional game down to the amateur levels of this is the way you do it. And actually, in reality, as you've just said, and the people that I've had the privilege of speaking to, it really isn't the case on the professional field.
You're going to get the odd thing here and there, and I guess with every so many cameras and mics and so on, whatever is said is broadcast and is mentioned, but it's few and far between, really. I think there's a respect amongst the professionals, really.
Yeah, I think that's probably a really nice way to to sum it up, a couple of years ago, I had the privilege of having a chat with Tom Banton. Kind of spoke about, do you ever go back and play much club cricket? He goes, no, I hate it. So because I just cop buckets.
Yeah, Rob White's got some good stories about when Rob finished with Northampton. He played a lot of local cricket for the old Northamptonians. He could not believe the amount of stuff that he had to do. And there's a guy who would not react to it at all.
Change of field again. Fielder goes out to deep square. So is there a short ball coming from Tom Helm? There is not. Well left by Proctor. 2 slips and a gully for Middlesex. Certainly just settling into this period of the game, aren't they? The ball doing less and less as each over goes by.
Yeah, we've seen, I mean, the last 20 minutes, half an hour, we've seen very few balls hit the pad. We've seen very few plays and misses actually throughout. There's been one nice hands adjustment to a ball that deviated from Luke Proctor. It has deviated less, hasn't it, already? And it's not 20 overs old. Well, there's one again. On cue, that one just pitches and leaves, but it did it slowly, didn't it?
It did, yeah.
Very slowly.
It did. Neither of us got the opportunity to go and have a look at the pitch at the start of play or before play started, but there was a tinge of green from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
You can see that the soil colours on the darker side, isn't it? So you suspect there's unsurprisingly a little bit of moisture in it as well. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit slow, and basketball maybe does just grip into the surface. Nice turnout as well here at Wantage Road today.
It's a nice crowd, isn't it? It's a nice crowd. It's good to see.
Josh DeCares to continue in place. Okay, just defends that one down the ground.
So you see, the thing is, Dan, the water table is just so high at this time of year. All the rain we've had. That's my ground. Cool.
I like it.
That's it. That's all I've got.
Short ball from DeCares, pulled away, dispatched by Emilio Gay. Real drag down rank one from DeCares.
Yeah, he has been slightly short, hasn't he? And generally when he's been short, he's been just outside off stump, and the batters have struggled to pierce the offside field because the ball is almost dying on them. That one was a little shorter and a little straighter, and Emilio was able to pull that. They got what it deserved. 4 runs.
Now on good comeback, but unfortunately that might end up being the same result. There's a bit of work going on down on the boundary edge. Fielder does just pull that one in. So 2 more to Emilio Gay's score. Actually move to 67.
Times the ball so well through there, doesn't he? Yeah, you know, for our older viewers, it reminds me of Wayne Larkins, who could time the ball through the leg side without apparently trying to hit it. He used to ping.
Inside edge that time, or inside half of the bat at least.
Bit flatter, wasn't it? A bit flatter, a bit quicker. Bold.
So they'll certainly be looking for DeCares to settle into it quite quickly. I suspect, assuming Northamptonshire can spend time occupying the crease, that we will see plenty of work from the off spinner, allowing Toby Rowland-Jones to rotate the 4 seams from the David Capel. And interestingly, Bamber and Higgins only bowled 5 overs each in that spell with that Kookaburra. Rowland-Jones only bowled 3 himself from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, I thought that the captain was probably the weakest of the seamers, and quite rightly pulled himself out of the attack pretty quickly. But you're right. You know, DeCares is a genuine off spinner or he's a genuine all-rounder, I should say, who bowls off-spin. And as we said when he came on, that really the job from Northampton is, without taking a great deal of risk, is to put some pressure onto him and not let him settle and go at kind of 2.5 and over. That would be, if he goes at 2.5 and over, that is a win for Middlesex. If he goes at 3.5 and over, that's probably, and no wickets, that's undoubtedly a win for Northampton. So it's a fine margin. Hopefully he goes, from a Northampton's perspective, more than 3.5. And there's been a little bit of intent shown from Emilio towards him, and he hasn't yet settled. So a good start from Northampton to that challenge of the off-spinner.
Yeah, Tom Helm to continue settled in at the David Capel and just starting his 5th over One's travelled through to keeper Jack Davies, left alone by Emilio Gate. Just takes a little stroll out to off the pitch to just settle himself, readjust the gloves.
If I could get a little earpiece into Emilio's ear now, I would say to him, stay honest here, because he's battled very, very hard. He's got to start. He's on 33 now. Just keep doing what you've been doing and come to start again. Next 5 runs, next 10 runs.
Big drive by Emilio Gay. Holds the pose gloriously. Square drive. And 4 more added to the score. Northamptonshire into the 70s.
He latched onto that very, very quickly, didn't he?
Didn't he hold the pose as well? He enjoyed that shot.
He's quite a tall lad. There's a lot of him, isn't there, Emilio? Yeah. When you look up to him, when you're talking to him, he's quite a tall lad. He got a very big stride in that, took length away from the bowler. That's a lovely cricket shot. That's a shot that a man who's in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I want him to still make those good decisions that he's made all morning on play leave. He's got all of those right. That's well bowled.
Great comeback from Tom Helm.
That was.
Forced the shot from Emilio. Just run the ball across him, hasn't he? And I think he probably has had to play at that.
I think I do. Yeah, I agree, Dan. I think he's got to play at that. What he didn't do was he didn't push it. He didn't follow it with his hands. He held the line, which is absolutely the right thing to do. He played it. Although he got beaten, he actually didn't do a lot wrong there.
Nicely played. Again by Emilio Gay. Chases on. I think that might be Nathan Fernandez giving chase, the debutant, who does just get to the ball before it reaches the boundary rope. 3 more added to Emilio Gay's score. He moves to 40. Northamptonshire 75 for 1, and turning out to be Northamptonshire's morning. Phil, how generally do you think, and do you look at this Northamptonshire squad? How do you think they're set up for this year in Division 2 with the players that they've got, the balance, the options that John Sadler and the coaching team have got available to them?
Yeah, so the things that I would have said we need to do better, I'll come on to after this. The next ball from Tom Helm. So the things that I think, and this is not, this is no great insight here. I think everyone would probably back these things. Things I think in particular that we needed to do better in Championship cricket was top order runs and wickets with the old ball. There'll be other things as well, but those 2 would be top on my list. When I look at the squad, we've signed Bartlett, we've signed Nair. You would imagine that the younger guy is going to have a better year. You think Vasco is going to have a better year when he gets back into the team, and so on. So you'd think, yes, okay. So I can see that attention has been paid to that, and I think we've got to, in terms of, do we have better resources to do that than we had this time last year? Probably. And so, yeah, it's good. In terms of wickets with the older ball, I think we're reliant on our seamers staying fit. And as I say that, clearly we know Jack White is not currently available for selection. And as you told me this morning, he bowled, I think, something like 27% of all over of Northampton bowled in all formats last year. So that's a big gap there. Yes, they've run into the loan market with the lad who was that didn't go so well. He's missed out this time. So there's not a lot of depth there. I think that is what I'm trying to say. And so in terms of that requirement to improve on last year, has that one been ticked? I'd say probably at this point, no. Does that mean we can't win cricket matches? Absolutely not. It doesn't mean that, because there's some fine cricketers there, some fine bowlers who can take 20 wickets between them. But I would like to see a little bit more depth in the team. But that said, we've got a young lad on debut, Rafi Weatherall. I've not seen him previously. Certainly has seen him previously either. Who knows how he's going to go. James Sales is in this team, showing himself to be a very capable young team as well to support the main attack. but you kind of think without Jack White, there's a bit of weight on Ben Sanderson's shoulders. I like the signing of Tremaine. He had a great season over in Australia.
Yeah, leading wicket taker.
Leading wicket taker at the Shield. Yeah, that's I don't give that away. That's a well-earned accolade based purely on performance, not opinion. So that's a good signing as well. He's not here for that long because of visa issues. So we might find ourselves in the loan market again during the season. That can make some nice surprises. One or two of the youngsters can support Ben Sanderson. Jack White gets back in the side and continues to be as good as he can be. Then we're not far off. Yeah, that's a good run. And I haven't mentioned Scrimshaw either, who brings something different with pace. So doesn't have he hasn't played a lot of games, had some injury issues. They'll be looking at him in particular with an eye on T20 cricket, I suspect. But there's not the resources within the squad that you can purely have someone who's going to bowl in that cricket.
Another successful over for Northamptonshire. 4 runs off the 23rd. Josh Declare's none for 16. Northamptonshire 79 for 1. Yeah, I had the privilege of having a chat with George Scrimshaw for the first time at Media Day, and he's certainly got aspirations. He wants to be playing red ball cricket. I know he played the end of the season for Derbyshire last year before his move just down the M1. So I think he definitely wants to be. He certainly wants to be playing. Phil Rowe just having a wave out the window to his mate.
They're just catching it with Max Holden on the outfield there. I didn't recognise him under the cap and the long hair, so he very kindly took his cap off to show me who it was. And Max was on loan with us 7 or 8 years ago now, and actually picked up the Young Player of the Year trophy. Very popular member of the dressing room, and he's a very fine young cricketer. Always enjoy watching him score runs. Not today though. Not during this game, though. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Well, hopefully not today, at least.
Lots any other time, Max, you cash in because he's a really good guy.
I'm glad you didn't quiz me on air like you did before the stream started as to which of these Middlesex players also had played for Northamptonshire and one young player, because I was struggling.
Yeah, it was a bit unfair, really, wasn't it? It was a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, it's credit to him. He came in on loan from Middlesex, had a good youth record. We knew Max over the years through the junior ranks. He was a Cambridgeshire cricketer. They developed quite a few good young cricketers. He went Middlesex's way as a pro rather than our way, and no problem with that. But wasn't able to break into the Middlesex side consistently, and Rips did a nice bit of business with Angus Fraser. And the next thing was Max's strapping on for Northampton. He did very, very well, and I'd say was a very popular member of the changing room as well. And he's actually, he's rounded out. He's developed himself into a very fine T20 batter as well. Scored very heavily. He got 100 in the game Middlesex against Surrey T20 last year at the Oval. Fine, isn't he? Yeah, that's just offered to go across him again there, hasn't it?
Yeah. Solid in defence by Luke Proctor, though, wasn't it? I'll tell you what, it's great to get your insight into these players that you've worked with. You kind of enabled myself at least, and I hope everybody listening and watching this stream kind of just another little kind of layer into what's going on out in the middle with your personal relationships with the players.
Won't last for long, though, will it? The new crop will be coming through Rafi Weatherall. I can tell you nothing about, other than the Northampton guys. He's a good prospect, which I'm sure he is.
Shorter that time from Tom Helm. Looks like he's just settling into a back of a length area, isn't he? Now that this Kookaburra is going a bit older, he's evolved now. He's into his 6th over, I believe, 7th over even, none for 21.
Yeah, it's all happening a little bit slowly, isn't it? So a couple of times that we've seen Procky adjust to the ball that's nipped away from him. He probably has gone past the edge. I can't remember him doing that. There's been a half shout LBW from Emilio, but he hasn't really threatened, to be honest. Famous last words.
Short again from Tom Helm, and she said very short, isn't it? Those bumpers from Tom Helm so far. Only really seen 3. One called in front of square by Emilio, and the other 2 successfully navigated by the 2 Northamptonshire batters.
I think he's going to. Yeah, that's good. He's going to come around the wicket. He doesn't look happy with life, does he? Tom Helm. He's kind of. I know he's actually was going to come around. He's going back over. I was kind of thinking, from a bowling perspective, how is he going to get a wicket? Okay, he's got a couple of bumpers. With that in mind, he's got a man out. He does take it on. A bit too short, though. They've been overhead height. Yeah, that's just to get out of the over ball, really. That last ball.
Without wanting to sound like a broken record, and unless your name's Sam Cook, I can't believe there's many seams that would be desperately excited to have this kookaburra in hand. And when it does stop offering a great deal off the seam or through the air, it does become a long time, doesn't it? Until the next one comes around. We've got another 56 overs yet until there's even thought of another new kookaburra for these Middlesex bowlers to use, if of course it gets that far. And unfortunately for Tom Helm, I suspect Ethan Bamber and Ryan Higgins would probably get first dip at that one as well.
Yeah, they probably would. I think Middlesex got a little bit flat. I think in the last 15, 20 minutes, gone a little bit flat, hasn't it? The ball's gone flat, the pitch has gone flat, and Middlesex have gone flat as well. Yes, they're coming off the back of chasing 600 in the previous game, but it's early season. I'd like to see a little bit more spring in the step, to be honest with you. And I would be saying that if it was Northampton as well.
Yeah, I think it's a fair and valid point. Say whether they're looking or thinking about a bit of deja vu, or certainly they were up and about for that first 30, 35 minutes, and it seems to have tailed off, hasn't it, over the course of the next hour.
It's kind of okay. Well, there was definitely a run there. It was a slow response from Emilia. I'm not sure who was to blame for that slow response. I'm not sure. I do wonder about Emilio's run between the wickets. He does get involved in a few harem-scarum moments. But there was a comfortable run there, and it was actually eventually it was comfortably made.
Leg slip goes back into place for Luke Proctor as Josh De Cares comes into bowl. He's down the leg side. Whether that is a ploy or a tactic or not, or whether that one was just slid down the wrong line. But Proctor did play it. There's a big gap, isn't there, between leg slip and the fielder at almost a deep mid-wicket in front of the ground half quarters. Down towards that fielder there.
I'm quite frustrated really by the line De Cares bowling. If he's intentionally bowling this line, it's just far too straight. It's just got knocked away so many times into the leg side, and the strike is rotated. It's just too easy. It's far too easy. They're soft singles. I'd like to see him bowl at least one stump. I'd like to see him bowl off stump, basically.
You and Jack Davies by the seams of it?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, there are probably one or two others.
Email in from David Fisher and his son Noah, all the way from Melbourne. Having a watch of the cricket, cheering on their good friend Luke Proctor. Northampton captain currently 32 not out. So hello to the two of you. Getting a look at our favourite coffee man. Loving the stream. Keep up the commentary. I suspect Melbourne time, you must be needing a bit of a coffee to keep going. I would have thought
it. Good place for a coffee in Melbourne. I mean, love Northampton as I do. If I'd need to pop to Melbourne for a coffee, I'd probably do so.
Might be cold by the time you get back. That'd be the only issue.
Very sensible.
Drink it on the beach, which you definitely can't do in Northampton.
You can't.
Change of bowling from the David Capel and Tom Helm, who's bowled a fairly long spell in the context of this game. He's going to be replaced by his captain, Toby Rowland-Jones. Tom Helm, 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21.
I'd be thinking that's 1 over too many there, to be honest, from Tom Helm. He didn't look particularly, I don't want to say interested, but he didn't look on top. It's easy to be up, isn't it? When there's lots of oohs and ahs and plays and misses, and it's easy there. And you would expect that, having won the toss and inserted a few oohs and ahs, an early wicket. Everyone's buzzing. It's great. Cricket's brilliant. There's nothing like it. And then, an hour later, they're quite flat. And that's where you want some characters in your side to not allow that to happen. And it does look a wee bit flat out there from a body language perspective. Credit to the two Northamptonshire guys who have contributed to that.
Well, can the captain lift his side? Starts on leg stump for Luke Proctor. Turns that one down to mid-wicket for a single. Ethan Bamber there just got his studs caught up in the matting that's obviously protecting the strip that will be used next week here at Northampton. Saves any further blushes and just one added to the score. 82 for 1 off 25.1 overs. Emilio Gay on strike, 2 slips in place. Catching cover. Mid-on is just on the edge of the square, mid-off at an orthodox position. You've got 2 in there at cover, haven't you? Almost staggered. It's very straight from Roland Jones. And
get in. He got in. Emilio defended the ball to mid-off and thought that there was some debris or something. There was something on the surface of the wicket. He decided to remove it by running down the wicket to remove it. And the ball's still very much live there.
I don't think I'm mentally prepared enough in April for a Johnny Bairstow, Alex Carey type moment.
It had signs. It had signs of that. I think Proc pushed it back quickly. Well played.
Solid so far. Yeah, I feel like if that was to happen, I might need a few more games under my belt to fully be able to kind of articulate what actually went on. So but it almost kind of looked like Emilio got a couple of strides in and thought, oh, hang on, there's something still going on here. To go and figure myself out before I go and do my gardening.
Yes. Yeah, no, he adjusted well. There's plenty of other ways to get out without being run out gardening.
Beautiful flick by Emilio Gay. That back leg just flicks up in the air, turns it down to deep square for a single.
So there's been 4 balls this over. Toby Roland Jones, who's put himself on from the Navy Capel end. There are 6 fielders on the offside, and every ball has gone straight or into the leg side. And that's kind of where Middlesex are a wee bit in terms of the accuracy they showed the first 45 minutes. They've not maintained that level.
Squared up slightly by Proctor, but well played. Goes past the fielder Gully, and I think that might even win the race as it gets down to the Jackson Grundy. It does indeed. 87 for 1. Proctor picks up another 4. Squared him up a little bit, didn't it? But nicely played.
Interestingly, to reinforce what I think we're seeing here, Toby Roland Jones tried to take his jumper there from the umpire, but actually it's not the end of the over. He wants it to be, but it isn't. That's nicely played. Pushed up to mid-on. Yeah, let's have one there. Well played, Luke Proctor.
88 for 1 after 26 overs. The stream at Northamptonshire this year, as it was last year, powered by Daffabet. Thank you to everybody that's got in contact so far through the morning. You can do on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email stream at nccc.co.uk. 17 minutes to go until lunch. So far, it's been Northamptonshire's morning. The brilliance of Higgins and Bamber been wrestled back by Proctor and Gay, and deservedly so. Northamptonshire find themselves 88 for 1 after 26 overs. Josh De Cares to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Leg slip also to continue for Luke Proctor. That's clearly somewhere that they view as a wicket-taking option.
Yeah, they've brought another man over, haven't they, into the leg side as well, which, where's he got extra cover to get involved in the captain position as well. So now, currently, it's about to change, surely. Yeah, okay, he's gone back to extra cover, which is where he needs to be. But the field has been reinforced on the leg side, and I'm not sure that's... I want Luke Proctor to cross his front pad a wee bit, rather than the ball into middle and leg, and he can just work it like that.
Yeah, single off the first ball. Length just hasn't quite been right, has it, for Josh De Cares?
No, he's not really settled at all. What's he going at? He's going at 4 and over, isn't he?
Yeah.
And I think we said earlier, 3.5 and above, Northampton are winning, so long as the wicket column stays at 0, which it has so far.
Leg slip comes out of place for Emilio Gay and moves to a backward point. That one again turned into the leg side for a single.
It's a bit early for a Phil Rowe rant, isn't it?
Well, is it ever too early for a Phil Rowe rant?
There'll be people with an opinion on that. This is just not working. This is just not good cricket from Middlesex. Yeah. I've been very, complimentary about their early cricket and the field changes and so on, and this is not good cricket right now. Just too easy for the batters to rotate.
So take that point on board, and as a coaching, with your coaching hat on, and someone who's led teams, what would you be looking to do differently then from a Middlesex perspective?
I mean, there's a break, 15 minutes away, so I would try to find time to have a apparently casual-ish conversation with the captain about what line he thinks De Caires is bowling. Has he thought about this? Has he thought about it? Just to, not to put my views in, but to just see where his thinking is. And again, into the leg side. Just for the one, the fielder on the boundary responded quickly to stop the chance for a second. So that would be the Nate. That's where I want him to bowl a little bit more towards off stump, outside off stump, but more towards off stump. So if they want to work the ball into the leg side, they're playing across the line rather than kind of with the line a little bit as it goes into that sort of middle and leg area.
Down the ground by Emilio. Uses his feet. Would have been a chance there, I think, at the keeper's end if that ball had been picked up cleanly.
That's not a good run, I'm afraid. He hit that ball, came down the wicket, hit it very hard at mid-on, and there was a slight fumble in the hands, didn't pick it up cleanly. Had he done so and thrown the stumps down at the keeper's end, that would have been very tight, I think.
That was the captain, Kobe Rowland-Jones, as well, that's just fumbled that as the ball's got to him. Otherwise, I think Luke Proctor might have been struggling for his ground. And in those kind of moments, it's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? You hear a lot on TV when you listen and watch plenty of cricket, which I'm sure a lot of us do. Those little half chances, those moments could create quite a large swing in the context of the game. And perhaps Luke Proctor run out there by his opposing captain. How big of a boost would that have given Middlesex with 10 minutes to go?
We've said now for the last sort of 45 minutes, something like that, Middlesex looked a bit flat in the field. If you're up and buzzing and flying around in the field, chances are that ball goes straight into your hand. Chances are you throw the stumps down now, whether he got home or not. We wouldn't. When you're on the back foot a wee bit and your shoulders are a bit slumpy, you're thinking about what's the lunch going to be like. It fumbles and you never get the chance. You've got to keep your body language positive.
Flicked into the leg side. Going to be another couple of runs added to the score.
I just love to have a look at the line of that ball. I said earlier I want Emilio to stay honest, and I wonder if he just whipped that off middle stump there.
Potentially.
I'm not so sure. But that's what I mean by one of the things I meant by being honest is play that ball to mid on because it's quite straight rather than whip it through the wicket. But he will say to me, "Did I miss it? Didn't miss it, Emilio. Crack on."
It's not a bad retort, is it? He moves to 48. Northamptonshire 94 for 1. Comes Toby Rowland-Jones. Left alone by Emilio Gay that time, so not looking at that personal milestone, trying to get there in a hurry. Happy to let that one go past.
This has just been a fabulous partnership. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah, it's been a great battle back, hasn't it, by Northamptonshire following that start. And during that opening 10 over spell between Bamber and Higgins as well, these two really applied themselves to navigate and negate the skill and the almost the dominance with the ball at that point. That is a cracking shot by Emilio Gay. I think that's going to be cut off by the fielder. It is with a tumble, but that's going to be 50 for the Northamptonshire opener. 50 off 75 balls. Northamptonshire moved to 96, and Phil Rowe in the box gives Emilio a round of applause.
I mean, you don't play, has it been full of sparkling shots? No, it hasn't. It's one or two, which have been fantastic to watch, one or two. But that is professional batting of the highest quality. A great watch, actually. He's really applied himself well, made good decisions, tucked balls away when he's had the chance to do that. Played tight. Very good cricket. Oh, Christ, get in.
Oh, it's a misfield again at mid-on that time.
That was a poor run.
It was, and there was nearly a second poor run there as Luke Proctor turned Emilio back and said, no, I don't think we need to risk our arm twice off that same ball, but another sloppy bit of fielding. I think that time by Ethan Bamber, just on the edge of the square. Whether it did take a little bobble as it came off what would have been the cut square or not, it's hard to say.
I think it might have bobbled, to be fair to Ethan Bamber. I think it might have bobbled at this time of year with they've not been able to sort of roll the outfield as they ever wanted to. It does look a little bobbly, so we'll give him a pass on that one.
Solid defence by Luke Proctor to finish the 28th over, 97 for 1. As I say, in that over, Emilio Gay put up his 50, 51 off 76 balls, strike rate not 66. He's going at a fair lick. And so far, 9 minutes to go to lunch, and as it stands, very much Northamptonshire's morning.
So it's something that I hope I can be talking about this at tea time, is being able to do things to a high level for a long period of time. Yeah, that can separate the pretty good from the very, very good. And that's what Emilio needs to do here. He's clearly in good touch, actually. He's playing beautifully. He knows where his off stump is. He's making good decisions. He just needs to keep doing that and nothing more than that. You know, he's in charge there, but he doesn't need to show all of his shots. He doesn't need to dominate. He needs to keep playing as he's playing. And I hope he does, because it's good to watch.
To Cares to continue, and that is, well, that's remarkably well timed, isn't it? To the leg side as Leo Gay to pick up another couple of runs. I just thought he timed that. I don't quite know how he timed that quite as well as he did.
Because he had nothing to work with, did he, in terms of pace? Beautiful bit of cricket. I'd like to see the wagon wheel off to Cares. I think it's pretty. Got a few spokes. It's there, basically. It's there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I'm not sure you'd make much of a wheel out of it. I have to say, I'm not sure that the offside of it would be structurally sound. That one was over-pitched, wasn't it? But again, laid into the leg side. Turned around the corner that time from Emilio. Chase on from the man under the lid. It's leg slip. It's maybe 3. Luke Proctor comes back and completes the third, and that's the 100 up for Northamptonshire. 102 for 1 off 28.5 overs. Emilio Gay, the main contributor, with 56, and 40 for Luke Proctor. That's a nice message to receive, isn't it, Phil?
Oh, I take it as it's intended. Got a lovely message from Alex Berry, who used to run the live stream, amongst other things, at the county ground here. There's a picture of a man standing on a soapbox. Sure what he means.
Oh, maybe it was too early for a Phil Rowe rant. Maybe it was. Turned into the leg side again by Captain Luke Proctor. 3 for 1. He moves to 41. 41 off 89.
I'll get back on my soapbox here. I mean, the turning the ball into the leg side from off the off spinner from the 2 left-handers so many times. I can't believe that anyone's happy with that other than Sean Sadler and the rest of the Northampton staff.
Offered a bit of width that time. So there was that line that you spoke about, just on off stump, outside off stump, and Emilio Gay up to the task. It's
too short, wasn't it? Too short, too wide. Just noticed Rob White having a chat with Middlesex fielders about keeping the ball up in the field. So they're obviously trying to get, with thoughts to an afternoon session, get a bit of reverse swing on the ball, thrown into the dirt, which is fair enough for them to try to do that, and fair enough for the umpire to try to just curtail that.
It's been a long morning session, isn't it, for Middlesex, as opposed to that first half an hour. So, as you said, worth trying a few different things.
Kind of, I don't think they've not gone searching for wickets. I just don't know that their skills have been at the right, on it to keep banging away and keep asking the same question over and over again, which is kind of what you got to do sometimes. When the ball's not doing, like, just keep. If someone's playing a great forward defensive shot, keep asking him to do the same thing. like that. Now, what's wrong with that? You keep doing that, join the dots. One nips back, you've got an LBW shout, one goes the other way, you've got a potential catch in the slips or caught behind the wicket. So, but they haven't asked that frequently, I think. Something that I used to say to our bowlers, how many forward defensive shots did we ask them to play? Decide if you're seeing a lot of forward defensive shots, you're bowling pretty well. We haven't seen quite enough of them.
5 minutes to go now until the break. Emilio's just followed that one, as it's gone past. Very happy with himself as he's taken a little stroll away from the crease. Whether Luke Proctor might continue his bit of gardening and just give him a look, isn't he? Just to kind of say, settle down, Emilio. 5 minutes to go here, 4 minutes even, in fact, until we get a nice little sit down that we've well earned. I want to be walking off with you at 1 o'clock.
That would have been a sad end, wouldn't it? What he was trying to do was just run it down past the vacant gully area. And, very nearly nicked it.
Short ball.
That's well played.
Nicely turned around the corner to your mate fielding in front of us.
I don't know if Max has got some kind of hand injury or something, but he's normally... has he got a bit of strapping on his right hand? Yeah, he has, hasn't he? Yeah, his thumb. He normally is a man that you want in the ring. He brings a lot of energy. He's a very good fielder. Saved an enormous amount of runs for us in his time with us at point generally. But he's out to pasture. I just noticed a bit of a plaster or some strapping on his thumb. Hence, he'll hate that. He likes to be involved in the game.
I was going to say, it's not something you want to start the season with, is it?
No, it's really not.
I suspect those kind of injuries as well, if you're not careful, become quite difficult to heal with the amount of fielding training that you have to do.
Absolutely.
Started again by Luke Proctor. Surprised that Ethan Bamber or Ryan Higgins haven't had another turn of their arm?
Yeah, I really am. That's odd. I think that would be a question. Polite inquiry of the captain over some broccoli would be neither of those lads. I mean, particularly Higgins, they both bowled pretty well, didn't they? Both bowled very well, but Higgins was absolutely on it. I thought he'd be chapping at the bit to get the ball back in his hand. Because if not now, then it's going to be even softer and,
Yeah, they both only bowled 5 overs. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14 for Ethan Bamber, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10 for Ryan Higgins. So you'd say both would have plenty of running left in the legs, particularly in this morning session. And as you said, the ball's only going to get a little bit softer the longer that they wait for a second spell.
So yes, I think it's a good question, Dan, and only Toby Rowland-Jones will know the answer to that.
Solid again by Luke Proctor to finish.
It is possible, and I hope it's not the case, that the bowlers might be on some kind of workload management. I hope that's not the case.
Nice catch there by Luke Proctor.
It was a very wayward throw, wasn't it, from Toby Rowland-Jones, and actually threw it to Luke Proctor, who obligingly caught it. And we could hear Toby Rowland-Jones laughing and apologising. He's a really nice guy. I think it's his testimonial year, actually, this year. So captaining and having a testimonial year, that's quite a lot of work for him.
Change of bowling then from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Probably, ultimately the last over before lunch. Loose deploy is going to have a big signing from Derbyshire over the winter. Bowled a few overs against Glamorgan. See, I'm sure he's been signed up for more of his batting than his bowling, but
yes,
you never know. Bit of a canny over here, squeeze it in before lunch. You never know what might happen. Northamptonshire, it felt last summer, had a knack, didn't they, of losing a wicket on the stroke of lunch, which hopefully we've worked through. Emilio Gay on strike. Loose deploy, not ready yet to start this over.
Is he making sure this is the last over? Is that what he's doing?
I think it's very much going to be the last over. First slip in place as well. Very floated start from loose deploy. And a bit of noise here from Middlesex as well. They know lunch is just around the corner. It's funny, isn't it, cricket? It's the first time I've noticeably heard Middlesex for the last hour and a half.
Yeah, it is.
Through our effects mic, which I have to say is a very good effects mic.
It's good, isn't it?
Overpitched that time. Emilio Gay drives that straight at cover.
Keep concentrating.
3 to go.
Yeah, keep concentrating, Emilio.
Quite an enthusiastic appeal, wasn't there, from first slip as he was retrieving the ball. No shot offered by Emilio, as we just see a replay of the ball before.
Unfortunately, the animation and the volume that we've heard during these 5 balls from Deploy just bringing sharp contrast the latch, doesn't it? It sort of reinforces the point that has been made, that they've been very flat for the last hour or so.
Slight adjustment in the field as Roland Jones just goes a little bit closer to Emilio Gay at a silly mid-wicket. Last ball of the session then for loose Deploy. Squared up Emilio Gay, to be fair, and he will come through for a single. So a single off the last ball of the session. Northamptonshire then 106 for 1 off 31 overs. Emilio Gay on 59, Luke Proctor on 41 as they make their way off for lunch. The 1 wicket was Justin Broad, LBW to Ryan, the second over of the day. Very much Northamptonshire's morning.
Yeah, very much so. And credit to these two. That's professional batting at a very high level. Early wicket, the jitters would have been there. As we know, the batting in 4-day cricket has been fragile over the last couple of years. These two have played brilliantly. They've defended well. They've rotated the strike very well. I think too easily at times in terms of gaps in the field, but that's credit to Northants for confusing. They put in a few questions for Toby Roland Jones to answer. They both walk off with one on 40, one on nearly 60, and with power to add during the afternoon session. That's it. If as a coaching message, it's very quick. That's it. That's what we do, and we keep doing that, and then we go and get some lunch. We don't need to talk too much about it. That's the benchmark. That's the standard we need to be operating at. And credit to the 2 boys. It's been a joy to watch.
Yeah, and before we go off and get our lunch ourselves, just an opportunity for Middlesex to regroup and talk about those plans, reassess the performance from those opening 2 hours, and make sure that they fight their way back into the game, which they were unable to do against Glamorgan last week at Lords.
Well, they've got to stop the easy ones. That'd be my first thought. My first thought for the captain would be, how are we going to get wickets? And the second thought very quickly would be, how are we going to stop them rotating so easily? And they're the questions I'd want to talk about over lunch.
Fantastic. Well, fantastic morning session for Northamptonshire. We'll go and grab some lunch. We'll be back at about 20 to 2. Proctor, the not out batters, on 59 and 41 respectively, as they just cross the boundary rope and make their way back to the middle, joined by Middlesex. Stream here at Northamptonshire, powered by Daffabet. And if you'd like to get in contact with us throughout the day, you can do on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email stream at nccc.co.uk. My name is Dan Jadzovics, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe. Phil, how was your lunch?
It was all right, thanks. Yeah.
Anything good on the menu?
Well, I had a wrap, sort of a duck wrap. It was good.
Sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah, no, it was great. And I know it was very nice. I bumped into a couple of people that Northamptonshire cricket followers will know. Rob White, who's umpiring, obviously formerly player here, Rob's wife, and Helen Daggett, wife of Lee Daggett, who was a bit of a fan favourite back in the day here. Yeah, very good company, both of them as well. So that was nice. Yeah, really good.
Good stuff. And hopefully, well, I'm sure Luke and Emilio enjoyed their break that they well earned over the course of that morning session as well.
Well, let's hope so. They deserve to, as you say. Well earned is well put. The Middlesex 11 are in a huddle, and they need to find some answers, don't they? Really, they looked a little bit playing second fiddle for a lot of that. Credit goes to Luke and Emilio for negating the threat when they first started, and then just building a really nice partnership. They didn't do anything untoward. They didn't over attack, but they didn't kind of go into their shell either. They just played what was in front of them. When they got scoring opportunities, they took them and put a little bit of pressure, enough pressure really, on the off spinner, who came in to kind of just keep one end tight, and they didn't allow him to do that. In the end, he ended up going over 4 and over, which was a sign of really Northampton had the upper hand. So Toby Rowland-Jones and his men have got to pose Northampton some questions, and I think they've got to be a little bit clearer on what their plans are, because for the second hour of the morning session, it was they weren't really at the races in terms of their skills or their plans. So I'm sure they've had a good chat with the head coach, Richard Johnson, and we'll probably pose some different questions. Yeah,
an intriguing first 30 minutes in this afternoon session, I think, for Middlesex. And as you say, what they plan to do next. It looks like Tom Helm's going to open the bowling from the David Capel end, as opposed to who I thought might have been
me too,
Bamber or Ryan Higgins.
Yeah. Got the 2 catches in at slip. Starts with a hit ball, which is a lovely one just after lunch. That's exactly what you want to get off the mark, get running, just tucks it away just behind square on the leg side for an easy couple. So the field for Helm, who's bowled from the David Capel end, got 2 slips. He's got a backward point, a cover, a short catching extra cover, which Emilio Gay has been known to be court cover during his career to date, a mid off, a mid on, and then 2 men out on the leg side, one just on square really, and then a pretty orthodox fine leg. And again, sort of banged in back of a length, isn't it? Which is really not going to pose too many problems.
Yeah, 2 very soft deliveries, I think, to start after lunch from Tom Helm and Northamptonshire, gladfully adding another 3 to their tally.
Interesting to see the keeper there, to take the throw backed away from the stumps to allow the ball to pitch around the bowler's footmarks. And it's something that Rob White was onto in the morning session, was Middlesex sort of getting the ball into the rough areas. There aren't many rough areas at this time of year on the square, obviously, but that was a deliberate ploy from the keeper to back off. They're trying to get the ball a bit scuffed to try and get some reverse swing. So it suggests they're struggling to find orthodox movement with the Kookaburra ball, and obviously the way that the morning panned out, then it proved to be the case. And as soon as the hardness went out of the ball, then batting did become not so difficult. It did look very difficult early on, and I guess a lot of that was also down to the bowlers. I think Higgins and Bamber bowled beautifully with the new ball.
Yeah, I think those 2 got absolutely everything out of that Kookaburra that they possibly could have done. Like wrung the neck of it, didn't they? And unfortunately gave it over to Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm without a great deal left.
That's sort of half time back down the wicket. The bowler fields on his follow through, but it's good to see Luke Proctor getting a full face of the bat and looking to drive the ball. I watched as much as I was able to of the opening game down in Hove, and I saw him drive more balls there than you'll see in a number of games back to back. It's a really good sign. He can sometimes put that shot away because you just, as everyone does, you nick some of them. But he's in good touch, Luke Proctor, the captain. And that's nicely run down to third man. The extra cover catcher who's in for Emilio Gay drops down effectively to third man for Luke Proctor.
That was a shot that we saw a lot from Luke Proctor last year. Obviously wasn't his best year with the cricket, but had a bumper year the season before, didn't he? And strikes me as a captain that would lead by example. So if he's out there, as you said, batting brilliantly, playing straight, full face of the bat, I'm sure that echoes through the dressing room and resonates and provides a lot of confidence for his teammates.
The quiet leader, I think, Proc is the way I'd describe him. There are loud leaders who clearly lead from the front, and there are other ways of doing the job. You've got to do it in an authentic way, which is important, that you are yourself. You can't be different as a leader. That's not credible, really. And Luke Proctor is a man who, as you say, leads by example. Sets high standards for himself. Goes about his work like a good old pro that he is. Less of the old, please, I'm sure he'd say.
That's a bit unkind, isn't it?
Experienced pro. Yeah. We'll edit that out, shall we? Experienced pro.
Do you know what? I don't think you can do that on a live broadcast, Phil. I think that's now out there for whoever who wants to interpret that as they will. I mean, Luke Proctor might not go back through and watch it, so you might be safe with Luke.
I suspect he wouldn't. So it's going to be Ethan Bamber, who opened the bowling this morning from the Lynn Wilson end. He's getting his second spell of the game. Thought he bowled nicely. He was well left, I think, in particular, by Emilio Gay. He seemed to bowl a lot of balls at Emilio Gay, a lot of challenging dot balls, but there was sort of play-leave decisions to be made, and Emilio got those entirely right, I think, during that spell. It was a good contest, and Bamber will want to put that right when he want to take his wicket. He didn't do a lot wrong. Maybe it was just maybe 6 inches short at times, to be hypercritical, but I thought he bowled pretty well, to be honest.
Yeah, I think if you were to compare him directly to Ryan Higgins, that length was slightly shorter, wasn't it?
Yeah. So straight on it, top of middle stump to start. So the field he's got here is sort of fairly orthodox. First slip, there's a sort of a 3.5, a fourth slip gully line.
Yeah.
A man at point, extra cover mid off, mid on. Straightish mid wicket, and then 2 men out. He did bowl a couple of bumpers to Emilio Gay. He got under a couple and also pulled a couple. 2 men out on the leg side boundary square and behind square.
So I'll be careful with how confidently I say this, because obviously I can't relate to the lofty heights of professional cricket, and I've certainly never coached at that level either. But this field from Middlesex and Toby Rowland-Jones, to me, feels like one where we're trying to dry up Northamptonshire at the moment. It's a ring field. There is protection on the leg side boundary if Ethan Bamber just strays a little bit too straight, but it doesn't look like a particularly aggressive field from Middlesex right now.
Yeah, I'd absolutely have to agree with that. Interestingly, I thought some of Toby Rowland-Jones' fields early on were quite funky and quite original and quite refreshing, and would have put some doubt into the batsman's head of, what's the plan here? What are they trying to do here? Sometimes the answer to that is nothing. They're just moving the field around to ask you that question, which in itself is good cricket. This kind of says, yes, they've gone a bit flat in terms of thinking as well. It's kind of fairly orthodox, isn't it? Keeper's just come up now to Emilio Gay. So, yeah, I mean, this is a field where they're trying to, as you say, trying to dry up a little bit. Got a couple of catches in there if there is a false shot played, but they're not asking particularly difficult questions of the batter. It's not like Northampton have kind of got away, is it, in terms of the scoring rate? It's about just over 3 and over, something like that. So it's fairly standard, but you don't want to be going for too many boundaries at this stage with just 1 down.
I really, really enjoy a wicket keeper up to the
stumps. You do, don't you? Keeper's union, isn't it, Dan? Keeper's union from you. I do too.
I think sometimes wicket keepers aren't afforded the credit that they quite often deserve. So to see Jack Davies up to the stumps to Ethan Bamber, who's no slouch with the cricket ball, and as we've seen so far with him and Ryan Higgins, the two that have moved the ball laterally the most off the seam and through the air, is a real skill. And it's an aggressive move as well.
Yeah, it's a positive move, and what it says to me is that they think the chance of LBW is higher than the chance of caught behind, and you'd probably have to say, having watched the first 33 overs, that's a fair bet, isn't it? You know, who knows? You might nick the first one straight between the keeper and first slip. Who knows? But in general, the percentages would suggest if you can keep the batter trapped in the crease, run one back in, and go past the inside edge, that's probably more likely than catching the outside edge. So the keeper up in those conditions, in that circumstance, if that's the equation you've called, yeah, let's get the keeper up and let's go for that. Interesting, they didn't start that way. He only came up during the over, but it was clearly on their minds. The helmet was out there and he was ready to press go.
Yeah, it's been used quite sparingly so far, hasn't it? But used intelligently as well. That wicket for Broad was clearly a big plan for Middlesex that worked.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see whether, Tom Helm's a different kettle of fish. He's taller, a little bit quicker. So whether they want to employ the same approach. Proctor was just outside his crease there. You know, if LBW is your best chance of a wicket when the ball's gone flat and the wicket's flat, then you need your field to reflect that, and the keeper's part of that. So it'll be interesting around the country to see if that's been the case with the Kookaburra ball, whether the keeper's been up more. Certainly wouldn't expect to see it so much with the Duke's ball, I suspect, where the nick-off is more likely. That's nicely played down the ground again by Luke Proctor. Full face of the bat. I don't want to jinx him, and I really don't want to jinx him. But I've got to say what I see. He just looks like a man who's just in. He looks like he's been batting all winter. He's just continuing that. He looks in fine form.
Yeah. Fantastic to see so far. I don't think I'll be able to give you that much information as to how the wicket keepers have been with regards to standing up or standing back.
That's difficult.
But I can give you a little bit of a run through the counties if you would like an update here and there.
Love that. That would be great.
And how in depth would you like your run through?
Extreme detail, please.
Right. Okay. Well, bear with me.
You did ask.
Yeah, I did. To be fair, the Battle of the Bridge, or Essex versus Kent, as it's otherwise known. Essex won the toss and chose to bat first down at Chelmsford. They're 137 for 2. Dean Elgar is 60 not out. And Jordan Cox, the winter signing, is currently 57 not out. The wickets for Wes Agar and George Garrett down there. So a great start for Essex against Kent in that game.
That's the level of detail. It's bang on.
So it'll just take me a little bit of time to recharge between matches. Well, change the page basically is what I'm about to say. Hampshire versus Lancashire down at Southampton. Hampshire, one of the two teams, or one of the four teams even, that didn't even get on the field last week up at Durham. 101 for 2. Hampshire having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Ali Orr on his Hampshire debut made 10. Nick Gubbins, 22 not out. James Vinch has got 50. The wicket for Tom Bailey, and the other one, Fletcher Middleton, was run out for 6 by George Balderson.
Wow, that tells you it was banged in by Tom Helm, and it's been pulled by Emilio Gay. We talk about in front of square or behind square. That was well in front of the bowler's stumps. That's kind of gone through wide mid-on. That's how slow the wicket is and how well he played the shot. In total control of that shot. And total control is perhaps would be a summary for Northampton's grip on this game right now. I say this with the advantage of experience. They just need to keep doing what they're doing and nothing different. They're absolutely in total control right now. It's very good to see. Back to a normal line and length. And I think, as I said to you, Dan, just before the break, I haven't quite seen enough of that, really. Bowlers being happy to just stick in on that top of off area and demand a good forward defensive shot is played. I've not seen those joined together. There's very, very many ways to get a wicket. Sometimes Northants have been guilty of giving the opposition wickets, kind of soft wickets, Rip Snow used to call them caught other wickets, i.e. not caught behind or in the slips, but caught in other places. But if that's not happening, you've got to find a way to get a wicket. And one of the ways to do that is by bowling consecutive maidens. That's the history of the game will tell you put 3 maidens together. Very often in that 4th over, something happens in the wickets column. And that has not happened. They've not been able to bowl, and I'll have a look in a sec, see how many maidens have been bowled. But certainly after the first 45 minutes, there's been very few maiden overs bowled, and rotation has been too easy. Such has been Northampton's domination, and also a little lack of consistency in terms of joining dots up from the Middlesex bowlers. I think that would be fair to say.
Yeah, well, I can tell you there's been 6 maidens bowled in this innings so far, 5 of which are owned by the 2 openers.
Okay.
And then 4 of those 6 maidens came in that opening half an hour as well.
Right.
So just to further
Great data, Dan.
confirm your point. Hey, I'm providing some usefulness here to this stream.
This is good. I've got a killer stat for you in a minute. I've just been keeping it in my back pocket.
Okay.
All morning.
It's been brewing. Is it ready to come out in the afternoon session?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
excited.
previewing it. I'm previewing the stat. I know. Yeah, hold tight. Strap in. Yeah, Bamber again, there or thereabouts, but played so comfortably by Luke Proctor. It was a kind of top of off ball, about 4th stump from round the wicket. Perhaps could have left it, but he was forward early and just played it so comfortably.
Yeah, it's certainly been a pitch so far that's shown no demons in it whatsoever. Fantastic batting pitch produced here by Craig and his team.
So you've got to cash in. You've got to cash in. These days don't come around as often as you'd like as a batter. You've got to cash in when it's there.
Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire versus Worcestershire. So Nottinghamshire trying to bounce back and recover from, as you said earlier, that 80 all out against Essex. They're currently 110 for 2, having won the toss and chosen to bat first. Ben Slater on 50 and Joe Clark on 31. England's Ben Duckett made just 9 at the top of the order. The 2 wickets for Worcestershire, both to Nathan Smith, 2 for 31 off 8 overs.
That's interesting. Nathan Smith, Australia, who will have bowled a lot with a Kookaburra ball.
I think it's a shrewd bit of business, I think, to bring over an Australian seamer in these opening couple of rounds. As you said, with the experience. I mean, Chris Tremaine, leading wicket taker last year in the Sheffield Shield for New South Wales. You would hope not only would be able to impart that skill on the game itself, but then also share some of that wisdom to his teammates.
Absolutely.
And how to get the best out of this Kookaburra in these conditions.
Good proc.
It'd be an interesting question, actually, to pose to Chris Tremaine. How different it is to bowl with that Kookaburra in Australia, where those pitches are stereotypically harder, faster, as to what it might be over here in the UK. Obviously had a decent run out down at Hove last week, and we'll have another run out here at Northamptonshire. But it'll be an interesting question to pose to him as to whether it does react the same way, whether it behaves differently, whether you have to do something a little bit more with it or less.
Yeah, that would be. I wonder if we can organise that. That would be great to have his view on that. I would imagine, and it'd be great to hear what he's got to say rather than imagine what he's got to say. But I would imagine he might talk about length quite a bit in terms of being a little fuller, or a yard or 2 fuller in England. But I don't think it would end there. I think there'd be other things as well in terms of the way that you release the ball in order to get deviation both in the air and in particular off the strip. It would be interesting to have that. And as you say, a great guy to have in the changing room, because none of our guys, domestic cricketers, have bowled with a red Kookaburra. So, or very few have. I mean, some of them. I know Jack White spent some time in Australia playing grade cricket, so he will have some experience. But unfortunately, he's not available right now because of his injury. So Helm continues from the David Capel end and continues with that ball where he left off his previous over, right on the money.
Would it shock you if I said runs have been scored at the Oval?
No.
Somerset, having been put into bat by Surrey. 153 for 1 off 34 overs. Matt Renshaw on 70 and Tom Lammonby on 73. So good start for Somerset at the Oval.
Yeah, that's painful.
I can go one better.
Oh, excellent.
Edgbaston. Durham won the toss and chose to have the bowl first, and Warwickshire are currently 170 for no loss.
Wow.
Off 32 and a half overs. Rob Yates, 72 off 100 balls. And Alex Davies, 91 off 96 at the top of the order.
Oh, that'd be entertaining. Alex Davies, he's some player. You know, when he's going, he is some player. Obviously, they signed him from Lancashire a couple of years ago now. Very talented. Diminutive, but hits the ball very, very hard. Front and back foot. That'll be a good watch down there, across there.
Particularly against that bowling attack that did so well in Division 2 last year. And
yeah,
I think it would be fair to say there would be, well, particularly Potts and Cass, if England had a second team, so to speak, at Test level, then you'd say they would be front and centre, or two of the first names on the team sheet.
Yeah, I think Potts particularly. I mean, Cass is, he's certainly in the conversation for sure. Potts, I particularly like. I particularly like this start from Tom Helm as well. He's just bashing away at the top of off. That's what he's got to do. As he bowls a short one. So I'm not sure about that short ball there, just in the context of this over, really. He's bowled 4 balls. The first 3 were drew good 4 defensive shots. Just keep doing that. Just get a maiden under your belt and bring those dots. Join them up. It's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? But join those up. Do the same from the other end. Let's build some. Although Northamptonshire 117 for 1, they don't want to be out there facing maidens. So they, that builds some pressure. It builds some scoreboard pressure. They need to rotate or do something.
Yeah, it was certainly a risk-free shot for Emilio, wasn't it? And was always going to be one with those 2 fielders lurking down on the boundary behind square on the leg side.
For me, it was a bit of what I'd call an out of the over ball. It was a ball that's often bowled 6th ball of the over, a high bout. It wasn't that high, but I think he didn't quite time his release properly. It was intended to be a proper bouncer. I think it ended up being a sort of a waist high, bit of a nothing really. But he certainly started with some clarity, I think, Helm, after lunch. Yeah, that's gone through nicely. But yeah, as before, early days in the afternoon session, but sort of signs of a continuation of what we saw for the majority of the morning. Yeah, pretty much as you said, Dan. Once the hardness went out of the Kookaburra, which was about 12 overs, something like that, then life became a lot easier. Very little sideways movement. And it's a slow deck, as you'd expect it to be at this time of year with the weather we've had. So not a lot of assistance there either. What I've really enjoyed is Northampton's application. The application of these 2 has been wonderful to watch.
Yeah, they've batted brilliantly together, complementing each other quite well. Luke Proctor quite happy to absorb those deliveries. And as you said earlier, on the drive, looks like a different batter to what we saw last year from the captain. And then I think he kind of creates a calm and steadying environment for Emilio then to thrive in as well. Kind of maybe the odd reminder just to say there's plenty of overs left in the day, plenty of overs left in the match.
Yeah, I like the idea of that. Bamber comes in, he's bowled a bit of a hit ball. I think it's likely a leg by. Is Rob White going to signal leg bias? He's not going to signal anything. Okay. Bonus run for Emilio, possibly. But yeah, I like your expression there, calm and steadying. Emilio's a busy boy, there's a lot of thoughts going between his ears, and Procky will be very good for him in just sort of slowing that traffic that goes between his ears, getting the heart rate back down, and keeping him focused, keeping honest. It's a nice partnership, this. A little bit fuller, straighter that time. worked, not for the first time, into the leg side. He misses so few opportunities on his pads, Luke Proctor.
Yeah, that fielder down there has done plenty of work so far during the day, hasn't he? Down at Cardiff, Division 2 now. Glamorgan versus Derbyshire. Derbyshire, one of the 4 teams that never got on the field last week. Glamorgan, Derbyshire won the toss and chose to have a bowl first, and Glamorgan at 81 for 2 off 26 overs. Sam North East only contributing 11 so far this time. Zain Al Hassan on 29 and Kieran Carson on 22. The 2 wickets for Blair Tickner, so the New Zealand overseas for Derbyshire with the 2 wickets. See Glamorgan, the team that Northamptonshire come up against next week here at the county grounds.
Yeah, with a new coach, isn't it? Glamorgan changed their coach. It's the ex-Scotland coach, Grant Bradburn. He's heading things up there at the moment. And actually, a guy he's got working with him on a temporary basis, formerly of Northants, is Toby Bailey, who was a very good wicketkeeper batsman for Northants. A shortish career in terms of on the field. He's a very well-respected coach now with Cricket Scotland, but through Grant Bradburn's association with Cricket Scotland, he's got a loan of Toby for a month or so. So I hope that goes well for both of them, other than next week.
I haven't heard many coaches being loaned around.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah. In any sport, I've not really heard of that before. I suppose international down to national levels is slightly different, isn't it? But
yes, I guess, yeah. Oh dear.
Unlikely Gareth Southgate's going to turn up at Middlesbrough next week to act as assistant manager, I suppose.
Yeah. I think he did do that job for a while, didn't he? Well, he was the manager for a while. So there was a bit of an oh dear from me in the background there. The ball there from Bamba, it bounced twice before getting to the keeper, and that's not a good sign at all, but particularly if you're in the field and the opposition are 119 for 1 and you've stuck them in. Let's hope that was a bit of a one-off. Emilio Gay, immaculate in defence yet again. He really has looked very, very good. They've both looked very good. Emilio in defence, so much time. And as you said, he's very pleasing on the eye in the majority of things he does with the bat in his hand. Score is 119 for 1. That's 37 overs gone.
It's a great sound, isn't it, off the bat of the both of them so far during the course of this game. It's been very full faces. You say there was that early square up, that nick that went through the cordon, went down through the cordon, to be fair to Luke Proctor early on. But other than that, it's been full face of the bat for both of these two. Yorkshire. Should we talk about Yorkshire?
Yes.
Everybody wants to talk about Yorkshire because Joe Root and Harry Brook are playing this week down at Bristol. And having won the toss and chosen to field, Gloucestershire have got Yorkshire 125 for 5.
So does that mean either or both those guys have been and gone, I guess?
It certainly does. That means both of those guys have been and gone. Joe Root went for 2 off 7. LBW to Zaman Akhtar, and Harry Brook 26 off 55. Bowled Zaman Akhtar, caught Martian Dalanga. So both of the England boys have been and gone.
That's either mid-off or fine leg, isn't it?
Yeah.
Dalanga, I would think. He doesn't find himself in the slips very often, does he?
Short mid-wicket, under the lid at square leg, short leg even. But yeah, not the return for Joe Root. Harry Brook couldn't double up his heroics from last week against Leicestershire. Almost with that short ball by Tom Helm to Emilio Yeh, they almost feel quite happy to get him down the other end at the moment.
I was thinking a similar thing. It's interesting. It's very, very, very unlikely, not impossible, but extremely unlikely that a ball banged in is going to get Emilio Gay out at this stage. You know, in this session, I would say it could happen, but very unlikely. And so you're giving up the chance of a wicket, and what are you getting? You are rotating strikes, so it does look that way. Testimony to Emilio's quality in defence, though. Come back to that. As Helm comes in again. ball's a little too straight. Luke Proctor finds mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, testimony to Emilio's defence, because when they have tried to examine that top of off, that classic area for the seamer, and not just in England in April, but around the world pretty much any time, that's the place that you want to be targeting. Emilio has played it beautifully, and he's put sort of pressure on the bowler really to either hold his nerve and stay there or go somewhere else, and too often they've gone somewhere else. But short isn't the answer, I think. The occasional one, yes. That was a bit of an effort ball. That one from Helm put a bit more into that, bent his back, and yet again Proctor was up to it. So, yeah, I do bang on about good defence, but it sends a message. You know, if you keep attacking the top of off, and if the batter keeps looking impregnable and huge and dominant in that area, that's going to wear you down as a bowling side, and your thinking goes a wee bit.
Yeah, no, I certainly agree with you. I don't believe this is the pitch to be settling in on a short ball tactic. It's like it's very comfortable for Emilio Gay to play that pull shot at the moment, doesn't it? Down to those fielders on the leg side. The final game going on in Division 2 that obviously doesn't include this one is just up the road in Leicestershire. Leicestershire hosting Sussex, and Sussex won the toss and chose to have a bowl first. Leicestershire 145 for 4. Rishi Patel scored 87. Pete Hanscom's 25 not out. 2 wickets for Finn Hudson-Prentice, 1 for Ari Cavallas and 1 for Danny Lamb.
He's your mate, isn't he? Finn Hudson-Prentice. Have I remembered that right?
You have, yeah. I mean, hopefully it's reciprocated. Hopefully he'd consider me to be a mate. But
that's a question, a philosophical question. Can you be someone's mate if they're not your mate?
Precisely. I would argue no.
Yeah, I think it's not philosophical at all. It's just an understanding of what the word means.
Just a flat no. No, I don't like him. End of conversation.
So another fairly sort of uneventful, and uneventful is good from a Northampton perspective, over takes us to 121 for 1. Proctor, the captain, yet again out in the middle, as he's been for the majority of this very early start to the season. 45 now. Emilio Gay is on 70. Keep doing what you're doing, Emilio. Don't get ahead of yourself. And from this position, it's very, very, very early days to say what I'm going to say. And the sort of thing you don't say in the changing room, but you say to your fellow coaches is, this has got bat once written on it. As I say, you don't say that to I don't know why I said that out loud, actually. I should have kept it between my ears. But it's the sort of thing that Northants haven't been able to think too many times in the last couple of years, but certainly could be thinking quietly right now. Because neither of these two look like throwing it away, and I don't see the delivery that gets someone out just now.
No, it's hard to imagine that from a Middlesex perspective. Also, a little bit tough to think about what options Middlesex and Toby Rowland-Jones might have available to them, other than, as you said, that consistency, that attempt to dot up these Northants batters. I don't see a sudden change in field suddenly creating something that's maybe not there. We've got a first slip and a leg slip now for the seamer, which we haven't seen, I don't really think, from Middlesex so far. And other than that, it's hard to see what else Toby Rowland-Jones can do with the field placement.
Yeah, and he will be thinking, I had this last week. He won't be the only Middlesex player thinking that either. That's nicely bowled.
Do you think the players will get an opportunity to feed back to the ECB with regards to the Kookaburra?
Yeah, I do.
Do you think the responses could be quite polarising?
Yeah.
Batters saying this is the best thing I've ever seen in my life. We should play it every round, and the bowlers going, I'm contemplating packing up early and going to run a pub instead.
I think, it's early days, as I said earlier. We had a very good question raised by one of the I think it was a Northampton member, Alex, about the Kookaburra ball, and I would say it is. You have to judge these things after a period of time and have a good look at it and a good think about it. But it's true to say, I think, that at this time of year there have been too many games over in 2.5 days with the with the Duke's ball. It's encouraged possibly less than cutting edge cricket at times, and so on. So was it right to have a look at something else? Yes is the answer. I don't know, but I applaud the attempt to have a look at it. Just a little bit straighter, Emilio, just moving across his crease a little bit.
Luke Proctor just leave his ground there slightly at the non-striker's end.
I think he did. There was a nice little. This is good. Bamba's combative, and that's what you want from your fast bowler. And he's just given Emilio an old-fashioned look. I don't know whether any words were exchanged. But Emilio played around the pad a wee bit there, and Bamba took a bit of exception to that. And give him something else to think about. If we talked earlier on about chirping and so on, this might be the time when it's more valid than others, just to try something else.
Yeah, that leg slip's just moved now. They've got 2 catching mid wickets. Emilio Gay took absolutely no interest in whatsoever.
But I like that. I mean, as a batter, you might look at this. Okay, what's coming now? Why am I playing across my pad a bit? What's he seeing? What's going on? You should ignore the field because you play the ball. And that's something I think that you kind of learn with experience. And it's as I said earlier today, it's a good foil for Emilio, who will sometimes get a bit busy between his ears and perhaps think too far ahead or let his thoughts go a little bit astray. That Luke Proctor won't allow that to happen. Just play the ball. Are we looking at a change? No, it's still Tom Helm. There's just a deliberation over the field. When largely the ring fielders have been kind of pretty irrelevant, haven't they? Because it's just been very comfortable for the batters.
Yeah, I think Middlesex have bowled pretty well after lunch, to be fair to them. I mean, the score hasn't exactly rocketed along. I think that
was a maiden, that last over.
That run rate has dropped from 3.6, 3.7 down to 3.1. So
I totally agree with that.
The 2 of them are bowling well together, and I like the partnership of the taller bowler and the skiddier bowler. I think that works nicely. I'd like to see the bowling change that will ultimately be just around the corner, I'm sure, be Roland Jones from the David Capel end and Ryan Higgins from the Lynn Wilson centre end in front of us. I'd be pretty disappointed at this stage if we went back to the spinner for Middlesex. That
would be a backward step for sure. But so as we said, there's various ways of taking wickets, and one of them, which is often underutilised, is to bowl dots and bowl maidens, and that's been largely what the plan has been and largely what's been achieved. So as you say, I think they've come out and bowled very well. Tom Helm looks in good nick, doesn't he, actually, with the ball? He's not caused too many problems, but his line has been very, very good. He's slightly overdone the short ball, but I'm finding something to criticise there. He's been decent.
Yeah, I think he's looked a touch sharper. I think I said that before lunch. I think he looked a touch sharper than what he did last summer here at Wantage Road. Obviously, got the workload of that quicker seamer to fill that Brooks isn't playing in this match.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, so the previous, I was just sort of thinking through this idea of bowling dry, as you would call it. And in the last over from Ethan Bamber, Emilio did sort of play across the front, a slight error. He got away with it. His head was forward. He's skillful. Got away with it. It was kind of uneventful in that sense. But would he have done that if the board was ticking over, or would he have played a little bit straighter at that one? Yeah, who's to know? But it certainly is a valid tactic. Just knocked in for a cheap single on the leg side, a hit ball. There's a strange position on the leg side to Emilio Gay. Strange field, actually. There was a mid-on, there was a fine leg, there was a deep square leg, and there was a man on the 2, basically. He was about 50 yards from the bat, couldn't stop a single. And I'm not entirely sure what he was doing there. What happened was he just walked quietly, batters cantered through for a single. So that was a very strange position. But again, possibly to pose a question, well, what's this about? That's a weird position.
No, I was just about to say, I wonder whether you mentioned the point earlier against Ethan Bamber that Emilio looked like he was just playing in front of or playing across his front pad. They gave him the leg side there for a single if he wanted to take it. And maybe it was an opportunity to think, oh, you know what? I will play across the front pad and see what happens here and take that easy single that then might not actually be such an easy single. But as it was, that line was too straight, wasn't it, from Tom Helm? And
it was.
Just dropped it at his feet pretty much and strolled through for a single.
But certainly runs have been harder to come by than they were before lunch, where it was just too easy before lunch. A bit of a groan from the bowler as the ball evaded the fielder at kind of leg gully. I think it wasn't the greatest attempt. For me, I want that player diving to try to stop that ball, because in doing so, he probably prevents the run even if he doesn't field it.
Yeah, I think it was pretty well judged, but that's I'm just being awkward now. So
no, I just want my fielders coming off bleeding, basically.
Maybe he knows the conversation with his mum at the end of the day when the whites are dirty isn't worth having. 40 overs now gone in this innings and 124 for 1 on the board. Stream powered by Dafabet here at Wantage Road. Is going to be Ethan Bamber to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end, who's been impressive this afternoon. 9 overs, 5 maidens, none for 16. That economy for him now under 2 and over at 1.77. They're going to stick with those catching mid-wickets. We've got 2 in there just to the left of the screen as you look at it. It's our cameraman on the gantry, Ben, just highlights the 2 Middlesex fielders there, just lurking. 1 strip over. Solid by Luke Proctor defends that one out to cover. Tom Helm doing the fielding there. Haven't seen anybody else getting loose yet, Phil, have you?
I've seen a lot of people looking at their boots, just examining their footwear, make sure that laces are tied properly, i.e. avoiding the eye contact with the captain. Although there's something going on down at fine leg. Someone's doing some kind of stretching down there. My eyes are not good enough to tell me who that is. But I don't think it's Ryan Higgins, who's, I think, at backward point. That's well bowled, well played. Yeah, this is far more purposeful, actually, with credit where it's due. I was critical of Middlesex's cricket in the second hour of the morning session. I thought they were flat and they didn't really quite have a plan. And it was too easy for Northampton to rotate. They've tightened up, haven't they? There would have been, I'm not sure it was a sharp word, there would have been some conversations at lunch about what we need to do. And the basics are, we can't let them rotate strikes so easily. We need to be more accurate and more consistent. And that's what they've delivered.
Yeah, the partnership between Helm and Bamber's been brilliant post-lunch. Solid again, defended to one of those 2 fielders that were in there at mid-wicket. The other one's moved from there to gully. High scoring area for Luke Proctor, isn't it? Down behind square, either on the leg side or the offside. Yeah,
he kind of goes, I mean, Luke, this is the way he plays. He kind of goes across his stumps a wee bit, which encourages bowlers to bowl perhaps a stump straighter than they might otherwise. And then he knocks it into the leg side and jogs up the other end. And you think, I've just been mugged there. And then he keeps doing it. But he couldn't do it that time because it was a good line just on 4th stump, but beautifully defended again.
How long does this bowling partnership continue? I think they must be getting towards the end of it. We saw Ethan Bamber bowl 5 overs in the morning, and this is his 5th over now in the afternoon. It has been a bit of a slower start for the afternoon session for Northamptonshire. Luke Proctor, 47. I think he started the afternoon session on 41, I think, if my memory serves me right.
Yeah.
How long can they stick at this before Northamptonshire, before these 2 start getting a little bit frustrated at the fact that the scoreboard might not be ticking over as freely as what it was before lunch?
So it's a good question. From Luke Proctor's perspective, he will just bat. That's his job. He's glue. He can play a number of ways, Luke, but right now his job is to just bat. So he doesn't really care what he scores. He's just going to be there. It might rattle Emilio if he has to face, numerous dot balls. I mean, I say rattle. not going to go to pieces, but it might just mean the odd false shot, the odd preemptive movement, something that he's just trying to enforce himself on the game when he doesn't really need to. So it's a question. This is a bit of a classic here. Who's going to blink, really? Are the bowlers going to go searchy, or are the batters going to go searchy for runs? And the truth of the equation is really neither party should be blinking. They should both stick to their guns, and then you reach impasse. I can't go on forever. And then there's sometimes about the skill level. Can the bowlers continue at that level? Yeah. Can the batters continue at that level?
Well, Tom Helm's going to continue from the David Capel, and you'd suggest that Middlesex will have to change something first, whether that requires a blink or not. But there will be a change of bowling sooner rather than later from one, if not both ends, here at Wantage Road. But as yet, Tom Helm is going to carry on. This will be his 13th over of the day. 12 overs, 1 maiden, none for 37 so far. Emilio Gay on strike, and that's a lovely looking shot just to the left of mid-off, and slight fumble, misfield, allows Emilio Gay to come through for a single. But that was a lovely looking shot for one. Almost had the perfect angle for that, didn't we, Phil?
Yeah, we were right behind it. It was the first time that since they've been back out, the first time that Helm has gone over length. It was latched onto quickly, but it was hit almost a little too well. So Toby Rowland-Jones, who again just fumbled. I think the outfield is a wee bit bumpy. He's forgiven. It's a bit of slight fumble. Pretty comfortable single.
Another single there, turned into the leg side that time.
That's
by
frustrating.
Luke Proctor. That's really well run by
Great run.
Northamptonshire, but as you say, frustrating from a Middlesex perspective.
That's a great run. They got 3 men on the single there, and the bowler was double teapot briefly. 2 hands on hips as Luke Proctor placed the ball perfectly between 2 of them. Called early, good response. That helps, that single. If that single is declined or whatever, that it just builds a bit more pressure. So good cricket from Proc there, and good backing up as well. Good run in between them. It's good to see.
Short ball from Tom Helm and pulled by Emilio Gay straight into the ground. Doesn't fully time it. It's a single as that's fielded on the edge of the square by the Middlesex fielder. 3 singles now for the first 3 balls of Tom Helm's 13th over.
And the ball again returned into the footmarks.
My teammates do that, Phil.
Yeah.
But I think that's because they can't actually reach the gloves. I don't think they do that on purpose.
Well, that one was sort of expertly thrown, wasn't it? Sort of Luke Littler style to get to the right place.
Pulled away by Luke Proctor. Evades the fielder just round the corner, but Max Holden is patrolling the boundary at fine leg. And as you say, that one goes in nicely on the half volley to the wicket-keeper as well.
That's perfect length for what they're trying to do. Trying to get some wear and tear on one side of the ball. It's being looked after there. I think that's Eskenazi, perhaps at extra cover. He's doing a good polishing job. So, yeah, looking to see if the ball will reverse swing. It'll be interesting, won't it? Because there won't be a lusher outfield. And you wouldn't not really, certainly if you were with a Duke's ball, you wouldn't dream of thinking of reverse swing when you've got an outfield like this in April.
Yeah, there would be plenty of first-class innings during April with a Duke's ball that could have been over by now.
Yeah.
40 overs.
Yeah,
with some of the skill that we've got available on the county circuit with our English seamers. That was another lovely shot by Emilio Gay, but this time straight at the fielder at cover. Just had a cursory glance at the non-striker's end, made sure Luke Proctor wasn't backing up too far and was back in his ground. Change of angle for Tom Helm. Last ball of the over.
Oh, well played.
Solid in defence again by Emilio Gay. Dot ball to finish then. 42 overs done, 128 for 1.
We talked a little bit earlier today about Div 1, Div 2, didn't we? And this has got, to some degree, a feel of Div 1 cricket about it for me, where it's generally been a little bit more attritional and your skills are tested for longer to a higher level, slightly. I'm not talking about leaps and bounds, but slightly enough to make a small difference. And it feels a bit like that, like a middle of the summer in some ways game, where the ball's gone a bit flat and the fielding team have got the skill to bowl dry. And it's can you defend that? Can you cope with that mentally? Have you got what's required in terms of all of the skills you need at this level to bat long? Can you get through this spell? And can you latch on to anything loose when it is served up? Because you're going to get bad balls. So it feels a bit like that, and I'm quite enjoying that. It's not all about oohs and ahs and the ball jagging here, there, and everywhere. It's a different form, a different style of cricket, and I quite enjoy it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't enjoy it if this was all that was on offer for the whole summer, but I'm enjoying this. And in particular, in Northamptonshire are very much up to this right now. They've shown, yeah, okay, we'll since lunch you're going to bowl like that. We're going to defend it. We're going to show respect, and we're going to dig in. We're here for the long run. Oh, we've got Higgins on.
Yeah, change of bowling. So it was Middlesex that had to have a change first, and Ethan Bamber finished his 5-over spell from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So Ryan Higgins, the wicket taker, comes into the attack for his second spell of the day. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 10 so far. That wicket of Justin Broad being given LBW in the second over of the day. Looks like the breeze has just picked up a touch as well, Phil. You can hear it just on the effects mic. You can see the whites, the trousers. Just, I don't know what the correct word is, but bustling in the wind. And as we say that, Luke Proctor brings up 50. His second 50 of the season so far. Takes the applause in from the crowd at Wantage Road. Moves to 50 off 126 balls. And continues this brilliant partnership with Emilio Gay.
He's in a bit of touch, isn't he? It's good to see. Ryan Higgins. We tried to sign Ryan Higgins.
From Gloucestershire or pre-Gloucestershire?
No, from Middlesex. So he's a Middlesex boy.
Right.
He played England junior cricket alongside Ben Duckett, and Ben talked to us about his liking for this kid as a cricketer. He was predominantly a batter at that stage and capable of bowling. But we came second in the race where he went to Gloucester and he just had a fantastic time down there and got overs to develop his bowling. I still feel he's a very fine batter, and it's easy to say that he's coming off a double 100. But hopefully, I would have said that had he got a 0 last week. But yeah, he's a very fine all-round cricketer. He's just feeling his right, his shoulder on his right side, and he's just feeling his elbow now. Sometimes early in the season, you get a bit of pins and needles down the arm early in the spell. I don't know if he's suffering from that, or maybe that was just me. It's a nice cricket shot. Commanding
on drive by Emilio Gay, straight at captain Toby Rowland-Jones. Yeah, I don't know whether you read too much into it. I didn't. I will concede I didn't watch all 139 overs of Glamorgan's innings last week at Lord's, but he did only bowl 18 overs in comparison to Ethan Bamber's 25, 23 for Tom Helm, 22 for Toby Rowland-Jones. So maybe there is a bit of a workload thing there just to manage. He comes into bowl again.
That's a slower ball, isn't it?
I thought it might have been a little off cutter, yeah.
I think he's rolled his hand across a couple, and that one was definitely considerably slower. And why not?
It certainly feels like a pitch that's worth trying a few different things on, isn't it? Just to see what's going on. It actually looks like that straightened a little bit. It
gripped a bit, didn't it?
So maybe that's something that will give the Middlesex seamer a little bit of encouragement. So we're going to get another change of bowling. Tom Helm's going to be replaced by his captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, at the David Capel end.
That's interesting on ends, isn't it? I mean, Ryan Higgins bowled from the David Capel end this morning, has been the standout bowler. I mean, the other people have contributed nicely, Bamber and Helm, but the standout bowler so far in the match has been certainly the early spell from Ryan Higgins from the David Capel end, and then wasn't put back on at that end, which is interesting. He's certainly feeling his right arm. That's nothing too serious.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not. No massive change in the field for Toby Rowland-Jones. Still the two fielders out on the leg side. Emilio Gay lets that one goes by. Fortunately, again, it was one of those deliveries that's just kept a little low on the wicket keeper. He's picked that up on the second bounce, hasn't he?
That's not nice, that is it? Not nice as a keeper to have that, the one bouncing just in front of you. So
No,
it's a
not
horror
at all.
show.
Not at all. So far in this match, 6 overs, none for 26 for Toby Rowland-Jones. Emilio Gay, solid in defence, as he has been all the way through this inning so far, currently on 74 off 129 balls.
Got a delegation coming through the commentary box at the minute, led by the Northamptonshire chairman, Gavin Warren.
The Wantage Road touring party.
Yeah, I'm not
Tickets
sure.
available online, maybe. I don't know. I don't know whether they are. Just before anybody goes to look. If not, they could be. Bit of upselling in the live stream.
Well, you know, helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't know whether Gavin knows that I've now signed him up as a tour guide, but
he I don't think he'd complain. There's a small county. It's difficult to generate money. If that requires us to sell tickets to the commentary box, Dan,
get it done. I reckon we've got to be up there with a couple of the best seats in the house.
that's good, isn't it? That's great.
As well.
Shot.
Very full by Rowland-Jones, and lovely cover drive by Emilio Gay straight at the fielder. Picks that one up on the edge of the square, doesn't he?
We have hit the fielder a bit, haven't we?
Certainly post-lunch.
Yeah.
Certainly post-lunch. Those boundaries started to come a little bit easier, didn't they, in the build-up to the break? As those Middlesex bowlers got a little bit tired, the tempo dropped in the field, but so far, it's certainly kept the Northampton batters honest.
Oh, that's well played, Emilio.
I think that is that ring field, isn't it? In what would be a 30-yard circle in limited overs cricket, it does become difficult to pierce that.
Yeah, particularly on a slow pitch.
And you don't get the skip off the square that you might do later on in the summer as well.
Yeah. It's the first time I've seen the Middlesex jumpers, and they're confusing me. Are they different colours? Middlesex used to have stripes on their jumpers, didn't they?
I believe they did, yeah. I believe they had blue, blue,
quite a thick blue,
striping, garnish, what, trim. Trim would probably be the right word, wouldn't it?
Yeah, garnish tends to go with salad, doesn't it? But yeah, I would say trim. Yeah, I like trim, Dan. Let's settle on that. And it's confusing me because I think they were fine jumpers, and these are just plain white, aren't they? It's confusing.
You like a bit of panache with your cable knitwear. Are you a cable knit jumper, or are you a...
Oh, definitely cable knit, yeah.
Okay, I thought you might be.
Yeah,
I thought I'd ask the question just in case.
But also, they were good stripes. The Middlesex stripes, they were good stripes. And they're no longer there. That would have been a big issue, I would imagine, for the membership.
Do you think?
Change. That's quite a big change. After
stripes on jumpers.
Yeah. Seriously. Yeah. I would say that would be a big change because it's tradition, isn't it? And there's a lot of good tradition in cricket.
It certainly is. And there's only so much you can do with a white jumper and a white shirt, isn't there?
Just looks a bit clubby.
I'm not commenting on.
I
think they look too smart to be clubby.
Yeah. Okay.
But they're all matching for starters.
Well, I like the stripes. Let's leave it at that. I haven't decided there were stripes. I wasn't sure if there were stripes. I liked them.
I think there were. Now that you've said it, I think there were. Ryan Higgins to Luke Proctor, short ball that just dies on wicketkeeper Jack Davies. Takes that with a tumble in front of him. No pace in that bouncer at all, was there, from Ryan Higgins?
But again, I don't mind that. He's got to... The after spell session from Middlesex was, let's see if they're going to be prepared to dig in and defend well, consistent. And the answer is yes. Okay, we know that now. So we've got to look at a few other things. And Higgins has got a box of tricks. He's a talented white ball bowler as well as a very skillful red ball bowler. So I think increasingly we'll be seeing more variations from him.
We've gone for just about an hour now in this afternoon session, and as you said, Middlesex have been been miserly so far post-lunch. That run rate now for Northamptonshire just dropped under 3 and over for the innings. It's nicely turned into the leg side by Proctor, but there is a fielder lurking in the leg side. In fact, there's 3 fielders lurking in the leg side, one covering that leg side boundary and another couple just off the edge of the square.
Yeah, they've been able to plug that gap by taking a slip out, haven't they? Just hurt himself, the square leg fielder, and throwing that in. He's moving, deploy, I think. Moving quite gingerly. Oh, another off-pace ball from Higgins.
Defended down the ground by Luke Proctor. Well, we know we're probably going to get another 3 overs of this from Ryan Higgins from the Lynn Wilson centre end, and I think all eyes will be on the captain, won't it, Toby Rowland-Jones, who his first spell, I think, was going over 4s, and whether he can up his game to match his 3 seam bowling teammates in order to tie up the David Capel end as well will be the interesting battle, I think, for the next half an hour. Short ball by Higgins, and Proctor very prepared to duck underneath that one and let that go through to Jack Davies. 130 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good cricket from Middlesex. There's more than one way to skin a cat. You know, and you've got to play what's in front of you and the conditions. It's what makes 4-day cricket so interesting. And they've obviously regrouped over a cup of tea at lunchtime and said we've got to get a control of this scoring rate. You know, it's a slowish pitch, it's a slowish outfield, and yet we're going at 3.5, 3.6 and over. That can't be right. Right, we need to go back to basics. Firstly, let's stop them scoring and see if they want to defend. And so, you know, that first hour, you'd say tick in the Middlesex box, but no wickets have been eked out.
Nice looking drive from Emilio Gay, but straight at that fielder that's just hovering off the square.
But they've got control, you know, and that's one thing you absolutely, when you've got that as a captain, it's a nice place to be. Okay, I've got some control. Now I can think more about taking wickets. So do we keep doing this? Do we introduce other things? But I've got the scoring rate down and I've got an element of control here, and now I can work with that. Whereas before lunch, I think they'd lost their way a wee bit.
Oh, and that's beaten Emilio Gay.
That's a beauty.
That's a great delivery from Toby Rowland-Jones. We got a replay up, just see if that's just nipped off the surface.
It's bounced, doesn't it?
It has, and Emilio Gay's just followed it, hasn't he, on the way through?
It was a mini flinch rather than a maxi flinch, wasn't it?
Yeah, just giving himself a gentle reminder there as well, didn't he, at the end of that replay, just to calm down.
Oh, that's a good delivery, that though, isn't it? That's bounced more than usual. It's an effort ball. Oh dear, that one's gone the other way. So those 2 balls probably landed pretty close to each other. The first one bounced considerably and the keeper took it on the rise, and the second one would have bounced a second time before reaching the keeper had not Emilio chopped down on it at the last minute.
Certainly going to keep Middlesex. You can just hear that, can't you, through the effects, Mike? It's just generated a little buzz. Those 2 deliveries there, a bit of up and down in the surface, and the Middlesex fielders just reminding Emilio that that's what's happened. Lands that one into the leg side, but there's a fielder there who, I don't know where that one was meant to go, but ended up being fielded by, I think, second slip in the end.
That was wild, wasn't it?
It was, wasn't it? That's Tom Helm, wasn't it, I think? That's
yeah. Well, that could easily have been 4, couldn't it?
Yeah, and easily. I mean, the pressure that they've built over the course of the hour and 5-ish minutes could have potentially have been, well, without wanting to say the obvious, but thrown away with a cheap boundary there.
Very good. Been working on that all winter.
I wish I hadn't been. I was desperately trying to think of another word other than thrown, and I couldn't. I don't read enough books for that.
Ah, okay. That's interesting. Belated apologies from Tom Helm at mid-wicket. I think he was a bit punchy. I think the guy at second slip who backed up gave him an old-fashioned look, and Tom Helm wasn't really at home to that, but has now had half a minute to think about it and has raised his hand in apology. So they're all friends again now. It's good. It's nice to see a bit of passion out there, though.
Solid again by Emilio Gay, who looks for a single. Shy at the non-striker's end, but Luke Proctor very much back in his grounds. 46 overs and another maiden added to the score.
I said earlier when we were talking about the which we probably shouldn't do too much more, but we were talking about the Kookaburra ball versus the Duke's ball, and I said I like to see a contest, and actually there has been a contest, hasn't there? Since lunch, it really has been. It's been a different contest, but there has been a contest. It's been about, have you got the defensive capability? Have you got the mindset? And can we keep this level of intent and accuracy with the ball? And actually, the immovable. It's been a stalemate, but both skill sets have been executed really well. It's been a good watch.
Yeah, those maidens that you mentioned earlier have doubled as well in this hour. We're now up to 12. That was the 12th maiden of the innings by Roland Jones. Ryan Higgins to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end with Luke Proctor on strike. Again, defended back to the bowler. Looks like there's a really nice bat path and a nice flow of the bat from Luke Proctor at the moment.
Yeah, he looks balanced, doesn't he? Looks got lots of time, looks balanced, looks comfortable. I've no idea, but Northampton employed a new batting coach who will have done quite a number of sessions. I don't know quite when he started, Greg Smith, but I understand from feedback he's worked very hard in the time that he's been here, and his hard work looks to be paying off with Luke Proctor in particular.
How much of an impact can a good coach have on a professional cricketer? Short ball pulled away, fielded down at fine leg. I know that might sound like a really daft question, but just to elaborate on it slightly, I don't expect there to be back to basics coaching from a batting coach for a professional.
Yeah, I think overall, without giving any examples, I think my overall perspective on that, having tried to do some work in that area for a few years, is limited, I would say, overall. But there will undoubtedly be wins to be had, and occasionally the planets align and those wins can be significant. But overall, it can be limited. I wonder. And I base this is more of a generalisation. I can't say this is true of Northamptonshire, particularly because I just don't know. But you might say that attitudinally, Northants have been a bit soft in terms of the amount of other dismissals over the last couple of years, and so attitudinally, mindset-wise, a coach could perhaps have more impact in that area than technically. To a professional cricketer. And an example of that, actually a good example locally, comes from rugby, which I'll come back to. I think about Northampton Saints, who are a number of there's a big overlap of the cricket watching crowd and the rugby watching crowd, and Northampton Saints for the last X number of years have been a fantastic side, ball in hand, a beautiful side to watch with the ball, but defensively not strong. A new coach over the winter, Lee Radford, has come in, and attitudinally that has changed significantly, and now defence is strong. So that's an example which kind of, I guess, is arguing against my overall point. I think their impact of a coach is generally more limited than one might hope, but I think attitudinally they can have impact if the planets align. If it's the right coach at the right time for the right problem, it can align.
Yeah. End of the over, 3 runs added, 133 for 1. And would that be as simple as stop getting out, court cover, or would that be kind of an enabling of the skill set that the players have, if that makes sense? Would it be kind of a case of fuel them with belief, or is it as simple as stop doing that?
I think it's sort of individual in a way, isn't it? And sometimes, sometimes great coaches say the same thing in different ways to different players at different times, and that's what makes them great. So what might help you to stop getting caught cover as a message might be different.
I think it'd be very technical.
It might be different to me, and at the end of the day, coaching's about a number of things, but the single biggest skill is communication. And if you've got the ability to vary your message to different people at different times in different ways, i.e. you're a good communicator, that's going to help you get your message across. What you hear sometimes, oh, I've told him that 10 times. Well, you've told him it once, effectively. Have you found 10 different ways to put that point across? So communication skills are huge.
Roland Jones into Luke Proctor and nonchalantly defended into the offside. Seems to have been a bit of a consistent theme for Luke Proctor post lunch, isn't it? It's looked very, very easy, very steady. Back path looks very calm.
Yeah, very much so. What Northampton must do in this situation, they're doing everything right, by the way, in terms of my opinion, is they must be ready to capitalise on any scoring opportunities. Just don't go into your shell too much. Okay, and there's a good example. Okay, it didn't result in runs, but he tried to latch on to a little bit of extra length on the ball to pump it back straight, but the ball got a hand on it to prevent that. So that's what you got to do in this situation. Still be intent on scoring, but don't go further than that.
Another lovely looking shot by Luke Proctor. Still a little bit of noise coming from those Middlesex fielders. Just hear that coming through the microphone. Flicked into the leg side. I think they might look for a couple, and they do indeed. Luke Proctor and Emilio Gay come back and complete the 2.
Good early shout of 2 from Prop there, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was nicely gapped, wasn't it, between the 2 fielders in the leg side. Just gave Ethan Bamber enough work to do in order to generate the brace of runs.
It's a classic there, for any youngsters who probably on half term might be watching and running the first one as though you're going to run 2, rather than the first one in the hope that you might get a second. There was real intent there in the running.
Solid in defence, one more. Back to the bowler. There's a little look and make sure that Luke Proctor hasn't advanced too far out of the ground. Yeah, you're right. I think it is still the Easter holidays, isn't it? Probably the last day, if you don't include weekends. I think we saw earlier on the stream one youngster getting the first ice cream of the summer down at the ice cream van by the football stand. Can we call it summer yet? Are we allowed to?
Don't know.
No. Sometimes it still feels like winter, doesn't it, in April?
It really does. It was lovely yesterday on the golf course, Dan. It was warm there. That was great.
Did you mention the golf course because you'd like me to ask you about how that golf went for you yesterday? Or?
Well, no, it didn't cross my mind. We won 5 and 4. Ripley and Rowe.
What a combo.
What a combination.
Masters inspired.
What a combination. 5 and 4 victory. And it was lovely. We were lucky enough to get an invite up to Northampton County to play up there, which was great. It's a lovely place to play your golf. And
are you name and shaming the 2 that you beat 5 and 4?
Yeah, let's do that. They'll be known to local cricket folk, Peter Jones and Richard Scott. Both played a lot of local cricket. And they had to cough up. It was a very friendly game.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah. I don't win very often, so it's nice. Actually, what's more important, it's my son's birthday today. So happy birthday, Harry. I think he's down away for the weekend in the New Forest celebrating. He's probably got the live stream on some device of his somewhere. So happy birthday, Harry. Have a great weekend.
It's a nice area of the world to be, for sure.
It's somewhere you know quite well, I would imagine.
Yeah, it's one of those funny places that probably haven't visited as much as what you'd think because it's on my doorstep, so to speak. But yeah, plenty to do. A lot of nice places to get down by the seaside. Nice walks, see a few wild horses. Ryan Higgins to continue from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Driven by Emilio Gay, back at mid-on. Well fielded. And another dot ball.
I think something's going to happen. And when I say something, I don't mean, more dot balls. I've got around the wicket. I like Higgins around the wicket. He can run his hand across the ball. Might get one to hold. You said one of his slow balls gripped a wee bit. I think Emilio has been in the 70s for a very long time now because of the good bowling. Just feel something happening. Well played. And I hope I'm wrong.
Well, yeah, and so far solid by Emilio, but that leg side field looks fairly aggressive, doesn't it? Looming, I think. You've got 4 players there just lurking in and around various catching positions at mid-wicket and mid-on, and kind of another mid-wicket and a square mid-wicket. And then there is obviously that sweeper that almost been left alone out there by Craig Harvey and his team, hasn't he? I assume they still think he's out there.
I'd get the catcher over to the offside.
Yeah, that's another.
Oh, he's gone back over the wicket, though.
Straight back at mid-on, and yeah, Emilio Gay looking for that single, rightfully turned down as it was picked up clean by, I believe that's Toby Rowland-Jones at mid-on.
This is interesting because Proc, I think, has sensed what I've sensed, and he's just having a little chat with Amido. He was early into that drive, wasn't he? That ball carried in the air for a little while. I think Proc, who's been around the block a few times, he's just sensing, just calm down, Emilio.
Slower ball from Ryan Higgins, and Emilio Gay turns that one round the corner. That fielder that has been positioned or stationed out in front of the ground staff's quarters does the fielding. Emilio Gay moves to 77. He has spent a long time in the 70s. I mean, Luke Proctor has added 3 since he passed 50 just after lunch. It's been fantastic by Middlesex post-break. And all 4 of these seamers have contributed in equal measure to keep this pressure on.
Yeah, it's been good. Been good, tough cricket.
As you said, don't give it away.
Yeah.
Done plenty of hard work to get to 77 so far, and there's a lot of runs left out on this pitch for anybody who wants to spend time in the middle. Nice shot straight
close.
at mid-on, and there's a chance.
That would have been out, I think.
Yeah, Rowland-Jones misses the stumps. 2.5 to aim at from that angle, I think, and
I had a bad feeling about that.
We'll get the benefit of a replay, but I think you might be right.
I think he was Gonski.
He might have been short.
So look.
He's almost timed that too well, hasn't he? Yeah, I think he's short.
Yeah, I think he's out. He's a goner.
I think he would have been short of his ground, but Luke Proctor survives and lives to see another delivery.
Thankfully, because that would have been a death, wouldn't it?
Well, the 2 of them, they just feel like they're starting just to push at the ball a little bit harder.
I sense that. Yeah. Well played.
It's a nice comeback from Emilio Gay, just to settle any nerves that these 2 might have between the 2 of them. As getting to that period of time now, hasn't it? What has it been? An hour and 20 of not a lot happening for the scoreboard. And I suspect, as cool and calm as collected as you might want to be or might think you might be, out there in the middle, I suspect an hour and 20 minutes of not watching the scoreboard tick over becomes quite frustrating.
Yes, indeed. I just checked in with Maximilian Holden there in the outfield as whether that was out, and he said, yeah, it was gone. Yeah. Which would have been a horror show finish, because the next guy comes in and then gets hit on the pad, and then someone chips one up in the air, and suddenly all the work that's been done becomes 150 for 5. It's kind of the nature of these things. Mother cricket gets the first mention of the season, but has a way of biting on the backside if you don't look after her.
Surprised it took that long.
Yeah.
Always listening, always watching. Nicely played by Luke Proctor. Turns that one into the leg side to Ethan Bamber at square leg. It's down the other end.
It's been a long time since a boundary. There's not been one this session, has there? I'm pretty sure there hasn't been one.
Almost certain there hasn't been, yeah. Say it's been a fantastic comeback by Middlesex.
Yeah.
Really just asking Northamptonshire just to do something a bit different, really, haven't they? They've not. Yeah. Middlesex haven't tried anything funky. They've not really tried to do anything different at either end. They've used the similar kind of bowlers at both ends. Field hasn't really changed after lunch, and just said to Northamptonshire, well, go on then. If you fancy doing something, you crack on.
What they've done better, I would say.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. They've actually executed better and with a bit more purpose about them.
Leg side again for Emilio Gay. Finds that fielder. It's just lurking probably about 10 yards off the mid-wicket boundary.
So I just think that's too easy.
It looks like a field that that they're going to bowl short to
Yeah.
Emilio Gay
Yeah.
and try and get him caught at deep square or hooking at fine leg or even in front of square at deep mid wicket. But then to bowl back of a length on the hip feels like a bit of a waste of, almost a waste of everybody's time, really.
Yeah.
It's left alone by Luke Proctor through to the wicketkeeper.
As is going to be the way when it's attritional, it makes life as a commentator more interesting because we've got a little of exception to commentate on. But I guess it's, I mentioned briefly earlier on, it's what makes 4-day cricket for me such an interesting format, is that there are games within games, there are times within games. There's always something that can be employed by one team or another to try to move the game forward or consolidate or recover. Sometimes that's subtle, as it is right now, and sometimes it's more obvious. But this feels like a crucial next sort of hour in the context of this game. If Northampton can come through the next hour 1 down, then I think they're absolutely in the box seat in this match. Although if Middlesex continue to bowl well, they won't have got away from them.
A lot of shot makers to come for Northamptonshire as well, aren't there, in that middle order? That
They really are.
4, 5 and 6. It's a lovely shot by Luke Proctor and rightfully takes a 1. Nice dive from mid on that time. But yeah, much safer single down the ground that time than the one we saw the over before. But yeah, those 3 neck carded with Karen Nair, Rob Keogh, Saif Zaid feel like the type of middle order that could take that game away from you quite quickly if afforded the opportunity.
And it would be nice for those guys to come in with a platform mindset, which they won't have enjoyed very often over the last couple of years. So hopefully they can take advantage of that when that opportunity comes their way.
Short ball,
Shot.
pulled away. Umpire does well to get out the way of that one. Ethan Bamber does the fielding. Just a single added to the score. End of the over. 10 overs then for Toby Rowland-Jones. 10 overs, 2 maidens, none for 32. Northamptonshire 141 for 1 off 50. The partnership now worth 140.
Just wondering about the off spinner again now, Dan. Whether this is a time to have another look at him. Higgins is going well from this end. As I said earlier, I was surprised he was brought back into the attack from this end, having bowled so well from the other end. But he's operating from the Lynn Wheelson end very well at the moment. So I kind of leave him ticking over. And I think maybe Toby Rowland-Jones got 1 more in him, perhaps. And then I'd have another look at the off spinner, give him another opportunity, because he really didn't bowl well earlier. And it gives a different look. Now they've got the scoring rate right back under control. This might be the time to give him another go.
Well, I've just done some basic mathematics.
Lovely.
Northamptonshire have added 35 runs post-lunch over the course of 19 overs. So Middlesex really have wrestled this back and, well, brought a bit of control back to proceedings for them. If patterns are anything to go by, this might be Ryan Higgins' last over. It's over-pitched and flicked away, and I think Emilio will be pretty disappointed that got picked up there on the infield. As it was, there were 2 fielders down on that boundary. 1 in front of the coffee van, 1 in front of the mowers, so unlikely it would have been much more than 1 anyway.
It's a good coffee from that van, isn't it?
Do you know what? I'm not a massive coffee drinker, so I couldn't possibly say, but I will agree with you.
Yeah, I think it's good.
There's certainly always a plentiful queue.
There is. Yeah, he's always got a very supportive view on the cricket as well, actually, the guy who runs the van.
Turned into the leg side for a single there for Luke Proctor.
Oh, that's a minging throw. Trying to aim for an old, well, it's not an old wicket, it's a practice wicket, and missed it. And oof.
You can see the wicketkeeper just still having a glance over to his teammate, can't you, down on the boundary?
That was horrible.
Again, still another look and another one. I think I might have been about 6 or 7 dirty stares, I think.
He's waiting for a little acknowledgement.
Yeah, and another one.
Yeah, is that Fernandez? That's the guy on debut,
I think it might be, yeah.
Perhaps he doesn't realise he should apologise for a bad throw.
Ryan Higgins into bowl.
Chop.
Lovely looking shot down the ground by Emilio Gay.
That's 4
over the advertising boards, and that is going to be 4. Looks like it's just picked up a little bit of pace over the cinch board, cinch markings, didn't it? First boundary of the afternoon session then.
Yeah. What a beautiful one it was as well. Full reward for that. It's a lovely cricket shot, isn't it? Didn't try and overhit it. Been starved of run scoring opportunities. One came along with almost a full half volley from Ryan Higgins, which is a rarity. And Emilio Gay was not only good enough in terms of concentration, but also in terms of technique and timing to just play a beautiful straight drive for 4. Lovely cricket. He has played brilliantly. He really has.
Yeah, he's looked absolutely brilliant for 84, hasn't he? Shot, stroke play, temperament. It's been fantastic.
He will play far more attractive innings than this. But in terms of the way he's had to play.
Yeah, looks like we're going to have a look at the Kookaburra. I didn't think he hit it that hard, did he, to potentially knock it out of shape? But we are going to have a little cursory glance. Give Middlesex an opportunity just to get together and have a chat.
You got to be careful when you do this. Because no, they're having it back. If the umpires think you're really trying it on, then they have been known to change it for one that's not quite as good. Middlesex are a lovely bunch, so I don't think that would cross the umpire's mind. There are other teams who I know the umpires would be very happy to just get a little moral victory.
The way the umpire there at square leg treated the cricket ball, so to speak, it looked like it might have just got a bit of dirt on it.
Something like that, doesn't it? Yeah.
Obviously, the bigger sheets, the bigger ground covers are positioned at either end of the ground, and underneath that grass doesn't grow particularly well, does it? So
I wonder if it was a bit wet, maybe.
Yeah, potentially.
And he got the get on with it. Makes it an even better shot if it went into a puddle as well, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I think Emilio picked it as well.
Picked the puddle. It was a beautiful bit of cricket. There's not a lot of pace in this pitch, so to just stroke it back down the ground, mid-on and mid-off are fairly orthodox. They're not tight by any means, and neither of them had a prayer of stopping that. Then he has timed the ball beautifully, hasn't he? When he has played attacking shots, he hasn't clothed many. Let's put it that way.
No, and there's a great example there as he just turns that one down to deep square for a single. It's almost like cannons off the face of that Gray Nichols that he's got.
It was a sort of shot where you kind of think you might get 2 because it's going to get to the fielder slowly, but it just raced away, didn't it? Yeah, he's got a good bat there, hasn't he?
I think he might be trying to keep hold of that one for as long as possible. Looks brand new as well, Phil.
It does. So is it a Gray Nichols he's got?
Yeah,
Gray Nichols. Is it? I don't know which model it is. They change the names and stickers every 5 minutes.
They do. That you might be testing me, and I might have to have a look on the Gray Nichols website to confirm. But then again, there's still no guarantee I'd get it right. 148 for 1, 51 overs.
It's a very nice bat, being very well looked after by Emilio.
That's that mother cricket again, isn't it?
There you go. He'll get through some bats, that kid, I should imagine, the amount of balls he hits. There must be somebody, but there'll be very few people in the world of cricket that hit more cricket balls and indoor bowling machine balls than Emilio Gay. He just works so hard at his game. He works the coaches hard as well.
I think we spoke last year, didn't we, about it? You said about the fact that he is a cricketer that would be prepared in training just to bat and bat and bat and bat and bat. And then I think we spoke about the difficulty of actually kind of putting some purpose into that batting as well.
That's right, yeah.
As opposed to just facing 100 balls for the sake of it. But why are you facing those 100 balls?
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess with a new coach coming in, that can help refresh you as a player sometimes. A little bit of a different practice routine or a bit of a question that's not been asked or posed to you before. So it's not always the big talk from a coach. It's sometimes the small talk, and actually it's more often the small talk, the day in, day out, little conversations, little questions here and there can really help unlock things sometimes. Shot.
Lovely looking shot for nothing by Emilio Gay. Slightly overpitched by Toby Rowland-Jones, if we're being critical, but straight at the fielder at mid-off. 148, so the next milestone to tick off for Northamptonshire is just 2 runs away. Looks like Josh De Cares is getting loose.
It does.
Phil, he's going through a fairly rigorous stretch at what would be second slip, I think. Captain to continue. This will be his 11th over. A short to Emilio Gay, and cries of catch from Middlesex fielders, but fell a long way short of Ethan Bamber. Moves to 86 and 149 for 1. Been a much better spell post-lunch from Toby Rowland-Jones, isn't it? That economy's dropped from, I'm sure it was 4.6 after those first 3 overs down to 3.1.
That can be a tough place as a bowling captain. If you're bowling badly, it is difficult. And I think his body language indicated that he wasn't finding it easy. But he's come back strongly, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been a great comeback.
And there is much more purpose from the Middlesex outfit as a whole, which frankly there needed to be, and there is. So credit to them.
Yeah, that break couldn't really come soon enough, could it?
That's right.
For them, it was a peculiar watch from the lofty heights of our commentary box to watch the highs of that opening 30-35 minutes to where I say lows, I mean the lows in what was the perceived attitude on the field anyway. Mm-hmm. It was a quick change. Short, and that's hit Luke Proctor as he's turned into that. I think that might have got him either in the side or potentially in the back. Ball that's maybe not bounced anywhere near as much as what Luke Proctor thought it might have done. But he's just taken his eye off that, hasn't he? I think.
Yeah, he lost it, didn't he? He lost the ball.
Into the bicep, potentially. But I suspect Luke Proctor's thinking that's not bounced as much as what I thought that was going to.
Yeah. And he didn't fully commit to getting under it, did he? He kind of stopped his duck as though he had lost it.
Good ball from Rowland-Jones and a nice badge, undoubtedly, for Luke Proctor. Short again and in behind that one much more comfortably.
He's a tough man, Luke Proctor.
Always amazes me how absolutely deadpan some of these professional cricketers can be after being hit in some fairly uncomfortable places.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, if that happens on a Saturday afternoon in local cricket, the game's stopped, isn't it? Everyone, you're okay, that's all right. And it's an event, and it hurts as well. That's the other thing. I was talking to someone about this the other day, how the psychology of pain, how that happens on a Saturday afternoon in club cricket. It hurts, and the batsman has to not has to, but
your natural reaction,
natural reaction. Oh, and he rubs it, and and the helmet's off, and the rest of it. And it happens here. We just crack on. Has it hurt any less?
Well, I don't think they're any softer, are they?
Is pain environmental?
Yeah.
It's like, it's a kind of interesting thing, isn't it? These are the sort of conversations I have if you hang around with me.
No, I like it. I think it's a great conversation. I mean, is it something that the more often you get pinned in various different places, you become a little bit used to the discomfort, potentially?
I think there is something psychological about it, which is sort of almost like subconscious, but I've seen people get hit at this level and they don't show it. They don't show the hurt. I've just got hit. I don't show I'm hurt, which is a different thing to the Saturday afternoon, isn't it? Perhaps it happens more in professional cricket, but I think there is an element of that isn't pain. We don't show that, and therefore it doesn't hurt as much.
Yes. Yeah.
Anyone looking to do a PhD could maybe. Yeah. That might be something.
I'm sure you'd like to contribute if given the opportunity.
Yeah, I'd love to, yeah.
Change of bowling then for Middlesex. Ryan Higgins out of the attack, 5 overs. So his work so far today, 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 24. The 1 wicket to fall today of Justin Broad. And Josh De Cares is back into the attack. 7 overs so far, none for 29. Emilio Gay just works that one into the offside. Just going to be a single. There was a very, very brief look at 2, wasn't there? But Captain Luke Proctor was not interested in the slightest. 150 up for
from the crowd, isn't it? And well deserved.
There's a nice turnout. The Spencer Lounge looks pretty well populated, doesn't it? Particularly the top, the top tier. Is there a difference between the seats? Is the right hand side, as we look at it, are they executive seats?
You'd think I'd know this, wouldn't you?
I'd like to think so.
I've got I don't know.
Okay.
I've got a feeling that the top level is kind of vice presidents, and I think, don't quote me on that. I should know that.
Short from Josh DeCares.
But there again, I'm quietly happy that I don't know it really.
Yeah. No.
Because they're just people.
But you're allowed to.
Just cricket lovers.
You just go where you want anyway, don't you? I think that's how you ended up here the first time last summer, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah. Wandered along.
Rightfully turned down by Emilio Gayes. Fielder at 45 there just does the tidying up.
I mean, he's only bowled 4 balls in this spell, Dickers, but I think he's bowling a little bit flatter. A little bit quicker than he was. He bowls a floaty one.
Nicely gapped as well by Luke Proctor. Just pushes it wide of mid-off.
150 partnership.
This has been absolutely brilliant to watch, isn't it, from a Northamptonshire perspective? The two of them complementing each other well and batting beautifully together. 87 for Emilio Gay and 58 for Luke Proctor. Still a first slip in place for Middlesex. Catches at mid-wicket at cover. I don't think there was much on there. Do you think there was a little tickle?
No. No, I don't.
We'll have a replay. Not convinced we'll see a great deal from it, but end of the over.
Oh. Well, the bowler seemed quite convinced of something.
Well, no one else seemed particularly enamoured by the moment, did they?
Here's a question.
Go on.
Josh DeCares, 8 overs, so that's 48 balls. 2 left-handers. Exclusively, he's bowled at left-handers.
Yeah.
How many sweep shots?
0.
0. That's in contrast to what I saw at Hove. I saw a lot of sweeps played at Hove and probably accounted for some dismissals as well. I don't know if that's been talked about or not, but it's markedly different.
Could you argue that DeCares hasn't required a sweep shot to be played against him yet? He's bowled of a length so far that you can play off the back foot quite comfortably.
It's not straightforward, no, but it's it's not a bad sample size at 50 balls. It's not a bad sample. So it looks to me to be a decision. It might be an individual thing times 2, if you know what I mean, rather than a team thing.
Short from Roland Jones. Looks like he's going to give this short ball tactic a little bit longer before we see maybe a change, and potentially even Tom Helm again from the David Capel. And that one that's just kept a little bit low and got Luke Proctor almost in the arm, in the shoulder. Undoubtedly just given Toby Roland Jones a bit of encouragement, I think, to stick with that plan for a little bit. 2 fielders out. 3 fielders out, in fact. Got Max Holden just in front of us at fine leg. 1 at backward square, 1 at just in front of square. He goes almost Yorker length there for Luke Proctor. Call this nose and toes cricket, would you?
Yeah, you probably would. It's a pretty... and this is not critical particularly. It is a pretty one-dimensional plan, but there's nothing wrong with that. The one-dimensional plans have worked, and I'd rather be able to see what the plan is than not know if there is one or not. So yes, it's pretty clear, but you still got to play, haven't you? You still got to play it, and he hasn't played the short ball that well, or one short ball that well.
Nicely played. Turned around the corner to Max Holden. Just a single added to the score. 52 for 1. Same field for Emilio Gay. So we've seen that throughout the course of the day, that the field has changed, dependent on who's been on strike. But in this particular instance, it's stayed the same. We've got 2 catches, 3 catches, in fact, kind of short in on the leg side. We've got, this is a field, isn't it?
It's interesting.
Fine leg, deep backward square, deep square just in front. short ball. Another square leg just in front as Emilio Gay drops that one into the offside, takes the single. A mid-wicket and a kind of a short mid-on.
So I'm going to say this now, and I might be proved wrong next ball, but I've got to say what I think. The occasional short ball, even on a slow pitch, good idea for various reasons. I won't go into all of that. This is quite a slow pitch. I'm not sure that I'm putting all my eggs in. Well, in fact, I am sure I'm not putting all my eggs in the short ball tactic on this pitch.
Short again. Proctor navigates that one successfully.
I mean, you can have that. You know, you can bowl. If you set the right field, you can have maybe 3 plans to that field. And but with this field, it's so one-dimensional. It is all eggs, one basket. But you know, it's clear, and I'd rather, as I said earlier, I'd rather know what the plan is, but it's just not on this pitch. It's just too slow. As he skies one and gets caught by one of the 3 men out. Well played.
End of the over. Dot ball to finish. 54 overs done. 153 for 1.
So what's Kes? 8 overs. So he's going at 4s. Yeah. So I mean, if he's going to continue to go at 4s, we can just continue to take him at 4s. I was just in my mind. I was just thinking, and I've convinced myself not to go any further with this. I was thinking, would we want to put some more pressure on Cares and take him for more, so that they have to get another seamer back into the attack? But if he's going at 4s with no risk, no, we don't. That's absolutely fine.
Yeah, and they've not got another option, have they? Really, I think Loose Deploy's spin is pretty part-time. I think with all due respect, although
I think Fernandez bowls a bit of twirl. I think. I mean, it's his debut, but I've come across that information somewhere, perhaps in my own head.
That's definitely quicker, isn't it, through the air from Josh De Cares.
That was interesting. Whether he saw him coming, I don't know. It looked like he might have thrown it wider, or did Emilio come down leg side of the ball? But it was a big rundown, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it was a good ploy, I think, by spinner. That's shorter. Not really bounced, does it? And Emilio gets enough bat on it to pick up a single down at deep square. I don't necessarily think Middlesex need to do anything particularly funky just yet with their bowlers. They've got 4 seamers to operate around Josh De Cares. She said Ryan Higgins potentially a little bit of a sore shoulder, which would be a shame for him and for Middlesex. But 3 other seamers to rotate from the David Capel end.
Yeah, I would say, other than when the ball was brand new, when obviously Higgins in particular, but also Bamba were a handful. Since then, the best spell has been the spell after lunch with Helm and Bamba, hasn't it? In combination, who just bowled dry, very, very skillfully. If they came out after lunch and those two had been a bit wayward, then Middlesex would be in real strife right now. But that kind of set the tone. And then they passed the baton on to the captain and to Higgins, who continued in the same vein.
Yeah, solid again.
It's a better line, that.
Yeah, it's much better. Did you notice there midway through the over the Eskenazi throw to the wicketkeeper whilst Jack Davies was looking at 45?
No, I didn't.
Just got away with that one as the ball was picked up by the fielder at 45, but Jack Davies was not looking at Eskenazi at all.
Wow.
Potentially just a little sign that it's getting a little bit tough out there for Middlesex. We've got, 20 or so minutes until tea's called, and as well as Middlesex have bowled through that afternoon session so far, not much has really happened for them other than being able to slow these 2 down, which I think Luke Proctor's quite prepared to be slowed down, isn't he? So it's not the biggest win at the other end, but to have slowed down Emilio, I think Middlesex would consider that to be a win, a tick in their box.
Absolutely. But this is good. I like Higgins now is replacing the captain at the David Capel end, which is where I think he should have been bowling from the whole time, to be quite honest, because he bowled beautifully from that end earlier. To a very similar field. Maxey has been called up. So Max Holden has been called off the boundary at long leg. There are 3 men out on the leg side boundary for the attempted hook. The ball was bowled in to the middle of the pitch for that shot, and the shot was played, and it kind of uneventfully went out to the middle of those three, who's almost kind of not quite 45 degrees more 60 degrees behind square on the leg side. There's one guy just in front of square on the leg side boundary, and then an orthodox fine leg. There's a mid wicket who's kind of in no man's land really for the clothed early pull. I think get onto it too early. It kind of goes in that vicinity, but he can't stop a single. And the captain himself he's up mid on with the mid off. There's an extra cover, or just a cover really, a backward point, and a man at gully who you kind of think is a bit of a token and an anti-rundown man. A shot that Luke Proctor likes to play, just run the ball down through the vacant gully. They've blocked that up with a gully, but no slips. And that was a terrible bouncer.
Yeah, that wasn't the best of the day, was it?
It wasn't.
I mean, the shot by Emilio Gay to take him to 90 as well was kind of a bit of almost a nothing shot, really, wasn't it? Didn't really roll his wrists on it. Didn't try and go over the top either. That fielder's, what is he, about 3/4 in or a quarter off. But I don't think it didn't land that far away from him, did it?
No, it didn't. You know, it was in the air for a while. Yes, I mean, he didn't play it that well because he needs to get that down. He's got plenty of time on this pitch to get that ball down, and he didn't succeed in doing that, so it flew further than he wanted to. But I guess he hit it badly enough that it didn't reach the man who, as you say, is 3/4 of the way. The only way to play this with these 3 men out is to hit it down. You can't really go up. It's a brave man to do that. So this is now all eggs in the basket, isn't it? I kind of suggested it was getting that way, and it certainly is.
I think it's another good extension of that test of temperament that Middlesex have applied so far throughout this session, though.
This is it is. It's a good bluff, isn't it? It's like, okay, what are you going to do about this? Are you going to be happy to get under it and knock it down for one, or are you going to get a bit macho and try and hit me for a boundary?
Yeah, there's no pace in this to uppercut down to third, and if you do that, there is a gully. There is somebody at backward point as well, which undoubtedly there is not the pace to do that, and great chance you'd pick either one of those two out.
So the guy who's in 3/4, or maybe less than that from the boundary, he's kind of there for the help around the corner, isn't he? That's better because he could hit that ball, hit that one in front of square out to the fielder who's in front of square. But there's a fielder, it's quite a clever position really. Behind square, he's about 60 yards from the bat, maybe 50 yards from the bat. He's not there for the full-blown hook shot, but he's there for the one that you just want to help around the corner, and it would normally bounce twice to the boundary fielder. That first bounce will land in his pocket. So it's quite a clever position in that respect.
Yeah, I think the position of Holden as well was quite telling with the pace of the pitch, because he was quite square at fine leg as well.
Yeah.
I don't think you can call him a fine leg as to where he was. But
No, you're right. But that's going to kill you as a bowler, to bowl 6 of those and over.
I don't think we're too far away, are we? We've got 8 overs. Is it 32 overs remaining, isn't it, for T, I think? Yeah. So not a million miles away from the next break. Interesting that it's Ryan Higgins that's been given the task of doing that and not Tom Helm, mind you.
Big, tall Ryan Higgins, yeah. He's a very positive cricketer, Ryan Higgins. He wants to be involved. I wonder, he might have been getting into the ear of the captain. I'll do that job. I can do that from my height. That'd be more difficult. Let me do that job, which is great. That's you want people who want the ball at this stage, because there won't be too many who will be volunteering. Very big gap on the offside for Emilio to just drop it into and run. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there is. There's a long on now for the off spinner. A long on, a man level with the stumps at the bowler's end, sort of catching. A guy sort of straight mid wicket, deep square leg, and a man on the 45 for the off spinner. He bowls a straighter delivery. There's a slip, a mid off, an extra cover, and a deep, just backward point. He's going to do well to get the ball there. That's going to be an absolutely terrible delivery for get the ball to deep backward point. That's a lovely shot off the back foot. Not a lot of pace on the ball when it got to him, and he timed it beautifully through extra cover. Missed the man at extra cover to his left. He's played that very, very well. That's a very hard shot to play on this pitch.
Yeah, with no pace to work with. That's a oh no, I've chipped that one to cover, isn't it, kind of shot.
There's a lot of things could go wrong with that shot. Held his shape. Technique was very, very good, and power as well.
Yeah, moved him to 94. 94 off 169, I believe.
Short leg comes in for Luke Proctor. The man at deep backward point comes up, and the long on comes up as well. I'm fancying a sweep here, you know. Oh, I thought that was going to be the one as well. It was just a little bit fuller, but I didn't know whether the sweep was in his mind.
I don't think there's any need to play it at the moment, Phil, to be honest.
Where's that gone? That's 6 runs. Full toss, that knee height, smashed over deep mid wicket for 6. Got exactly what it deserved. Didn't want to miss out on that one.
Amazing watching these high level athletes go from a period of time, a long period of time as well, finding it difficult to score. It's been miserly, it's been hard. And then to switch on for that rank full toss that gets dispatched into the Jackson Grundy, which seems to be fairly difficult to find, which...
Yeah, well, you're right, Dad, because a lot of people would have tensed up. Bottom hand grips the bat too tightly. The contact isn't pure, and that can then lead to problems. You know, we've seen plenty of people out of full tosses before trying to overhit it, but he had the presence of mind and skill to stay relaxed, and a nice free swing of the bat, wasn't it? So it takes the captain on to 66. Emilio Gay's on 94, 166 for 1.
That run rate now just creeping back up towards 3, isn't it? The hard work that's been done by the seamers for Middlesex so far.
Yeah, so Decair's just finishing off his 10th over there, 0-41. And he hasn't really done the job of backing his seamers up. And they'll, not personally, because anyone can have an off day or an off spell, but they'll be a little bit grisly about that, having worked very, very hard to dry the run rate up, as they did, and successfully in the post-lunch sort of hour and a half. It's now sort of crept away, as you say, down back up towards 3s. So we've got another over of Ryan Higgins. Is it going to be another over of bumpers? I suspect so, because the field would tell you that.
Yeah, it's exactly the same, isn't it, from what we had the over before. So it's interesting with the 2 fielders down in front of it, almost stood in a line, aren't they?
It is. It's a very interesting field. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, the guy who's just, well, he's 15 yards behind square. He's only 40 yards from the bat. He's kind of got closer and closer. And in terms of, he's actually standing as a catcher, as though he was at gully or something. So he's not walking in, like his hands are on the knees. He's in a static position. I don't think I've ever seen that before in that position. Another fielder comes onto the leg side to mid on. There's another catcher. No, we've got a tweak on the field. So there's a man about 20 yards away from the bat on the leg side in front of square. This is only going to continue.
And this is that creativity that we spoke about earlier today, the ingenuity, the trying different plans with a different type of cricket ball. Not only is it seemingly across the country a little bit easier to bat against. But it does, as you said, test the bowlers, require them to develop a different or a new skill set that they might not have had in the past. And this is a perfect example of that.
So that's going to dribble away for 4. I think it was a little bit of advancement down the wicket there from Emilio Gay. And that was a poor delivery. It's hard to bowl those consistently. And you have to be accurate with the bouncer, as well as get it in the right sort of length as well to get to the right height. But he dragged that one down. It was going down the leg side, and Emilio Gay was happy to just pivot round on his back foot and help that fine inside the finest of those fielders, who's quite square. It was always going to run away for 4. Moves on to 98. Another one back of a length that time, whether that was a mistimed release or he was just bowling having a ball off, because it is tiring bowling bouncers. He doesn't bowl many. I mean, generally he doesn't need to bowl many because he's normally all over that front pad, top of off, very skillful operator. But he's being challenged to find a different way. And at the moment, the different way is in the middle of the wicket. And that's 100 for Emilio Gay. Little skip into the air, punch of the bat, helmet's off, bats aloft. He deserves all the applause. A lovely, warm round of applause from the Northants faithful. His mates are on their feet in the pavilion, as they should be. A cuddle from the captain. That's lovely. And very well played, Emilio Gay, as he moves on to 102. That's been a very, very fine professional innings from Emilio Gay. Now, take guard and keep going. But very, very pleased to have seen that.
Yeah, there's plenty of runs left out there for Emilio. And that, as you say, fantastic. 102 off 174 balls, 235 minutes, 10 fours, striking just under 60. And as good of 100 as you're going to see. He didn't get one at Wantage Road last year, did he? He started the season with a shoulder injury, I believe, from memory.
Yeah, he did.
Recovered for a while, came back in, got the 100 at Old Trafford. It's a great bumper from Ryan Higgins to welcome Emilio back from his celebration.
The other thing about it, I could speak a lot about that innings, actually, because I think that's been an absolutely wonderful innings so far. ... needs to continue. And one of the things that I was banging on about this morning was how the best players make few mistakes. And I don't see, he's played around the pad once, maybe. I don't see an out-and-out mistake that he's made in judgment. He had a little run at De Caires twice. Once he controlled, once he had a bit of a flap at. That's it. 174 balls. That's fine concentration. Allied to, we know he can play, but can he concentrate? If someone's bowling well at him, can he stick in there? Can he trust his defence? All these things get tested at this level, and he's responded brilliantly to every question that has been posed of him. Real high quality innings from Emilio Gay. That's when he comes back in, hopefully not for a while yet. That is it, Emilio. That's the game right there. That's what you need to reproduce as often as you possibly can. Well played, young man.
Yeah, no, it's been absolutely superb to watch. I filmed a video with Emilio Gay earlier this year, going through a series of kind of facing 100 balls with a professional cricketer and having an opportunity to chat to that cricketer and figure out what their plan or mindset would be at different stages of this 100 ball innings. Only using 100 balls because it's just nicer to say in a video title. No right. Kind of other than that. But standing at the non-striker's end, obviously against the bowling machine indoors, it's a very kind of controlled environment. But my word, did he hit the ball well that day? Rob Keogh was on the wind-up, big time on the wind-up on the machine. But yeah, brilliant to stand there at the non-strikers end and just watch. I didn't compliment him. I didn't help him a great deal, but I think we muddled our way through to about 130 runs.
Oh, well played.
Yeah, thanks. I might have been about 7 at the end.
Well, that's important. It's all about partnerships, Dan. And talking about partnerships, this has been a fantastic partnership, said earlier about the benefit for Emilio in batting with the captain, with his experience and his temperament. I think you said calm and steady in influence, and that's bang on. There's been a couple of times when, and only a couple, when I've sensed, is Emilio about to tick? Is he about to blink? And actually, we've looked up, and both times the captain has been just making sure he does a bit of gardening a little bit closer to Emilio and just having a little word with him, maybe a little raise of the eyebrows, whatever it's taken.
It helps massively, doesn't it? And I don't think it matters what level of cricket you play, but to have somebody in the middle with you that's been there and done it, they've experienced these situations, they've scored hundreds, in order to kind of provide that reassurance, that calming influence, whatever you want to call it, is so important. And I think Emilio generally a pretty calm cricketer, but I think obviously with the age comes a little bit of naivety. Would that be the right way to describe that?
I think Emilio wants to, and this is a good thing. He wants to impose himself on the game. He wants to impose,
isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's absolutely fine. The question is, how do you do that? And actually learning, and as he's continuing to learn, that there is a way of dominating in defence as well as attack. A fabulous leave consistently, a fabulous forward defensive consistently, can be as dominating as a cover drive. And we've seen that today. That's how he's gone about his work. So there's a bowling change. This deploy slow left arm orthodox has come on from the David Capel end to replace Ryan Higgins, who's gone off to look for a new shoulder, I would imagine, having bowled 1 million bouncers on the trot, or several bouncers. I exaggerate slightly. Just gentle orthodox slow left arm by the looks of that. I haven't seen Lewis deploy bowl before.
No, I haven't seen a great deal of him, I have to say. Let's have a look into it for you, sir. See if I can provide you with some information.
This looks purely like kind of rotation, doesn't it? Just give the seamers a break. That seems to be deploy right now. Thanks,
superb. You know what? I've waited till 20 to 4 for the first rowy punt, and I'm glad I've waited. Firstly, I'm glad I'm waited that long, and also it was definitely worth the wait.
They're not always, was the implication, which is absolutely fair.
28 wickets in 103 first-class matches for Lewis deploy, best of 3 for 76. 2,249 balls, if you want to figure that out into overs, which I think is some.
Yeah. $400, is it something like that?
Could be
400 overs.
Yeah,
something like that. So he's not a regular bowler, but he's not a complete. See, he bowled that same ball. That one just sort of ran on, didn't it, with the arm? Got a thick outside edge. On a quicker pitch, maybe it gets a thinner outside edge. But he did bowl one of those in the other over that he bowled just before lunch.
Yeah, those 6 overs that he bowled last week, none for 21 against Glamorgan. So yeah, very, very kind of occasional. I think 6 overs out of the 140 that were bowled in that innings. They are a bowler down this week with the selection of Eskenazi over Henry Brooks, so potentially we'll do a little bit more work than what he did before. But yeah, it certainly looked like he just kind of flicked it out the front of the hand, didn't he? The one that just went on.
Well, they all landed thereabouts, didn't they? Mm-hmm. Without getting too technical about it, that's not a bad sign, is it? From a less than frontline bowler, he's pretty more than absolute makeshift. A spin at both ends, and that is unlikely to have happened on day one of a championship game in April without the cooker. And maybe, as I said earlier, maybe selections need to catch up with this, and actually we might see more frontline spinners bowling more overs. In fact, let's firstly getting on the team sheet and then bowling more overs.
Well, I mean, our stock of 75 to 80 mile an hour seamers aren't suddenly going to be able to bowl 88 mile an hour overnight, are they?
No,
so
that's right.
Therefore, those spinners, as you say, might have a more important role with these kookaburras as the experiment maybe develops or cements itself into the calendar. I mean, who knows? Next summer, it might not be something they want to continue with. We don't know, do we?
And balls can get changed as well. So, the thickness of the seam, the cord can be changed one season to the next. So it might be Kookaburra with a slightly bigger seam, for example. So it's not all or nothing. And I think it's right to look at it. The ball, that is, would probably need to match other balls. So I guess you can't have a Kookaburra for Championship cricket and a Kookaburra for international cricket. That would be a bit odd.
Yeah, I suppose it would start to defeat the purpose we want to get a bit better facing this at international level.
I was thinking this morning there was a ball introduced in the 90s. Couldn't remember. It was a Tiflex. There we go. A Tiflex ball was introduced for one season, and it was a bit of a disaster because it just did everything consistently throughout the day. And a lot of bowlers signed 3- and 4-year deals on the back of that. And then the ball got changed. And they didn't bowl so well subsequently. So that was a strange introduction. It was a brand new ball into the professional arena that hadn't really been used much before. I'd been used in second team cricket for the whole season and then dumped after one season. That's not a good way to introduce a change. I think this little experiment is a better way of doing it.
Yeah. I quite like a bit of ingenuity and innovation in the sport as well. It feels like it stood still for a long time.
Yeah. Correct. Other than taking stripes off jumpers.
Precisely.
But yeah, we've probably had this conversation over different topics about how cricket can be slow to change and resistant to change and stuck in its ways. So we must applaud this experiment.
It's gone through. Is it Toby Rowland-Jones, I think, at mid-on? Or is it Tom Helm? Either way, I think it's gone.
It's the captain.
Yeah, gone through him there. That was the first genuine sign of aggression from Emilio Gay in this innings so far. Not prepared.
I prefer him to advance to the left armour with the ball turning into the bat.
Yeah.
It's got less risk for him. But it doesn't look like a wicket's going to be easy to go aerial on. If he comes down the wicket and wants to go, straight down the ground in the air, I think that's a tricky one. Played.
Nicely gapped by Luke Proctor. Just drops that one into square leg. Gap between the two fielders and picks up a single. So able to rotate the strike off the first two balls of Luce Deploy's third over of the day. Still the first slip in place. Very full, over pitched and well fielded.
Was well fielded
by mid-off, who made good ground to cut that one off. That one looked like it was a certain four. I think Emilio potentially might feel like he's missed out on that one, but moves himself to 108.
Yeah, he's just put his head to the skies there. He looks gutted at that.
To compliment as to how well Middlesex have bowled in this afternoon session is that he hasn't had many of those to score from. Yeah. I mean, we've only really seen the one genuine rank delivery throughout the course of the day, which Luke Proctor dispatched into the Jackson Grundy stand. That one's just slightly over pitch, but driven at cover.
No, they've been good, haven't they?
Very good.
They have been good. And should this session finish with still one down, full credit to Northants, because I'm not sure we've always played with this much application, if I'm honest. And this has been the template. It's been great to see.
I think that's a very fair assessment. Obviously, I'm still relatively new to Northamptonshire and Northamptonshire cricket, but certainly based on last year, which I appreciate was a hard year, potentially, obviously an anomaly in the history of the cricket club as well. But were there 4 innings defeats here at home, I think, last year, against Hampshire, Kent?
Well, and this is not just a very modern thing. When I was around, we introduced a category of dismissal to capture what we thought were soft dismissals. We called it Court Other. rather than soft.
Yep.
So we euphemistically called it court other. So that's going back a few years now, Dan. So it's been a bit of a perennial thing with Northants has been the ability or inability, if you like, to bat long, particularly first innings runs in red ball cricket has been a perennial problem. So it's not an overnight thing. It was exposed more last year, but it was by no means invented last year. And yes, it might be something technically, but I think a lot of it is attitudinal. But this is the model. What I'm seeing here is great to see.
Nicely played and nicely fielded by Josh De Caires in the end, who just had to run around Luke Proctor, didn't need to do the fielding off his own bowling. Not much has changed, Rowie, throughout the rest of the county fixtures. The one exception to that is the game at the Oval. I said Somerset were doing remarkably well, having been put into bat. I think they were one down for about 150, I think, from memory. Down the leg side, the appeal's gone up.
Oh, I thought there were two noises there.
Umpire says no. They certainly weren't interested in the stumping, were they? Nobody appealed to square leg. See if we can pick anything up here. Maybe brush the ground on the way through, but Josh De Caires was pretty keen, wasn't he?
I thought I heard yeah.
Back on it again following that appeal for the caught behind. That's potentially two, isn't it, now that there's been down that leg side, that I suppose what you call a strangle, one that never went into the gloves cleanly of Jack Davies that we may or may not know whether Emilio did or didn't connect with. And obviously that one there that brought about a much more vibrant appeal from the Middlesex bowler.
What didn't help the appeal for the caught behind was the fact that the keeper went for the stumping. Now, the keepers generally know, don't they, if there has been a noise there.
Yeah.
So I suspect whatever I heard may or may not have been a nick. I don't know. If he deserves not to get another strangle 2 weeks running.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point with the wicketkeeper. To be fair, you don't tend to go for another mode of dismissal if you're adamant the fact that there is a bit of bat involved. Quite similar to an LBW appeal, isn't there? You've got to be quite a good wicketkeeper to get an LBW that you think's drifting down the leg side. Because your natural movement takes you that step down the leg side, and all of a sudden you're appealing from fine leg, and the umpire's going, well, I don't think that one's working.
Yes.
Nice little spell here from loose deploy from the David Capel end. It's continuing the pressure that's been built from the seamers. Proctor quite happy just to absorb these deliveries as tea time gets ever closer.
Yeah, the breeze is in a nice spot, isn't it, for the left armer to just drift the ball away from the left-hander. I kind of think that's, unless the batter makes an error, his best chance of wicket is probably running it off the outside edge.
To just winding up for a slightly more aggressive shot, but down to the fielder at mid-off. Yeah, it's certainly picked up as the day's gone on, hasn't it, the breeze across the ground here from right to left as we look out our window, or left to right as you look at the screen. Dropped into the leg side. I don't really want to talk about weather forecasts because they've all been quite depressing, haven't they, over the last 9 months? But
I've stopped looking.
I won't bother asking my follow-up question.
Okay, no, go on.
I was just going to ask you how the next 4 days were set, or 3 days even. But if you stop looking at weather forecasts, I won't bother.
Let's have a look.
I feel bad now.
What does the BBC?
Yeah.
They're pretty reliable, aren't they?
Sure.
Oh, it's lovely here right now.
I can tell.
And tomorrow?
Yeah.
Ditto.
Lovely.
And Sunday? Ditto.
Perfect.
And Monday is a shambles.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Well, the way Northamptonshire are batting, as they've got themselves to tea at 183 for 1. Yeah, Monday doesn't look brilliant at all, does it? But we've got to get there yet, to be fair. And the way Northamptonshire are batting, you said earlier, they're in a mindset of batting once and batting big. And as the players walk off the tee, Luke Proctor just pats Emilio Gay on the back to congratulate him for his 100 here against Middlesex. And Yeah, another fantastic session of cricket, Phil.
Yeah, a great session of cricket. As I said earlier, one more for the purist than for the occasional spectator. I actually think this is very unusual, really, that both teams can leave the field feeling that they've had a good session. It's very unusual. You can say that Northants, because they're 183 for one being the operative thing. 180 is a good start, isn't it, in terms of building a big first innings number. But in terms of Middlesex and feeling pretty happy with themselves, they really got control of the scoring rate, and their execution of their plans was better. Their plans were clearer. The bowlers were able to execute behind those plans better than they did this morning, and the fields were well set. And so they made scoring much more difficult this afternoon than it was this morning. So it's been an enthralling session. It's set up for a nice conclusion of the first day of cricket here at Northampton this season. Thoroughly enjoying it.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for joining us so far during the day. We'll take a little break as the players take tea, and we'll be back in about 15-ish minutes.
Middlesex in the field, captain by Tony Road. Keeping wicket, Mike Davies.
Welcome back, everybody. Tea at Wantage Road, or the evening session, in fact, at Wantage Road, as Northamptonshire make their way back out to the middle. Luke Proctor and Emilio Gay, the not-out batters. Emilio Gay just going past his 100. I think that brings up his 2000th first-class run and his 5th 100 as well in his career so far. Luke Proctor, captain, not out on 69. And Northamptonshire are 183 for 1. Well bowled by Middlesex, to be fair to them, during that afternoon session. They've done well to restrict the scoring rate. But this stream here, powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire. My name is Dan Chadzovics, and I'm joined by Phil Rowe. And Phil, over to you for the evening session, sir.
Lovely. What a great pleasure it is to look out and see the scoreboard at 183 for 1 with Emilio Gay, one of our former academy players, 108, Captain Luke Proctor, 69. And they've put on 182, so they've batted all but sort of 7 balls, I think, of the day so far. And their ambition will be to maintain that partnership until the close of play, I suspect. Whatever the number is, the number is. And then tomorrow brings another day. Normally at Northampton, day 2 is the best day to bat in terms of the wicket and the ball coming on and so on. And they'll both want to be there for that. But for now, it's De Cares to continue from the Lynn Wilson end. Hasn't been at his best so far, but this is another over. And he starts with the ball down the leg side. In general, his line has been, in my opinion, too straight, a stump too straight. That one obviously was down the leg side, but I would like to see him landing the ball sort of middle and off and just sort of straight and just past off stump that and being defended more into the offside. He's been worked into leg a heck of a lot. It was a full toss that was just missed out on. But let's have a look at the field. So he's got an orthodox slip. He's got a man at deep backward point. And as I said earlier, I think it's hard to find a way to get the ball to that fielder. Extra cover mid-off. As this one's turned to mid-wicket, he's got a long on who's 15 yards or so in from the boundary edge. A straight mid-wicket, an even straighter mid-wicket, kind of on the half catch. A man at deep square just in front, and a man on the 45. And that's a bit flatter, slightly different delivery, I think, just run down off an open face, 45-degree angle on the offside.
I think De Cares in that afternoon session was much like his teammates. I think was a little bit tighter, a little bit more controlled. The economy has come down a touch. I think it was about 3.8, 3.9 even at the start of his second spell, and it's down now to 3.25. So he has provided a little bit more control for his captain.
That's a disappointing one. It was a full toss outside off stump, and Luke Proctor got enough on. He didn't hit it cleanly, but he got enough on it to go through extra cover for 4. That's a disappointing delivery, isn't it? In a day when boundaries have been really, really hard to come by, to give a floaty full toss outside off stump is a disappointing delivery.
Poorly timed after I just said about the increased control that's been applied by Josh De Cares as well.
You can't win at this game.
No.
Commentator's curse.
Apologies.
A little bit over pitch there and half driven back to the bowler. So it's kind of continuing for De Cares a little bit as it has been so far. He's not really managed to get any great control. 14 overs. He's bowled one maiden, and that kind of tells you where he's been, really. A little bit too straight, and he's been tucked away. Yes, he's bowled a couple of loose deliveries, and that's going to happen with a young off spinner, or any off spinner for that matter. But in general, his job has been to contain and give the seamers a bit of a rest. If he can burgle a wicket or two, great. But first innings, it's more about control. With the off spinner, he hasn't quite bought that, which he'll be disappointed about. And I think he had a bit of a rough ride in the opening game for Middlesex. Went for quite a lot of runs at Lords in that mammoth 600 odd that Glamorgan wrapped up. I think Helmer's bowled nicely. He's going to start from the David Capel end. 13 overs, one maiden, 0 for 41. He's kind of not going to make you jump up and start clapping your hands, but actually I think he's bowled a bit better than that. He's hit the wicket hard. Certainly in the spell straight after lunch, I thought he with Bamber brought great control, so he'll want to start that again. Although we are continuing, it looks like with this field, Dan, for the short ball ploy, it looks like it might continue.
Yeah, I think there'll be short spells here. I think for these Middlesex seamers, and it feels like a bit of a moving session as well. I don't know whether Middlesex can do a great deal different to what they did through that afternoon session, other than to try and bowl tight, to bowl to a plan, and just try and almost restrict Northamptonshire to as little per over as possible. Or, as the Middlesex bowlers tire, the lines get a little bit looser, the lengths get a little bit looser. Are then Northamptonshire able to potentially make up for a little bit of lost time through that afternoon session and then up that scoring rate as the evening draws in at Northampton?
Yeah. And it's not a given that banging the ball in halfway down is either is a dot ball, because if you get the line wrong, you can leak. And we talked earlier about maybe ramping the ball up over the offside, or missing the fine leg on the inside, and that has happened. The second of those two things has happened. That was quite a quick ball.
Yeah, that one came through nicely, didn't it?
Yeah. But plenty of teams have tried the short ball tactic over the years, and you can leak runs quite quickly. It is dependent, I think, to some degree on Northants making an error, really, a technical mistake. So we'll see. But it's a clear plan. I think it's a slow pitch. It wouldn't be the first choice, really. But with 65 overs in and only one wicket down, so I applaud the fact that they're looking to change things up.
Yeah, and there's so much cover in the leg side as well. You do get that little bit extra protection, don't you, with the line and length. If you are slightly off, You've got two fielders obviously behind square on the leg side, one at kind of a squarer fine leg, one, as you say, catching at almost a 45-degree angle from the stumps. You've got fielder just in front of square leg on that matting. Another fielder at mid-wicket, just on the edge of the square, and then another boundary rider at almost bang on deep square leg as well. It was something that Australia and Pat Cummins used so brilliantly, didn't they, in that last Ashes series?
That's right.
I think it was a slightly different tactic by Australia. I think it was a play on ego, wasn't it? More than a drying up tactic,
there was some of that,
which England took the bait for in a couple of those Test matches.
Yeah, I think England didn't play that particularly well, to be honest. Well, just quickly on that, let's remember it was Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins bowling, who maybe had more. Well, there's no maybe about it. Who had who had bigger bullets, faster bullets to fire. Although sometimes, Ryan Higgins bowls you a loopy bouncer, it can be difficult to control that, because to inject any pace into it, you got to hit it up really. It's hard to keep your balance and hit that down. So, but nonetheless, it has not yet led to a wicket or even a chance. But we shall see. Northants need to keep getting under it. I think that's a good tactic, just get under it and switch it off as a wicket option. Well, that was a toe ender from Luke Proctor as he attempted the pull. So things in this over, things have happened. One flew through and could have gloved down the leg side, and this last ball over again, another banged in ball. Proctor trying to pull it, but right on the end of the bat, that could easily have, hit the corner rather than the middle of the bottom of the bat and gone north and been caught behind. But it's hard, isn't it? Because Northampton do want to score as well. So it's an interesting spell. This a couple, 2 or 3 fine pulls, fine hooks that miss the fine leg fielder on the inside and go for 4. We could see this tactic aborted. But whilst there's a couple of plays and misses and missed times, I think they'll stick with it from the far end. as he's done a couple of times. Emilio advancing down the wicket. Hasn't yet scored a run off any of those attempts yet.
Not yet. That sweep shot that we spoke about earlier is very much on.
It's definitely on.
It's a nice easy single though, isn't it? With mid on, down on the boundary now. Almost, and not the one here to challenge Toby Rowland Jones's captaincy, but Emilio's, although he used his feet, he's not exactly been aggressive down the ground off the spinner. Quite surprised to see that fielder go out. I know he's past 100. He's been in for a long time now, but
sharp catch at mid-wicket. So Proctor advanced down the wicket. He got most of that. We're looking to lift it over the leg side. There's a man on the catch at short mid-wicket. Proctor got a lot of that, and it was caught with his arms fully extended, very nonchalantly. I'd say comfortably. It was a good catch, but caught nonchalantly by the guy on the catch at short mid-wicket. And that's the end of Luke Proctor, and he's gone for 73. And you'd think it was an innings that perhaps deserved more than that. He was out in the 90s last week down at Hove. He's played a really good hand, in that partnership of 189. And he'll feel that he's sort of left a few out there. It looks like the tactic has been since tea. Yes, we're going to advance on De Caires and maybe put him under a bit of pressure. And unfortunately, the first time that Luke Proctor does that, it's led to his downfall. And it was a sharp catch. And it would have been a kind of 1-2 bounce 4. He hit it that well.
I think that fielder at long on just came back up into what would be a circle. And I think, and I don't know, but I think Luke Proctor was trying to play that a little bit straighter than what he was.
Yeah.
And it looked like it got the bottom of the bat on
maybe drifted into
replay.
It a bit.
Right. That obviously didn't quite get the absolute screws on it. But, I mean, Luke Proctor goes brilliant 73, but out walks Karen Nair.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see, is it?
Incredibly stylish 50 against Sussex, didn't he, in that first innings down at Hove?
He did. I only saw brief glimpses of that, but it was an enjoyable watch, however brief it was. And of course, what is also nice from a Northampton's perspective, as well as in Karen Nair, is it's a right and left hand, which will be more difficult to bowl consistent bounces at and to get the line right there.
Well, it's based on the field that we'd seen from the David Capeland, it would require a serious change in infrastructure as well.
Oh. So sort of a flat ball from De Caires is punched beautifully off the back foot for 2 through extra cover. This guy can play.
There's a lovely sound off the bat as well, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just
split those 2 fielders on the offside. Had a great spell at the end of last season at Northamptonshire, didn't he? That fantastic 100 at the Oval, which, other than the weather, which I was there for, I wasn't there for the weather, but it was quite biblical, the storm that came down at the Oval that day that curtailed that game. Otherwise, I think Northamptonshire could have been looking at defeating the champions as well.
Yeah, that was a bit cruel, wasn't it? In the context of a very difficult campaign, for that opportunity to be taken away like that was a bit cruel. That's a nice start to your innings, isn't it? A couple of throwdowns on the back foot. Where do you want it? Just there. Just punch a couple through there. He's very easy on the eye, isn't he?
Certainly is. Interesting international career. I can't believe there's too many people that have scored a test match 100 and they're not really been given much of a nod afterwards.
Is there anything in that? I mean, that's just they've got better options, because that's quite, as you say, it's quite remarkable.
Blessed with options. 6 test matches, an average of 62.3 with a 100.
Yeah, that's just very odd, isn't it?
It was a 100 and not much else. In those other 6 test matches, there's been 71 runs added, but still.
Yeah, there's some pedigree being shown there. So Helm to continue. The field is as was with the leg trap theory. Just getting the guy on the sort of backward 45 in the right place. He's about 40 metres from the bat for the mistime pull. Emilio Gay declines the opportunity to have a go at that one. It'll be interesting. I'm just looking. I don't think I should be able to add up, shouldn't I? I don't think, no, because it's 6-3. There is no third man.
No.
So the ramp is a good option here. If the line isn't over middle stump, if it's more off stump, fourth stump, then just ramping it over there is a fair option, I think.
Yeah, there'll be enough pace from Tom Helm here as well to use that just to carry it over the cordon.
Okay, that's interesting. Emilio backed away to the leg side to look to play that very shot. So that move there, together with the couple of kind of advancing down the wicket to the off spinner, says to me that Northampton are just going to turn the notch a wee bit on trying to open up some scoring opportunities.
Yeah, and this right-hand, left-hand partnership, this becomes energy sapping and time consuming, doesn't it?
It does.
Almost a mass congregation of fielders have moved from in front of us over to what is now the leg side in front of the scoreboards. Pretty similar field, if not identical, looking at it from this angle.
Yeah, the only one missing is that kind of guy who's 40 metres from the bat between fine leg and square leg. He's not there for the new batter.
Almost a leg gully, isn't there, I think?
Oh, there's a leg gully. That's the option. Yeah, that's the option. Okay. It suggests not the bouncer theory straight away. Although there it goes. Oh, and the keeper has missed that, has he?
Yeah, it's just dropped in front of Jack Davies. It really was the question there, I think, from one of the Middlesex fielders, as Karen Nair turned down the opportunity to take two. Is it Emilio's job at the moment to allow Karen to just settle into this, maybe not put him under this short ball tactic for a while?
I don't. No, I don't think it is. No, I think Emilio's got to play his game here, which does look like he's just going to turn the dial a wee bit. Of course, you know, if the bouncer, he did well to get under that. That didn't bounce at all. It might look reckless backing away, but if you're pretty sure there's going to be a bouncer, then your stumps are not important. So actually, it's no risk.
It's almost a bit of a bail trim at that one.
It was.
It did not get off at all,
did it?
It didn't get
off at all, no. I have seen that in a women's test match where someone ducked the bouncer and it bowled them. Yeah. And that was nearly...
That's a tough one explaining to your mates when you get home, isn't it?
It is. Played it well.
Did you get a good one today? Well... There's definitely something in the middle of the pitch, isn't there? Just to keep the bowlers interested and the batters honest. A bit of variable bounce.
I think it was Ben Stokes who decided to, maybe not just Ben Stokes, but Emilio being left-handers put me in mind of the way Ben Stokes responded to that tactic, which was to stand exposing his stumps and say, yeah, okay, if you're going to bowl over the stumps, I'll just ramp you or flat bat you through the offside. Wide. He's wided him for that. The umpire, he's going to change his mind. No, he's not. He's signalled a wide for that, which actually was a very good bit of wicket keeping to get to that, because it was quite a full delivery. He was watching it on replay.
I mean, it was outside the tram lines, wasn't it? But I think the fact that Emilio's heels were on the tram lines, I think becomes quite harsh, the fact that that's called a wide, because where else is Tom Helm meant to bowl?
That's not a wide.
No.
That's just not a wide, is it? I mean, it's nearly hit him on the ankle.
Yeah.
And you're allowed to follow the batsman. So that's a strange decision. Anyway, good for Northampton, but it's a strange decision to call that ball wide. I'd be quite frustrated if I was a bowler.
Well, I think Tom Helm might have posed the question. Don't know whether frustration came into it, but certainly asked why. God, did he time that well? Just rested on the back foot and just punched it to Ethan Bamber at backward point.
There's not been a ball better time than that yet. And there's been some beautiful shots, actually, in particular from Emilio Gay. His timing through the leg side has been fantastic, but nothing has been timed better than that all day.
It's kind of like an absolute tracer, isn't it?
That will sting a wee bit, I suspect. But yeah, no, I also agree with you, Dan, about the long on. When if you get pumped over the top a couple of times, okay, maybe that's the time to put him back. But you're looking to get wickets. Putting him back from the word go is strange. And what happens now is he gets caught on the boundary.
I do genuinely think that was part of Proctor's dismissal.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
I think there was a massive amount of real estate available down the ground off Josh De Cares, and I might be wrong, but just the way that Luke Proctor looked to kind of shape up to that, it felt like he was trying to play that straighter than where it ended up.
I think that was his intent, wasn't it? I think he got too close to it in the end. And whether it drifted or whether he just lined it up not so well.
Certainly being a bit more methodical here with their field placing, aren't they, Middlesex? Or certainly the conversations are taking slightly longer. I don't think anybody's actually going to move.
No, nobody moved at all, did they? Oh, wow, 4 pence. Just a poor delivery. It was a cut ball, and it got exactly what it deserved. It was dealt with some style. Yeah, if you're going to play that shot, that's the beautiful way to play it. But it did get what it deserved.
That's absolutely flown, hasn't it? Down to the backward point boundary, and has brought about a field change straight away. That fielder from 45 has just gone to plug that gap, which is interesting, considering De Cares has bowled incredibly straight so far throughout this game.
It's the right left hand, isn't it? You'd think, thinking of the balls he's bowled so far, he's bowled 2 decent balls, but the other 3 balls he's bowled to Nair have all been width. So he's struggling to adjust right and left hand by the looks of things.
200 up for Northamptonshire as well, that boundary.
Just quietly, wasn't it? Yeah.
Away.
Yeah, well spotted.
203 for 2 off 68.5 overs. It certainly feels like or it sounds at least like there's a nice breeze blowing across the ground.
Oh, what a beautiful forward defensive shot that was. Yeah, looking at the flags over there, they are look good, don't they, actually? I don't know if it's a new flag for this year. It looks in very good condition.
I'm sure Toby will tell us. Toby will know.
He will know.
He likes a flag, does Toby?
I like a flag. I've got a view on flags. 16 overs completed by De Cares. 1 now for 59. 203 for 2. Emilio Gay will face up to Tom Helm on 113. Karen Nair has got 8, but what an 8 it's been. It's been quite beautiful so far.
No, it's been superb. Easy, isn't it? Easy on the eye to get to 8 off 9 balls so far from the Indian overseas.
You kind of think, well, yeah. I mean, he just looks like an international cricketer, a current international cricketer, doesn't he? There is a difference between the way he goes about his business as an international. And there's the flag. The flag has got a close-up. Thank you. So Helm continues. This one will be banged in. Yeah, good. We need to take that run. That's good. We declined that run a couple of times. It was turned off the kind of ribs by Emilio Gay to the man, not quite on 45, but we'll call it that, about 40 metres from the bat. And so long as the non-striker responds quickly, you're always going to get home there. It just looks a bad run because that's a very strange fielding position. It looks like he's in the ring, if that makes sense. In that he's nowhere near the boundary, but actually there is a comfortable single if the response is quick, which it was. Yeah, flags.
Yes.
They're always ripped. They're always torn. Have a look. Go as you go about your business.
Okay.
Flags. I mean, those two are not, because it's the first time they've been out this year. And the Northampton one in particular looks like a new one. So, but they don't last long. That's my point. Flags don't have a great shelf life.
Fairly exposed, aren't they, to the elements? I mean, first day of the cricket, and there's no. Speaking of flags, there's no Wendell.
Have you moved away from? Are you moving me on?
No.
No,
We can
that's fine.
We can
That's
keep
fine.
talking about flags, but
Because I've been told before that's quite dull. But I thought I'd give it another go. But
see if anybody's picking up what you're putting down, I suppose.
So will the short ball continue to nair? It does, and he plays it beautifully by just rocking back and letting it go in front of his eyes. Is that going to be one of the two for the over? No, it's not. It looked like it might be high enough. He's quite a short man.
Like it went past the chest of Karen there to me. I haven't really noticed with this tactic that Middlesex have employed. I haven't really noticed the umpires really signalling.
There's been a couple.
There's
been a couple, yeah. Not many, which tells you that it's not getting up, which is difficult for the batter sometimes. That was a good delivery, played that well.
Yeah, that was an absolute beauty from Tom Helm.
Oh, that was a real effort, wasn't it? And skill. That looked like it might have just angled away off the wicket.
Done incredibly well, hasn't he? Just to drop his hands on that as the ball's gone past him.
Yeah, he was very calm the way he played that. It looked like it sort of misbehaved. It looked like a good bit of bowling, didn't it?
Mm.
Now it's all about the follow-up. There's the coaching cliche. That was a loopy one. There we go. There's the umpire signalling that was above shoulder height. But yeah, no Wendell. I hope that just means he's busy doing something else, probably bowling off spin somewhere, having a net. Because he still plays a bit of cricket himself, Wendell.
I was disappointed when I learned that he was an off spinner.
Yeah.
You'd love to hope that a lad that's 6'7" would run in and bowl absolute fire, wouldn't you?
You would.
Oh, it's gone straight up. There's a life for Karen there. That's the first time that short ball tactic has really generated any form of interest.
And it wasn't that short, was it? He's just knocking this into the leg side, isn't he? Yeah, he didn't play it particularly well, did he? I think there was a change of mind. I think initially he thought he might get under it, and then he thought, actually, it's not really bounced. I'm going to knock it into the leg side. And that kind of, he was going to duck it initially. That kind of indecision meant that by the time the bat reached the ball, it wasn't perpendicular. It was a bit 45 degrees, and it caught the thick outside edge. Here we go. Yeah.
Just have a look at the reaction from Tom Helm here as he sees this drop into open space. From all the Middlesex fielders, really, with the exception of whoever that was running in from second slip. There was no real there's no real despair, was there? No real kind of, oh no, we've missed a chance here.
Yeah. And you would think, wouldn't you, that the overseas international batter pops one up in the air and it falls into no man's land between a couple of 2 or 3 fielders. That's going to be, oh my God, double teapot, But no, it was, okay, that's just happened. Let's turn around. So a change at the Lynn Wilson end. And we've got Ryan Higgins back into the attack. Having bowled 12 overs, 1 for 35. Oh, that looks stiff. Wow.
Almost looked like a bit of an off-spinner's delivery there. About 60 or so miles an hour from Ryan Higgins.
Yeah. He's having a little chuckle to himself. Yeah, I think Max Holden's encouraging him to get some WD-40 on his joints, I think. Moving slightly better for his second one. That's quite low again. Bit of a hack.
It's a test of patience, isn't it, from Emilio?
A bit of a hack from Emilio Gay. I mean, he's batted so well. I hope he doesn't, do something silly and throw like that. Said, he's playing so nicely that someone's going to bowl 60 miles an hour with a Kookaburra ball on a flat pitch. I think he's entitled to have a pop at it. Mid-on has dropped a little bit deeper as a result of that. Yeah, he's just taking a little bit of time to loosen up. I know that feeling well. I think it used to take me about 7 overs to get loose towards the end of my time.
From an 8 over spell.
Very often 6. Yeah.
I'll have one more, Skip. No, you've had enough, Phil. You've had enough.
I played in the days in the Northampton Premier League where there was unrestricted overs, which was great. And if you bowled first and you didn't bowl them out, you could bowl 52 overs. So I'd often bowl 26 overs on the spin. Yeah, that's why I'm only 5'10".
What did everybody else do?
Clapped and cheered.
Stand around and watch.
Just in awe, basically.
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
What did everyone else do? Yeah. Not a lot, really.
No.
Slightly false shot from Emilio into the offside. There's such lack of pace that he was through the shot early. He controlled it just well enough to avoid chipping it to extra cover, but his heart would have been in his mouth for a short moment.
It's been a similar kind of start to the evening session as what it was the afternoon, with the control that Middlesex are applying here with the ball. I think there's been just over 20 runs added in, 8 overs, 7 overs that we've had in the evening session. So obviously the wicket of Luke Proctor as well is maybe just unsteadied the ship of Northamptonshire slightly. And I think, as you said, there's kind of a willingness here from Emilio to just up it slightly. And unfortunately, with the pace on offer here from Ryan Higgins, it's not proving as straightforward as what he might like.
Yeah, I think that it's to Ryan Higgins' credit. He can bowl a lively medium pace. He can bowl a pedestrian medium pace. He will choose the pace he's going to bowl at depending on the conditions and the surface, etc. And he's deciding today not to give anything to work with. An interesting field for the last ball of the over to Karen Nail. There were 3 catches on the leg side, one at sort of a very close square leg, one and 2 kind of mid wickets, one straighter than the other. 3 men in a straight line there. Bought about a dot ball. It's 205 for 2. 71 overs are gone. 25 remaining in the day. Be interesting to see how many of those we get through. Should light become an issue, but at the moment, you think we might get through a lot of those, actually?
Do you think so? It's been fairly overcast all day, hasn't it? But the cloud's been incredibly high. So you wouldn't exactly describe it as blue skies here at Northampton today, but it's about as close as you're going to get to it without having blue skies. Nicely placed by Emilio Gay. Found the gap between the keeper and almost 4th slip, and 4 more added to the score for Emilio.
So, yeah, I mean, I think you talked about that initially, and that ramp shot to the short ball, which you can get out caught behind with that. You can feather it through. You can run it straight to gully as well, but there's no third man, and third man is the most common sort of dismissal, although there is now a third man. So they've plugged that gap. So now for Emilio, as he did to Ryan Higgins, he perhaps will try and go squarer. When he does, he'll perhaps back away, open up the offside, and sort of hit it over the square again. But he's actually on the other side of the wicket at point. But over point is a good option. Get away from the stumps. Well played. Good.
That field change and what we've seen from Middlesex and from Roland Jones, I think just highlights how hard it's been to really apply pressure on this pitch with this ball, with this bowling attack.
Mm-hmm.
You would say you don't really want to go following the ball, so to speak. That's the first uppercut we've seen from Northamptonshire in 71 overs, and that field has gone back straight away.
Yeah. Similar
to long on with Emilio for Josh De Caires at the start after the tea break. But it's been really hard work. After those first 35 minutes, those 10 overs with the 2 opening bowlers, it's just become so difficult.
Yeah, it has. Yeah. Here's a thought. 2 balls in play.
It's similar to the ODI setup. Yeah.
You heard it here first.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Well, they both go flat.
It takes slightly longer.
It takes slightly longer. That's good cricket. So Emilio Gay backed away there. The ball, the Tom Helm would have seen him backing away and decided, I would imagine his intent was to bowl a bumper. Okay, he's backed away. I've now got to find a length very quickly, and couldn't really adjust well enough. And Emilio Gay slapped it through the offside. It's day one cricket, isn't it? It's quite interesting cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, he was a lot later with his movement,
He was.
Emilio, that time.
He was.
Other than the ball where Tom Helm followed Emilio and what we think was wrongly wided. But
Yes.
that wide call has now added a little bit of a spanner in the works for Tom Helm, in the fact that he now knows that he can't follow Emilio Gay.
Been called no ball for height on that one as well. Yeah, so this is good. This is game within a game, isn't it? This is Emilio saying, okay, all right, I've had a good look at this now. I'm going to ramp you. Okay, you've blocked that up. I'm going to slap you through the offside. What he's done both times after boundaries, he has decided immediately, I'm getting under it. There's been no... So that's great. That's great. And that's getting your heart rate back down. I've got my boundary. I'm not going to take another risk just now. It's really good cricket. 10 off the over. He can just let these go by. Okay, well played. Got it down quickly. So this is what I was saying earlier. It's an understandable tactic to have a look at, but you can leak runs quite quickly. And almost the more pace you've got, the quicker you leak runs in this situation.
Yeah, and as you start to tire as well,
Your line's not quite perfect.
fielders just start maybe drifting a little bit. Max Holden just in front of us was, I think, just shadow batting down in front of the stands.
He loves batting, that kid. Him and Emilio would be great to have on the staff together. If they could just feed each other on the bowler machine day and night. Little cutter.
He's going to be put under work here. I think he's going to cut that one off before it gets to the boundary. He does indeed. Emilio is going to add two more as he just tickles that one round the corner. Just straying in line, wasn't he, Tom Helm? They're just a little bit too straight.
He's tired, isn't he?
Yeah. Well, it's been 4 over spell, I think, post-tee for Tom Helm.
And I mean, I've never been a 6'4" opening bowler. Wish I had. But I would imagine that bowling bumper after bumper is very tiring. So, yes, it says 17 overs there, but in terms of kind of effort, it probably feels more like 25 overs.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant effort, isn't it, by Tom Helm? And you said earlier, okay, fair enough. You're possibly not going to jump up and start applauding that performance, but 17 overs, 1 maiden, none for 58, going at just over 3 1/3 runs per over has been a brilliant effort. He's done exactly what his captain's asked him to do.
Yes. Totally agree. Oh, have more time. Have more time. Oh, my goodness. That must be disheartening.
Must be incredibly tough.
Wow. Yeah, sometimes stats don't tell a story without context, do they? And Tom Helm's shown a lot of heart and skill in that spell.
2 men catching in on the leg side. Solid in defence again by Karen Nyatt.
He's having a little walk, isn't he? He's just advanced down the wicket a wee bit. Quite early, not that that's a major problem, but Higgins is skillful enough just to adjust his length perfectly. So effectively, he's bowling a top of off ball, albeit from a shorter length. Good cricket. Full of that time.
It's interesting. We saw with Jack Davies at the start of the day, so keen to come up to the stumps with the lid on. Haven't really seen it since, have we?
No.
Few moments where he's made his way up to the stumps. Potentially here would be another opportunity towards the end of the day. Higgins just that little bit slower than where he was at the start. As you said, Karen and I are just having a little wander. Certainly the weight transfers kind of drawing him down the crease, and maybe that just takes a little option away from the Northants number 4.
There you go, Dan. They've got their earpieces in. They've heard you. Up comes the keeper. I didn't know if that previous ball swung a wee bit. There's a false. Oh, his hat's gone. It was a false, not completely false. It was a slightly outer half of the bat.
Can we get a replay, George? We need to see if it's reversing.
That was the. I just wondered. Those 2 straight catches is an indication. Although I kind of think they're more there for a kind of lofted clip. Yeah, I don't know.
Just a drop in concentration, isn't there? I think potentially for those fielders.
You'd think it's not reversing, given that they're continuing to bowl. You know, the guy you think might be the best option for reverse swing would be Helm, and he's continuing to hit the middle of the pitch.
Driven to mid-on that time, 217 for 2, off just shy of 73 overs. Higgins into his, well, this is his 14th, 1 for 36. Feels like a long time ago that wicket fell. 7th ball of the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Justin Broad trapped LBW for bowling a Ryan Higgins. He's got Karen Nair in his sights. Defends that to one of those fielders that's stationed short in on the leg side. 73 overs done, 217 for 2. What happens now, Phil? There is, as you said, how many overs left in the...
23.
23
well,
overs.
I think it might be 22. I think the board might just click over in a sec.
Hour and a half-ish left, depending on how quickly we get round these overs and who potentially bowls. We've got a... Josh De Caires is going to have a trundle from the David Capel end, so he's going to have a change of end, something a little bit different for Emilio Gay to think about.
Mm-hmm.
But what does happen here? Do Northants do anything differently? Do they apply a little bit of pressure? Can Middlesex do anything differently in the hour and a half to maybe force Northants' hand?
Yeah, I mean, I think the important thing from Middlesex's perspective is that they don't let the scoring rate get away from them. You know, as you know, I'd always like to start from a bowling perspective as how we're going to get wickets. I just think we've exhausted the conversation on that to some degree. I think the priority right now is in the next 20, 23 overs, the rest of the day, is not to let the scoring rate get away from them. And if in doing that, they can pick up some wickets, then all well and good.
Lovely shot by Emilio Gay. Uses his feet and a
Oh,
misfield at mid-off. That's the sign of it's been a long day in the cricket field. Shaped that up nicely, didn't he, Emilio? And just pushed it wide enough of mid-off to...
Came down the wicket quickly, didn't he? First ball. And that's where I was thinking about the Middlesex thing is keep hold of the scoring rate, hopefully build pressure, take wickets. That way, Northants, I think Northants could kick on a wee bit, and I think attacking the off-spinner is a good start, and that's the intent that's been shown immediately from Emilio Gay there. Nice cricket. Yeah.
Nice single. Get the boundary, get off strike.
So this is going to be interesting now with Karen there. He's only been in for, well, he's only got 8 on the board. He's faced a few balls now, but the shorter boundary, it's by no means shorter, but it is wind assisted to the leg side, and he's having a very good look out there, making sure that everyone sees him looking out there, which is he's had another look as well, just in case they missed it. So he might want to loft 1 or 2 that way, but he's only just got in.
Gently played down to long off, wasn't there? He's still looking towards the coffee van. Josh De Caires, yeah, got the short leg side boundary to bowl to now. And that's flashed away almost through cover. Just opened the wrist and the face of the cricket bat up there. He's going to bring up a couple of runs, isn't he? Just holds up in some of that lush grass that's here at Wantage Road at the moment.
He reminds me, and this is going back a long way, and I do go back a long way. He reminds me a little bit of the Pakistani great who captained Northampton, Mushtaq Mohammed. Just very subcontinent, very wristy, similar sort of stature. So much time.
Bit straighter from De Caires that time. Bowl 2 straight here at your peril, don't you? He's just eyeing up.
Yeah,
that flick off the legs. Karen Nair just saw that as he goes through his pre-delivery routine. Solid defense again. Won't be drawn into that. Another over done. That's 74 overs done. 2-2-4 for 2. Emilio Gay on 30, Karen Nair on 10, and we are 6 overs away from a second new Kookaburra in this innings. Ryan Higgins still bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Is Toby Rowland-Jones saving himself and Ethan Bamber?
It has to, doesn't it? It has to be that way.
For that last little blast of the day?
It has to be that way. Yeah, I think it has to be that way. There is clearly such a marked difference between the ball when it's new and when it's sort of 15, 20 overs old, that you have to try to take advantage of that in this situation. And it's just a matter of who, isn't it? It's a matter of who you keep back to bowl that spell. That was a slow ball. It was a deliberately slow ball.
Yeah.
And it was very slow.
On the money, though, as usual from Ryan Higgins.
He's very good, isn't he?
Do they go as aggressive with the field as where they were at the start, with the importance of that new ball? Do we see Middlesex with 4 slips again? And you don't think Northampton have given them the right to do so?
I don't think. I think that you got to back 2 horses. I think in this sense that you definitely want 2 catchers, maybe 3, but not 4. I think 4 will be overkill at this, at 2, 4, 2, whatever it'll be in 6 overs time. So, but you don't want the ball flashing through 3rd slip when you haven't got one in. So, with the rate the way it is, I think you can afford 3 in there.
Slow ball again from Higgins, and that's turned into the leg side by Emilio Gay for a single. 2-2-5. I think with the way that Northamptonshire have applied themselves through the day, if you were to go more aggressive with that field, I think it would be a few gear changes for Northamptonshire to suddenly get Middlesex going, oh, they're getting away from us slightly here.
Yeah. No, I think that's right. I mean, you'd often think with 2 wickets down, second new ball, you may have 2 slips, you may have 1 slip, but I'm saying 3. I think wickets are going to, that gets Middlesex off the field quicker than anything else. So, but yeah, they have held on to the rate pretty well, haven't they? Well, they clawed it back, didn't they?
Yeah.
Really, it was that hour or so after lunch where they really were on their game.
Yeah, brilliantly well. Lovely looking shot by Karen Nair. They're down to mid-off as well. Keeper back up to the stump. So obviously noticing the fact that the Indian overseas is quite keen to use his feet against Ryan Higgins. It wasn't a huge advancement, was it? But just enough to transfer that balance down the ground. Just on the money. Ball after ball, Ryan Higgins. And a fantastic effort, really, by the Middlesex seamers today. Into his 15th over, 1 for 37 with 4 maidens as well. I think he'll be quite looking forward to getting those boots off at the end of the day and having a nice sit down. Nicely played by Karen Nair. Just split the fielders. Not hit particularly hard, but well enough to pick up a couple of runs. Just stroked almost, wasn't it, through mid-wicket. 2 runs off the final ball of the 75th over.
That ball kind of slid in a bit to the right-hander. I don't know whether it was reverse swing or just angled or conventional swing. Clearly, we not going to judge that from here particularly well, but it did angle in a wee bit. The umpires are having a conversation. I wonder what they're talking about. Light's not an issue.
I wouldn't have said it's changed a great deal through the day. Those shadows look longer, don't they, from the feet, but nothing more than you'd expect. That's just how time works and the sunsets and things.
Yes.
But I wouldn't have said there'd be a great deal to really chat about. I do find it sometimes a little bit misleading looking out of these windows, and particularly when you're looking out of these windows all day, that sometimes you take your step outside onto the gantry to get back and you go, oh, it is actually a touch darker than what we thought. But I would agree with you. I wouldn't have said much has changed. De Cares to continue. Short ball, and Emilio Gay is going to be pretty disappointed that he's missed out on that one. Could have hit that anywhere. Luckily for him, down into the ground and straight, I think, is Stevie Eskenazi at mid-wicket.
That was one where you should hit it and the bottom hand tenses up and he clothed it. Nicely played. Get off strike. Good boy.
Takes the single down to Lamont. Just down in front of the Curo Wealth Lounge. Any conversation, any logic here that Middlesex don't take the second new ball tonight? Any scenario where you think that might be possible if you've just seen Higgins maybe starting to get a little bit of tail?
No.
I don't think so either, but I just thought I'd ask the question.
No, I think it's a good question. Here's a message. Safe Zayb's father, Sajid. He says, lovely listening to you guys from Islamabad.
Oh, fantastic.
So we're being picked up a long way from home. Thanks for the message, Saj. Hope all's well with you.
There is the first sweep shot of the day.
There it is.
Comes from Karen Naya, straight through square leg, and he picks up 4. We've had to wait a while for that first sweep shot. And beautifully timed.
There you go. Why haven't we been sweeping more? 4 every time.
Still wide open as well. If wanted, it's still available. Karen Naya moves to 16 off 31. Goes for the reverse this time.
Oh, that's lovely.
And beats the fielder. I think that one's going to go all the way to the rope as well. Just.
I mean, the experience there was, I've just swept you for 4. You know the wind's blowing that way. You know you've not got a man on the sweep. You're going to bowl this outside off stump. And I'm going to reverse sweep you. And that's exactly what he did. And De Caires will be thinking, he knew that I was going to do that. Why did I give him width there? Yeah. Why did I give him width? Well, I gave him width because I didn't want to be swept conventionally for 4. And
if Ryan Higgins needed any more steps on his pedometer for the day, he's just had to retrieve that one from the deep third boundary. 2-3-2 for 2. A bit quicker that time from De Caires and solidly defended back to the bowler from Karen Naya. Good over for Northamptonshire. I think it was 9 runs off it. 2-3-6 for 2.
That was just come in. There's a picture of the screen. It looks a very good image that Sajid has taken from Islamabad and sent photographic evidence.
Just in case you didn't believe it.
Lovely. Oh, he's a very solid man, Sajid. Yeah, very solid. And absolute cricket tragic.
Yeah.
Anorak, whatever the right expression is.
There's several,
loves the game of cricket. Loves watching it, playing it, talking about it. And he's he's enthused his son Safe in exactly the same way. He always plays Safe with a big smile on his face. Loves the game of cricket. That's good to hear from you, Saj.
Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
We've had Melbourne. We've had Islamabad.
Yeah. It's amazing, isn't it?
We think we've had the New Forest.
Yes.
We don't know, but
we're not sure.
My brother's been watching, so we've definitely had the South Coast in one way or another.
Leicestershire. I know I had a message earlier from Leicestershire.
Yeah.
Which is, well, a long way away, isn't it?
That is a fair... well, it could be, to be fair, depending on the traffic.
Culturally.
I don't want to get into Northamptonshire versus Leicestershire rivalries. That derby's going to be coming up a couple of times through the course of this season, isn't it?
I didn't say that. Should we concentrate on the cricket?
It might be the best idea you've had all day. Higgins to continue. Solid by Emilio. Hasn't blinked, has he, throughout the course of this 228 balls now that he's faced in this.
That's right. That's why I picked my phone up. That's why I picked my phone up, actually.
132 not out for the Northamptonshire opener. Brilliant partnership earlier today with his captain, Luke Proctor. Partnership of in and around 190 runs. Solid again. Keeper up to the stumps for Ryan Higgins to Emilio Gay for what feels like the first time all day. But again, if it takes away an option, then it's a good tactic by the wicket-keeper and by Middlesex.
So the reason I picked my phone up, which I feel like I need to explain myself to the headmaster, is to check on Emilio's highest first-class score, which is 145. So he's closing in.
Slower ball by Ryan Higgins. That was against Lancashire last year at Old Trafford, wasn't it? If my memory serves me right.
Well, I won't argue with you. Your memory's going to beat my memory in a arm wrestle, that's for sure.
I wouldn't be so sure. Wouldn't be so sure on that one, but he's looked brilliant, hasn't he, for 132 today?
Gee whiz, he has. I didn't see that innings, but I suspect this one will take some beating.
Solid again. Quite prepared still just to play Ryan Higgins with the respect that he deserves. A long day in the field. Some heavy legs, I suspect, out there for the Middlesex bowlers, and still just hitting that line and that length that just makes it difficult to score. Again, on the money. Another maiden for Ryan Higgins. It's his 5th of the innings. Do you think
it's hard, isn't it? It's hard to score, isn't it? Sorry.
It is. Sorry, you get to the end of the day here for Middlesex, and it's been a tough day. It's been a long day. It's been probably relatively hot for middle of April, to be fair. Kookaburra ball, not much to get hugely excited about throughout the course of the day, but 236, take away the 2 side of it, you could be fairly content with the work that you've done there. You've not really allowed Northamptonshire to take the game away hugely from you.
No.
Obviously, they have the benefit of having the 8 wickets in hand, though.
No, I see where you're coming from, and I agree with you. As was this is half an hour, stats need a context, and
always could have gone anywhere. Bottom edge, I think, from Karen Nye. That's
bottom edge into pad, missed the stumps.
Yep.
Well stopped by first slip, I think.
Yeah, through the legs of Jack Davies, but that would have been a touch of a burgle, I think, before
wouldn't it?
That second new ball becomes available. Just inside 3 overs until Kookaburra. Maybe that was the conversation that the 2 umpires had, maybe to prepare that, get that ready. And Karen Nye are back on it.
Yeah, I think if you're the Middlesex bowling coach, what are your conversations going to be based around? You want that the captain is one of the bowlers, so that helps. But captain and the bowlers, so he's got 2 hats on, really. I guess Toby Rowland joined in that respect. And how well have we done there? What have we tried to do? How well have we done what we tried to do? Did we explore this? Why did we go there? I think there's more positive responses to those inquiries than negative. And they've done pretty well, as you say.
Single taken from Karen Nye. Bowler Josh DeCares couldn't quite get on the end of it. Almost looked a little bit of a round arm delivery, actually, just to mix that one up slightly. Alex Davies at Warwickshire has moved on to 175 off 210 balls. Warwickshire are just the 1 down against Durham.
And they were put in, did you say there?
They were put in, yeah.
Oh, ouch.
Rob Yates was out earlier for 191, 205 deliveries.
Someone's got some pasty there, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have.
Yeah, so that's a different conversation.
Yeah,
in that changing room to the one in the away changing room at Wantage Road for Middlesex. I think they've done pretty well. There was an hour where they went absent, I think, and that they want to talk about that nicely. It's not it wasn't wheels off. Everyone's arguing with everyone, but it was unclear and energy was down. The second hour of the morning session, but otherwise they've been pretty good.
Single again, taken on to mid-off, and another misfield from the Middlesex fielder there. They've certainly put that fielder at mid-off under pressure, haven't they? And there's been a couple of close calls, particularly the one with Luke Proctor earlier in the afternoon. And there's been a couple that you think, if it had gone to hands, could we have been having a different conversation? But if
he picks that up one-handed, throws his stumps down, I reckon he's out.
I would agree with you, yeah.
It's easy to say that because none of those things happen. But it was when I looked. When the fielder fumbled it and I looked to see where Emilio was, he's not making his ground there.
No.
Because that throw's only got to go 15 metres.
I think that's a compliment to what Middlesex have been able to achieve with the pressure, though.
It is.
Taking those singles.
It is. I agree with that, yeah. I also think Emilio's got work to do on his running, on his judgment of a run. Particularly when he hits it.
Slower ball from Higgins. Invited the drive from Emilio, didn't he? He didn't quite. I don't know whether he didn't pick that up, but tidy work by Jack Davies behind the stumps.
Did it just go away from the bat? Was it a little? No, not really. Basically, what happened was he missed it.
I think that's exactly what happened.
Oh, look at that.
It's the first real delivery that Higgins has offered in this spell that's kind of given Emilio any width, though. So see why he would have been enticed into playing that shot, particularly with the real estate available to him on the offside. Just 4 fielders on the offside, isn't there? 3 in front of square.
Yeah.
Everybody else occupying fielding positions on the leg side.
Yeah, it was an unusual bit of width, wasn't it? You're right.
Shorter.
Shot. Oh, what a lovely cricket shot for none. Wow. If that goes to the side, that's 4, isn't it? I think the way he's hit that.
Yeah, that's absolutely flown off the face of the bat. 3 dot balls again from Higgins. So looking to bring up another maiden in this third spell of his during the course of the day. And slower, width offered, cut away that time by Emilio Gay. Just open the face of the bat. It's going to pick up a couple. It's not going to go anywhere near the boundary. 2 more added. And I believe that's the 50 partnership between Emilio Gay and Karen Nair. So building that partnership after the dismissal of their captain, Luke Proctor, for 70 or 70 odd even. And 2 of them. Wow, there's been a couple of chances, isn't there, from Karen Nair? The one that popped up off Tom Helm and that little bottom edge that onto pad that could have disturbed the bails, but obviously didn't. But Emilio's just carried on, hasn't he, with the work that he started at 11 o'clock this morning.
Something that that Emilio has done well here is that he hasn't tried to sort of go through too many gears because they've not really been available to him, given the wicket conditions, etc. It's not that it's a bad wicket; it's just a bit slow at this time of year. It is what it is. But he hasn't gone searching. He hasn't gone to try to go to another gear, which might involve too much risk. He's managed the risk of his innings extremely well, and it's something that he has needed to improve as he's become a fixture team. And on this basis, he has improved in that area. The other thing is, which is great to see, is it's worked for him, So he can look back at, I can play at that tempo when I need to play at that tempo, and in that way and make those judgments. That can still work for me if the circumstances require it. So having the confidence that that he can do that and succeed should stand him in really good stead. He can absorb deliveries. He doesn't always have to be punishing the bowler.
Nicely played by Karen there, but the fielder is out in the covers. So 5 balls then until this second new Kookaburra becomes available for Middlesex. I haven't seen it walked out. I may well have missed that. May well have been in the umpire's pocket since tea. It's so much time, isn't it, there, just to turn that one into the leg side. I know Emilio's been out to Mumbai twice over the winter.
Has he?
Once with obviously Northamptonshire as part of their pre-season tour, and once at the end of the last calendar year as well. So put plenty of time into his batting and his gamesmanship over the course of the winter. Nicely played by Karen Nair. It's timed fantastically, isn't it?
Oh my goodness me.
Just a push. Had the benefit of running over the advertising screen, didn't it? And just gathered a bit of speed. But yeah, a lovely 2 down the ground. Wow. 2-4-2 for 2 now the score. Wish I could bat like that.
It's just beautiful, isn't it?
Looks remarkably calm and easy.
Yeah. He's quite good, isn't he?
.23 now for the Northants number 4. That one just all the time in the world, just drops it into the leg side. 2 balls then until 80 overs have been bowled. I'd be so surprised if this second new ball isn't taken.
Yeah, I think we'll see Bamba pretty soon.
I haven't been paying full attention as to who's been warming up, but I don't recall seeing Ethan Bamba going through a particularly strenuous warm-up. Here he is on screen now.
Yeah, I saw him just stretching.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to bowl, but he was definitely giving it a good stretch.
The end of the 80th over.
And he's taken his cap off.
And the jumper's about to follow. The stripeless jumper is about to follow.
I have to say, not happy about that.
No, well, you verified your point, haven't you? You've been on the Google. Other search engines are available. And you found an image of a Middlesex jumper with a striped V across the chest.
Otherwise known as a proper Middlesex jumper.
Yes, precisely. And I agree with you. Now that I've seen it, I agree. I think it's a shame. It's a shame that it's not there.
Clubby.
As I say, I still think it looks too uniform to be described as clubby, but I see the point you're trying to make. Ethan Bamba then is going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Which I'm delighted with, because I was pretty unequivocal in saying that that's what was going to happen. So I'm glad it's happened.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that second new ball has been taken. 16 overs remaining in the day. Just look in the hand there of Ethan Bamber. You can just about see the gold trim and detailing of the kookaburra. It would be nice if he just open that hand up slightly for us.
They should show it to the batsman like they do new balls at tennis.
I'd be more helpful if he showed it to the camera.
Yeah, we'll turn around, Ethan.
Here he goes then. Ethan Bamber to Emilio Gay. It's a bit too straight. Emilio Gay just tucks that one into the leg side for a single.
So we've got two catches, two slips, that is, for Emilio Gay, who was on 135, tucked it into the leg side to move to 136, bringing Karen Nair on strike, and there are still two slips. There's a point, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg, and long leg, which suggests he's going to bowl very straight with that field. It's a split field. Perhaps got 1-2 men on the leg side, but I think they think he likes it through there from the... He certainly likes it there, as most people do, off the knee roll down to fine leg. So yeah, I think they've got an inkling that he likes to chip the ball in the air on the leg side. I think from the word go, they've had catchers in that mid-wicket position.
Yeah, it might well be a weakness for Karen Nair. Looks like Toby Rowland-Jones is going to be the other Middlesex bowler to take the new ball from the David Capel end. Nicely played by Emilio Gay. Just opens the face on it, and I think that's going to beat the field as it is by a distance, to be fair. That's going to be another 4 added to the tally. 2, 4, 8 for 2.
Got a feeling he just had a little walk. Did he have a little walk at him there? Yes, he did. Just a bang bang with his feet, just a little push forward to say to the bowler, I'm coming into your space. And it just kind of drew the error from the bowler, who tried to adjust his length, overdid it, and lost his line a little. Beautifully run down.
First time he's done that to the seamers as well.
Yeah.
Today. We'll see a response.
It's great decision making, that, isn't it? Sorry, Dan. It's just really good cricket from Emilio.
See if we see a response from the Middlesex wicket keeper. Gets the boundary, solid in defence as a follow-up.
He's done that well all day, hasn't he? Every time he scored a boundary, the next ball he has been rock solid. And it's just, sometimes it's been a bumper, he's got under it, but usually it's been a good leave or a really solid forward defensive shot. It sends a message, doesn't it? It's like, I'm not getting carried away here. I've got my boundary. I'm happy to absorb the ball.
And again, solid 6 off the first 5 balls of Ethan Bamber's return to the game.
So Emilio, as all cricketers will know his top score of 145.
Yeah.
And he'll have 150. He's got plenty of time. The light's probably still good enough for him to have plenty of time to get there. Just stay focused, as he's done hitherto.
It's just come back in, isn't it?
Did.
Left alone by Emilio Gay.
See where the keeper took that.
Good leave.
Yeah.
Because it hasn't disturbed the furniture. So it's a good one to end Ethan Bamber's 11th over. None for 22. Yeah, Emilio Gay on 140. It's funny, isn't it, with that light? It's those shadows now off the feet have just started to fade a touch, haven't they? As that cloud, I guess, gets a little bit heavier over to the west of Northampton.
I think, this time of year when it starts to go, it goes quickly. In the summer, it hangs around longer, doesn't it? It disappears more slowly.
It is going to be the captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, from the David Capel end. So far in the game, 12 overs, 2 maidens, none for 35 for the skipper. He's got Karen Nair in his sights with 2 slips to bowl at. Yeah,
he started poorly with the ball this morning, and he bowled 3 overs, which were pretty poor first up. And then since then, actually, he's bowled really nicely. he's not overbowled himself. This is an important spell for him here, isn't it? He'll want to take one of these two with him, if not both of them. That would then be not a bad day from Middlesex perspective. Oh, well played.
Nicely played.
Great hands.
Just dropped the bat on it, hasn't it, as it's gone past. Evades the dive at third slip, fourth slip, and Karen there picks up 4 and brings up Northamptonshire's 250. 253 for 2. It's flown, isn't it? Down the grounds, along the carpet to the boundary.
Even his edges go fast. First bonus point.
It is. Chalk it up.
Let's get it on there. They can't take them off. I don't think they can take them off.
I suspect they'd find ways, but hopefully not. 252 for 2.
Well bowled, well played.
Time of day, tired legs. Certainly hasn't been as lively from the wrapper, has it, like it was this morning?
No, it hasn't. No, yeah, they look a little leggy, don't they? I think. Yeah, they've worked really hard. It's been a tough day. They're entitled to be a little bit tired.
I say you don't really want to keep bringing up what happened a week ago. It becomes slightly irrelevant after a while, doesn't it? But 140 overs in the field for Middlesex against Glamorgan at Lords. And then for Ryan Higgins, for example, then a further 520 minutes, 360 balls, whichever way you want to quantify that, in the middle at the crease with 221 runs on the board. Jack Davies batted for the best part of 3 hours. Tom Helm batted for 2 hours. Stoneman batted for 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of time spent in the middle. So and a short turnaround time, isn't there? I suspect a lot of these players probably get Tuesday off at the moment with the calendar, the way that it's set up, and then they're back in the office Wednesday, Thursday, and then back on the field. If obviously there's a travel day in the middle there somewhere for Middlesex to travel up to Northampton. Obviously Northampton then to travel home.
It's tough. The schedule's tough. There's no doubt about it. It's brutal.
The county grind is real.
It really is, yeah.
Was it tough as a coach as well?
Yeah. Yeah. In some ways, in a similar way. Physically, it can be quite hard at times.
Yeah.
In particular around one-day cricket and T20 cricket. I won't bore you with why that is, but it can be tough. Particularly when we, in my time, we had few coaches on the staff, and you're covering a number of bases. It's a little bit different in the current setup. But also in terms of coaching and conversations that you want to have. And, there might be conversations that you want to have and plant a seed or start a conversation, let someone think, and you don't get that time because guess what? You're playing in 2 days, and it can't be done. You can't coach at the tempo that you want to coach at. Certainly, any technical work you want to do with a bowler going week to week, it's really, really hard to do that. So, it's not straightforward. It's the same for everyone, by the way. But I think everyone finds it tricky in terms of the coaches. It is quite. You can't be as professional as you would want to be.
Yeah,
you just don't. Sense. There's just not the space in the calendar. You can't prepare specifically well for a 4-day game. You're just rolling into it. You're just topping up skills, and so on. So it can be tricky. I say it's the same for everyone, but it is tricky.
Just squared Karen Nair up slightly there as the ball works its way out to point from Ethan Bamber. I suppose as well, with the 4-day cricket, you do travel somewhere and then you have an ability to create a little bit of a base for a few days. You know where you're going to be. But I guess with T20, with the 1-day cup, you don't get that luxury because you might have an 8-hour drive in between your fixtures, particularly now with the way the 1-day cup groups are set up. I think they've lost that convenience, haven't they, with the north-south divide like they have in the Blast, and potentially you could go from Durham to Somerset, which is, I would imagine, about as far as you possibly could go on the
I would say
on the map.
I mean, we're lucky in that respect, very lucky, and relatively so, being right in the Midlands. We're the best place to get anywhere. But yeah, I've thought about that. I once drove past the Durham coach when I was travelling with the family. The team coach, that is. Oof, no, that's not out.
Polite inquiry from Ethan Bamber, wasn't there? Just in case the umpire fancied raising the finger, but full shot from Nair. Just try to punch that one off the back foot, isn't he, through the covers. Just shaped away from him.
It has, yeah. And it dawned on me as I drove past, gee whiz, I know where they're playing. They're playing in Kent. That is a heck of a journey, and back. And then they've got, so we are relatively fortunate in terms of being where we are.
Turned into the leg side that time. It's going to be a single for Nair, who moves to 30, 254 for 2. And then another question, because I like asking questions. Middlesex just conceded that number of runs. Sam Northeast, brilliant 335 at Lords. As an opposition player, you know that you're going to play Middlesex next week or the week afterwards. You must look at it and go, okay, there's runs that could be scored against this team at the moment. It might be a nice time to come up against this bowling attack. Would you look at the scorecard from another game and think, timing of this could be good, or do you play every game on its merit and obviously respect the opposition to the utmost degree?
Yeah, I think it's the sort of thing that there'll be one or two in each changing room that will have that sort of thought on their mind. The coaches will certainly be, aware of form and within the team, who's on form and who's not, and whatever else is happening in the squads that you're playing against. But I mean, probably more, it's all about what you can control, really, Dan, isn't it? And we'll do our thing. You want players thinking about what they're going to do, how they're going to win cricket matches. Yes, you want to talk about the opposition in terms of strengths and weaknesses, absolutely. And you might drop in, this is a good time to play this mob, but you wouldn't do a lot more than that.
Yeah. Nice looking shot by Emilio Gay, but straight to the fielder at cover. End of the over, 83 overs done. So that's 13 overs remaining in the day. Northamptonshire, 254 for 2.
Yeah, they've bowled pretty well with the new ball, haven't they, actually? It's early days, but they've started fairly well. But it does look very flat, doesn't it? It does look incredibly flat out there. Even with the brand new ball, she's got 3 overs old now. You wouldn't know that, would you? From if you just walked in and how old's that ball? Yeah, you'd say, I don't know, 40 overs, 30 overs, something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, 2 slips in place for Toby Rowland-Jones. Full and driven through the cover by Nair. Picks up a single, rotates the strike, puts Emilio Gay back facing. He's currently 140 not out. A bit of gardening, inspecting the pitch, making sure it's all to his taste and to his requirements. Still the 2 slips. I genuinely think Middlesex have bowled really well and really nicely through the course of the day. And I realise that might not look it on the face of things. 2 wickets in 83 overs. You might think, Dan, what are you talking about? There'll be plenty of people queuing up to say things like that. But the way they've stuck to their plans, as you say, with the exception of that second hour of that morning session, I think has been fantastic. And to go along and keep Northamptonshire at 3 and over. Northamptonshire, brilliant with the bat. Emilio Gay, fantastic 140 so far. I do think there's a lot of positives to take, but I think it obviously then depends as to what happens if and when Northamptonshire put their foot down.
Yeah.
Do those wickets tumble?
So I totally agree. I think it's, as you say, it's a difficult one to swallow when there's only 2 wickets on in the wickets column. But yeah, I agree. They've plugged away, haven't they? They've kept coming in. They've plugged away. We've talked about that vacant hour. That aside, they've bowled pretty well. There's a lot of credit for them. I think once Northants bowl, then we'll know more, even more. But I can't argue with what you're saying. Yeah, it's been good. I mean, it's been good because like that one's just nipped and gone away from the bat. That hasn't been on offer, has it? Lateral movement has not really been on offer very much. Is that about the skill of the bowlers? I don't think so. It's about the combination of the deck and the ball. So yeah, they bowled. I don't think I've seen a square cut.
No.
You know what I mean? Like a short wide four. I haven't seen one of those. No. I've seen a couple off the hip, but I've not seen a lot of rubbish bowled at all.
Well timed, Phil. I think I got found guilty of one of those earlier, didn't I?
I called that.
And that one's way too straight from Toby Rowland-Jones.
I think that was an attempted Yorker.
Yeah, just helps himself, doesn't he?
Yeah, because he's tried to bowl one in his previous over to Nair, and that would end up as a low full toss. But I think that was an attempted Yorker. Got his line wrong.
Moves Emilio Gay to 144.
One short of his CB.
And I think that's going to be his CB.
Yeah.
That's going to put the fielder under a bit of pressure. He does really well to haul that one back in. And Emilio Gay adds 2 to his tally, and he moves himself to 146, which, as you said, Phil, is his new career best.
Great news. The lads in the changing room will be delighted. There's a nice little ripple, wasn't there, from the knowledgeable Northants crowd, who obviously were aware of that number of 145, his previous career best. Nice little shake of the hand from the non-striker, which is great. But the lads in the change room will be delighted because as a man who likes tradition in cricket, I hope the tradition of a CB round has continued.
So what you're saying? So do we need to get over
to get it? Well,
yeah.
you get a CB, you buy a round. Basically, that's. We had one game away in Durham where numerous people. Yeah, that was a good trip. And I mean, obviously, in terms of breaking your CB as a batter, you have obviously played pretty well. I don't think he could play this innings any better than he's played it. I don't think anyone could play this innings any better than he's played it. I think he's played brilliantly.
No, he's been fantastic throughout the course of the day. I think you can count the lapses in concentration on one hand, and probably have a couple of fingers left over as well.
Yeah,
it's brilliantly timed, isn't it? Off the hip of Karen Nair. Ball just takes a nasty little bounce off that bit of Hessian matting that's there to cover up, I'm sure, the pitch that's going to be used next week against Glamorgan, but well fielded in the end. I think possibly a good first touch off the shoulder of the Middlesex fielder there at square leg. Ethan Bamber's been brilliant today. Into his 13th over. 13 overs, 6 maidens, none for 23. Run rate of 1.86.
He's bowled
per over.
He's bowled great, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He really has. I just got a message from our former captain, Alex Wakely, who's obviously listening somewhere in the world, now that he's an international jet setter, deal doer, that he is. Just casting aspersions on my tough physically as a coach.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think we'll leave it at that.
Okay, so he's not buying what you're selling.
No, he's not.
Turned around the corner for Nair, just adds a single to his tally. Well picked up.
But good to hear from Alex Wakely.
Yes.
Always good to hear from Alex.
Nice to hear the past players are still tuning in and catching up with how the current crowd and the current team are getting on.
Still copping abuse.
Well, I'm glad he was listening at the point that you tried to convince everybody the fact that it was as tough being a coach. To be fair, you never said that, did you? You never said it was as tough.
No, I didn't.
But you did say it was tough.
I did. Especially when Alex hit me on the back of the head with a drive once. Yeah. A rebound.
Oh, it's straight back at Ethan Bamber. I think that's gone down into the ground, isn't it? It's a bump ball, but it's gone back quick.
That tells you this guy's a competitor, doesn't it? You know, he's in his 13th over, and he's kind of a bit cross with himself that ball, it was a bump ball, that he didn't catch it because he was going to try and throw the stumps down, and he was livid with himself.
Yeah.
That's good to see. You want a little bit of pep from your opening bowler. He's shown that a few times, and he's bowled impressively, which is the most important thing.
That's a cracking shot. Save your legs. Emilio Gay, 150 for the Northants opener. Ticking off another milestone. 266 for 2 now the score. And that is an absolutely cracking shot by Emilio Gay to bring up 150. What an innings this has been so far. 15 fours. The 15th four, and as good of any of them.
Yeah, it was. It was a poor delivery, wasn't it? I don't think he's bowled hardly any poor deliveries in the whatever number that is now, 78 balls that he's bowled, but that was one. It still needed hitting, didn't it? And it was beautifully driven square of the wicket on the offside to bring up the milestone of 150, and boy, has he deserved that. What a fabulous inning it's been.
Good news.
I've just seen him.
Good news. Wendell's in.
And good coverage.
Well spotted, Ben.
Well done, Ben. That's outstanding.
He's probably been there all day. He's just been in an unorthodox fielding position for us. He's normally in front of the signal box, isn't he, with his flag?
That's him away over there, is it? Is that? Yeah. Okay. By the
with the high visibility vest on. You know what? You'd think if he was wandering around wearing one of those, we'd struggle to miss him, wouldn't you?
Have you seen a 6'8" West Indian with a bobble hat and a high vis jacket?
Nope.
No, I haven't seen it. I mean, it's not about seeing Wendell, is it? It's about hearing him.
Yes. Yeah.
And he's not been here because we've not heard him.
Well, he's on the wrong side of the ground for our effects mic to pick him up, isn't he? Breeze blowing that way. We need him to move. Drive offered to Karen there, but doesn't time it. Just off the toe of the bat, that one. Out to the fielder in the covers. So why were you not watching Alex Wakely bat then to be hit on the back of the head?
It was a cage on the middle, and I was sticking. I stuck, and I was walking back to, I don't know, whatever I was doing. Whoever threw one, Alex came down the wicket, hit it. It hit the stanchion of the frame and hit me on the back of the head.
Lovely shot.
Oh, what a cricket shot
That's going to be 4 more. They're going to give up chase, and Wendell's going to do the fielding, I think, in front of the Stanair. Into the buckets, gives it a shine, tosses it back to the Middlesex fielder. 4 more for Karen there, moves to 36.
It's a beautiful shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it just feels like this outfield's just speeding up a touch as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It does.
I guess it's a full day under the, well, I was going to say sun, but the light cloud of Northampton.
Yeah.
Bit of a breeze as well to dry the surface off. Well, that one is down the leg side.
The problem is down the water table so high this time of year.
That's the second time water table's been mentioned in the coverage today.
Yeah,
sounds like something an Environment Agency bulletin would say. So I think it sounds like something that I can buy into.
I've no idea whether that's right or not. It's kind of groundsman talk, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of players can tuck that ball away for 4, but not many of them can make it look as stylish as that. He really is good to watch.
Short ball, well evaded in the end. But Karen there, he gets down on his knees and just watches that one go past. It looked like it just tracked him a little bit, didn't it, as it came off the surface?
Yeah, look, it angled in a bit, wasn't it? Let's have a look at it on the replay. Oh, yeah, that did. Yeah.
A little bit closer to Karen than I'm sure he was hoping for.
He played that in the style of Temba Bavuma. That's how he used to get under the... He was here for a while. Oh, wow.
Back on, as you said earlier, it looks like he's got all the time in the world out in the middle there. 86 overs done. 270 for 2. Emilio Gay on 150. And Karen Nair on 36.
So the job for Northamptonshire, there are 10 overs remaining in the day. We don't want to shut up shop by any means. But wouldn't it be great if, from a Northampton perspective, if these two were here in the morning, if we can pick up another 30 runs, get to 300, that'd be a nice milestone to reach. 300 for 2, it would be difficult to, it could happen. You would think that it's very unlikely that Northampton can lose the match from that position.
Yeah.
It could happen and does happen, but it's a very, very strong position to end the day. That would be the objective from here.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been glimmers with this second new ball, a bit of extra movement off the seam, a little bit through the air. But you'd have to say with 10 overs to go that it would be batter error, wouldn't it? If Northampton were to lose 1 or maybe 2, I think so far from what we've seen with this second new Kookaburra. 13 into his 14th over now, Ethan Bamber. It's cracked to mid wicket. No run called. Call for a run out as well, but a bit more desperation, I think, than anything else.
Run out, and this is not to criticise the Middlesex performance, as we've said, they've bowled pretty well. Run out has had a few opportunities today, actually, wasn't it? There was one, Luke Proctor would have been short of his ground, had the ball hit direct, and a couple of times Emilio has benefited from the fielder fumbling it at mid-on, mid-off.
Yeah, one certain clear-cut chance, isn't there? And then another couple that on another day might have generated an opportunity. Well picked up. Incredibly well picked up by the fielder there in the cordon, wasn't it?
That was lightning, wasn't it? Because he's nowhere. Well, how close is he there? He's not entitled to stop that ball cleanly. That was fantastic. That's deploy, I think.
Yeah, that's flown off the middle of Emilio Gay's bat as well. Almost looked like a little bit of a slip catching drill, didn't it?
Yeah.
The way that Emilio just opened the face up there, guided it into the ground, and
that was remarkable reflexes.
Tries it again, and much less impressive, but same effectiveness by loose deploy.
Got to be a wee bit careful playing those rundown shots. If it's got width, by all means, but if you're trying to create width on this wicket, a 45-degree angle bat under edge onto stumps is a worry. He hasn't played many of them, but he's now played back-to-back there. The first one, I think, had a bit of width, but the second one, he was trying to create some room and just play orthodoxly. Stay in your lane. Well played.
Quite interestingly, actually, for the first time I've noticed, you can see there on the camera that Emilio Gay and Jack Davies are engaged in conversation. So, shall we say? It's the first time really that I've noticed Emilio allow him anything other than concentrating on the job in hand. Whether he's got to that 150 and whether it's the time of the day, obviously he's been out there for a long time. Bit of company up to the stumps. Nicely played down the ground to mid-on. Still in conversation, as you can see. Look,
he is, yeah.
I'm sure it's nothing more than a well battered. And
one thing's for sure: whoever is talking to Emilio Gay, he is not taking a backward step. It's just not happening. He's now having a chat with Ethan Bamber as well. Not sure that's on quite as friendly terms as it was with the keeper. But yeah, Emilio only knows one way. He's not backing down.
Well picked up, wasn't it, at backward point?
There was I think where we were going. We were going somewhere. Must have been pre-season. Can't remember. We were on a flight going somewhere, and I was trying to nod off. I'll come back to that in a sec. It's nicely fielded. But the big fast bowler. That's a good effort from him.
Half stopped, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did well. Yeah, so we're on a flight somewhere, and so I'm trying to get some, just about trying to get, and Adam Rossington, I think it was, and someone else came over and said, Phil, it's getting a bit heated at the back of the plane now. I think you need to go and, perhaps put your ear in there and maybe calm things down a little bit. So I turned around and looked at the back of the plane. There was Josh Cobb and Emilio were having an exchange of views. And I said to Adam, well, don't worry, Emilio will stand up for himself. Don't worry about that. And Adam's response was, well, it's not Emilio I'm worried about.
What were they getting heated about?
Emilio Emilio sets high standards for himself, and he's pretty happy to share what those standards are and why everyone else should set their own standards that high. And well played. If he thinks that others are not, then he'll let them know about it. So
okay.
that was the basis of it.
Right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. The fact that he'd played a small number of first-class matches at that time didn't seem to faze him. So I think that was Josh's point of view. I mean, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah, of course.
Good fun, though.
Interesting time to have that conversation, though.
Yeah, no, it was fine.
Captive audience at the back of an aeroplane. Just
it was fine.
Take your opportunity.
Oh, dear.
Lovely shot.
Wow.
Karen there just swiveled on the pull shot.
Flipping heck.
Down to Wendell again.
Good arm, Wendell.
Big arm back to Ethan Bamber on the bounce.
Just want to see the line of this delivery.
About fifth stump, wasn't it? I think.
It was, yeah. A lovely height. Jeez, he played it well, didn't he?
Dispatched.
Well fielded by Wendell as well.
Moves to 37.
Keep blending in with the Stanair advertising. It's quite off-putting.
Oh, he's gone.
He's nipped it back on.
The pull shot followed up by the wicket delivery. The furniture's disturbed, and Toby Rowland-Jones gets his first wicket of the day. Middlesex very much deserving of another wicket, I think, based on their efforts through the course of the day. That's just come back in off the seam, isn't it?
Came back, yeah, ran back in. I think he got some bat on it as well, which there was having a look at it, but I'm pretty sure he nicked it back on. Oh, let's see from there.
Hits the top of middle and off, and yeah, Karen there has to go for 37.
I hear we might see it from this angle. It's a good delivery, isn't it? Sort of aiming at top of off. Yeah, it ran back in, and there's a bit of a gap between bat and pad. Not many balls have deviated off the seam, so you might say a little casual from the batter.
Yep.
But it was well bowled, wasn't it? We've said a number of times today, stick around the top of off. Don't get bored with that. And eventually they've got their reward, at 10 to 6. But it was a beautiful 41. I'd have liked to see a lot more of it, to be honest, because it's very easy on the eye. But yeah, credit where it's due. Well done, Toby Rowland-Jones, and I think Bamber has a share of that. Some share of that wicket as well, because he's bowled beautifully in tandem with the captain there, and has contributed to Middlesex, being able to leave the field with their heads held high. If they go bang bang now, then suddenly it's a very different outlook. We were talking about at one stage only recently, 300 for 2 overnight, Northampton in an unassailable position. Wickets change matches. So it's the last thing Rob Kerr would want to do at this time, is to wander out there. The ball is only 8 overs old, so there's still some hardness about it. So, yeah, he'll be a happy man if he's still there walking off with a 10 not outs against his name.
Yeah, so as you say, Rob Keogh is the new man to the crease. He joins Emilio Gay, who's on 151. Ethan Bamber's going to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Comes into bowl to the Northants opener. That's tucked down the leg side. I think that's just going to be a single. Picked up clean down by the fielder at fine leg. He restricts that down to a single. So Rob Keogh won't have a long stay at the crease until he gets to face his first ball. Just the one delivery to adjust his eyes to the light. As you said, it's a tricky time, isn't it? Time of day, maybe the light, it starts to become a bit of a question quite quickly. Just under 8 overs left. These two bowling well. The ball seems to have done marginally less for slightly longer, dare I say it, so far, based on what we saw this morning.
Yeah, agreed.
277 for 3, the score. Rob Keogh into his work straight away, takes a step down the crease. I'm sure that'll invite the Middlesex wicketkeeper up to the stump straight away. And as I say, that whips his hat off, gets the lid, comes straight up to join Rob Keogh.
Nice positive footwork, wasn't it, by Rob Keogh? He can be a nervy starter. Beware once he gets in. That's for sure. What a horrible time to come to bat, particularly when it's looked so flat.
Yes.
Oh, but yeah, there's going to be one's going to misbehave. It's got that kind of feel about it. Oof. Well played.
Yeah, it's timed brilliantly, isn't it? Down the ground to middle.
He's a big lad, Rob. He's quite a tall guy, isn't he?
Yeah, deceptively so, actually.
He is. Yeah, there's a lot of him. And when he plays a good forward defence like that, he just looks huge at the crease. Blocks the stumps out. There's no daylight there. It's a very kind of imposing figure.
I don't think the cameras do many sports people much justice when it comes to height. You suddenly watch these guys on TV for the time that you have done. It's left and well taken in the end by the Middlesex keeper. And then you may get the opportunity or the privilege to meet one of these guys, and you suddenly go, "Blimey, you're a bit taller than what I thought you were going to be."
Yeah, Rob's a big guy. He is. He's 6'2", 6'3", something like that. He's quite broad. He's an imposing figure. When he's batting well, he makes a big profile at the crease, a bit kind of Kevin Peterson-like.
That's not a bad comparison to be drawn to, is it?
No. I mean, in terms of, at the crease.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm
not sure about anywhere else, but yeah, at the crease. Yeah. Bit Marmite, isn't he?
He certainly has the ability to be so, yeah. I wonder if I noticed one of the Middlesex bowlers getting loose. I can't believe these two are going to bowl all the way through to the end of play, are they? But
wow, no, I'd be surprised.
I'm sure Ryan Higgins will have many overs left in his legs.
That was interesting. Keeper back for the last ball, which and lo and behold, Rob Keogh advances down the wicket. That's interesting, though.
I think it's just sometimes just worth doing something just a little bit different, just to keep somebody honest, particularly starting your innings. You kind of give them something else to think about. You come up to the crease and I don't know, maybe you go and the batter doesn't notice, and because I don't think you're obliged, are you, to say whether you're going backwards or coming forwards? No,
I would have liked, as he came up, having come up 3 balls previously in order to keep Rob in his crease, then going back, I'd have liked to see a man dropped out to the leg side boundary to indicate, this might be a bouncer, just to back that up in terms of. But it's a bit odd just to do that. Obviously had their thinking.
Well, Roland Jones is going to continue from the David Capel end. 7 overs left in the day. Emilio Gay on strike on 152. It's timed beautifully by Emilio Gay. Gives the fielder absolutely no chance down on the leg side boundary. He adds another one, another 4 to his tally. Moves himself to 156.
Wow, that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? In this spell, I don't know if that was an attempted Yorker. He's just gone over length a few times, hasn't he? And he's paid for it a few times as well. That was beautifully played. Wow, he hits the ball hard, doesn't he?
He certainly has done today. That's a cracking shot. And well batting. Well batting?
Yeah, well batting.
Well batting.
Nothing wrong with that.
Maybe not grammatically correct, but we got there in the end, didn't we?
Marginal.
Yeah. Gets the boundary, takes the single, get off strike. Over to you, Rob.
Love that. I love a boundary and a single, Dan. I don't know if I've told you that before.
It's well batting, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is. He has played so well. I'm so impressed with his innings.
certainly made it a privilege to be sat here today, hasn't he?
He really has. He looks accomplished, you know. He doesn't look like a work in progress. He looks like he's an accomplished player. This is the way he's gone about his job. Ooh, bit of a flinch there, wasn't there, from Rob Keogh?
Yeah, fielder's just come in, isn't he? What would you call that? A silly mid-on. Just off the edge of the cut strip, isn't he? It's in that space occupied a few times throughout the course of the day.
Actually, we talked about Kevin Peterson a minute ago. It's the position that Australia employed for Kevin Peterson and got him out there a couple of times. I think Peter Siddle got him out a couple of times, caught there. That's not a position I'd necessarily associate with Rob Keogh, but they've obviously got some theories on that.
Nicely played. Yeah, gets himself off the mark with just drops it into the offside. I suppose that seems just a little bit prouder. The pitch is, I suppose, a little bit tacky. Maybe they think there's an opportunity for Rob just to push forward and pop one back up. But I agree, based on what I've seen from Rob Keogh, doesn't really play aerially through that.
I don't see that.
Through that area.
He's there for a reason. They've got some theory on that escapes me at the minute.
Nicely played again by Emilio Gate. That fielder on the square leg boundary, slightly squarer. Not timed quite as well as that first one of the over either.
We might get the full day in here, you know. We're in danger of having a full day's cricket.
There is a chance. I don't think many people would have thought that based on last week's weather forecasts and performances. It'll be raining again before long, Phil. Don't get too excited.
Oh, gee whiz. Nice bit of fielding again from Ethan Bamber, who moved very quickly to his right to cut that single off. There was a thought of a single. It went to mid-on, who is Ethan Bamber, went to his right-hand side, and he reacted really quickly and stopped any thought of a single. I think we might be coming off here. No, we're not. No, we're not.
No.
Long chat between the two umpires.
So it's noticeably got a little bit gloomier, hasn't it? Looking out the
it has.
Looking out the window. Oh, gloomy's unkind, I suppose. The sun's just dropping, losing a bit of its power and its intensity. Ethan Bamber's going to continue. This is going to be his 6th over in this spell. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13 so far with this second new ball.
I wonder if the captain has thought, well, we won't get through the whole lot. We'll stay on together.
Oh, there's an appeal for LBW.
It looked high to me.
It sounded very thigh paddy, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Being on the taller side, unless you've travelled to Sri Lanka for the benefit of playing at Gaul, that's unlikely to be given out.
Yeah, it's not. It's too high. I think Rob White indicated. I think that was his indication. It was a bit high.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's still going on about that bad decision you got in Sri Lanka.
It became so comical. I can't do much else but laugh.
You were crying about that when I walked in this morning.
I can't believe there's many people in the world. That's going to be an overthrow. That's sloppy, isn't it, by the captain?
Yeah, and the bowler has given his captain a very old-fashioned look.
Yeah, that's a tired mind, isn't it?
And now he won't meet his eye. Look at that. Look, he's just looking at the ground in front of him.
Yeah, I think Roland Jones made efforts to apologise, didn't he? Yeah. Swiftly realised that Ethan Bamber was not interested in the slightest.
Yeah.
Eskenazi, they're coming across from the leg side to have a conversation with the skipper and the bowler. Overthrow anyway brings Rob Keogh on strike. 2 slips and a gully.
Well played. I mean, clearly no bowler is going to be happy to concede a single when it was kind of, as you see, you used earlier, thrown away literally. That said, you know, at this stage I'd rather be bowling at Rob Keogh. Nothing against Rob, but the other guy's got 159. So But I like his, he's a combative guy, and I like that. He's taken the fight to Northampton when there's been nothing to help him with the ball or the pitch, and how well Northampton plays kept coming in. He's kept being aggressive.
It's beaten Rob Keogh.
And he's kept showing good skills.
Keogh's just had a little poke at that as the ball's gone past his outside edge. We'll have a replay of that now.
Oh, that's a nice delivery.
It's not done a great deal, is it? It's just a really good line.
Yeah, may have just held, possibly. But yeah, it was in that area, wasn't it? It's around the top of off. Never goes out of fashion, that.
And again, a bit wider, but I think that previous delivery just drew Rob across the crease slightly.
Yeah, you'd say on reflection, it's probably one that he doesn't need to be playing at that wide. It was sort of 5, I'd say, with stump, something like that.
There must be a time of day factor in that. It's a fidgety time, isn't it? We never saw that from Luke Proctor or Emilio Gay earlier in the day. That very clear the plan and the mindset. And Rob gets himself off strike.
And on strike. Yeah.
Well counted, Rob Keogh.
They put a cover man out, didn't they? They put a fielder back on the cover boundary and one on the mid-wicket boundary. As I'd say, you're definitely not getting 4, and if you get 1, then we'll bowl at you. So it's a nice little tactic. Now, so we have got a change. We've got Tom Helm coming in from the David Capel end to replace the captain. So the captain finishes the down 17 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 64. It's so, it's a hard game, this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been tough, isn't it?
Because they look pretty modest figures, don't they, really?
Yeah, unkindly modest.
Yeah, agreed.
As I say, I think you can apply a lot of context, I think, to the scorecard. I think 100% you would bite your hand off to be in Northamptonshire's position today. 286 for 3 of 91 overs with, what is there, 5 left in the day? 6 left in the day? 5, I think. But they have bowled well.
Yeah, they have bowled well.
They really have.
Have they just asked the lights to go on?
Quite possibly. I thought that would be a bit late in the day. Almost the horse might have bolted by now, possibly. 5 overs to go.
I'm now convincing myself that the lights are going on. They're probably not.
2 slips then.
We'll find out.
For Tom Helm and Rob Keogh. That's driven.
That's a good shot.
Wonderfully through the offside. Just pushed at it. A bit over pitched from Tom Helm, a loosener to start what I think might be his 4th spell of the day. Yeah, Rob Keogh picks up his first boundary and moves himself to 6.
That's not the shot of a man on 2, is it?
No, that's a lovely shot.
That's a shot of an in man. That was a great shot.
That's a loosener of a fast bowler who's been asked to bowl short for 12 of his 17 overs of the day. Still the 2 slips in play. 290 now on the board. Nicely played again. As you said, we won't fully know and understand the context of this game until Northamptonshire have had a bowl on this pitch either. I think if I was a betting man, I'd be prepared to stick a fiver on the pitch doing fairly similar things, I suspect.
Yeah.
That's not to say that the Northamptonshire bowlers might not have more success on this pitch, that said. And Phil, you're absolutely spot on. The lights are coming on.
Come on, I'm on fire. That's 2 things I've got right today.
I used to worry you've been here since 10:30 this morning, but
just can't remember what the other one was.
Call it 3 then. Why not?
Yeah, I was just looking at the phone to see Nathan Fernandez from Middlesex is on debut. Something in the dim and distant recesses of my brain told me he was a left-hander, and he is. So Stoneman, Fernandez, Holden, Deploy, all left-handers, all 4 of the top 4. Ben Sanderson, very fine bowler against anyone, particularly dangerous against left-handers. So that's a good matchup from a Northampton's perspective. Oh, well played, Rob Keogh. That's a 4 defensive. Wow.
Yeah, that's a proper cricket shot, isn't it?
Get past that.
And as well, there's some nice footmarks outside the off stump of the left-handers as well, isn't there? For Rob and for Safe to bowl into
Absolutely.
if required. If obviously Ben Sanderson doesn't do the work himself early doors. I know Northamptonshire only get a certain number of days, don't they, in order to use these floodlights.
That's
because of the neighbours.
Yeah.
And being good neighbours, you don't really want to be flooding everybody's back gardens with artificial light. But in your understanding, do these days get pre-allocated? So today would have been an allocated day anyway, and if they'd have come on at 2:00 in the afternoon, or do these 4 overs at the end of day one of the first game at home here, does that count as a day that might then have been able to have been used somewhere else?
I might be wrong on this. My
Yeah.
understanding of it, having tried to get to the bottom of it at one stage and not really succeeded, is that we have a set number of days and they can be, bear with me whilst that ball is
It's a cracking shot.
smashed to the
Emilio Gay.
boundary. I'm glad I stopped and enjoyed that.
Wow.
Lovely square drive again from Emilio Gay as Tom Helm he started with a long delivery. He started over with a long delivery to Rob Keogh, who's timed it through the covers, and he's finished with one to Emilio Gay. So he's bookended that over with 2 long half volleys, really, but got put away nicely. So yeah, my understanding is that there are X number of days, and that you use those days as you use them. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So therefore, in terms of the neighbours, you don't say we're going to use it on the 18th of May and the 24th of July. That said, you have to let the ECB know which games lights are going to be available for.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So there is an element of prediction
Yes,
in that sense.
Yeah. So I suppose the One Day Cup, maybe not the One Day Cup, but the Blast nights
Yes.
ticked off straight away.
Yeah.
And then the County Championship potentially get used. But I guess it's unlikely that you're going to be able to turn around and say that the game in July, for example, we've got 1 day spare kicking about. Because it's a bit of like I don't know whether you read much or looked into the Nathan Lyons situation up at Lancashire. And he was there for the whole season. And then Cricket Australia turned around and said, well, actually, we need to worry about his workload. And therefore, you can only play a certain number of games. And I think a lot of people at Lancashire were saying, well, you bowled 2 overs against Surrey. Does that count as a game? Which, on the face of it, you'd say yes, wouldn't you? But if common sense was applied, you'd say, well, that can't possibly count as a game because he's bowled 12 balls. Yeah. And I guess it would be the point here with these floodlights is, does this count as a day of using them?
Well, I think, I mean, it's an interesting question to which I don't know the answer. I don't know how early Northants have to let the ECB know that lights are going to be available. I don't think you need to do it before the start of the season. I mean, it sort of goes without saying, really, I guess, but you can't go into a game with 2 days of lights left available and use them on the first 2 days and then say, well, they've run out. Can't you?
The hamster on the wheel is not with us anymore.
Exactly. So it's a bit of an issue to manage. But clearly, early April, you're going to try and want the lights available, get as much cricket in as you can. And they have made a difference here, haven't they? They've only been on 5 minutes.
Yeah, they certainly have. Nicely timed by Rob Keogh down the ground.
He's looked busy, hasn't he? He's looked very busy. I like that. I mean, there's a fine balance with Rob. Sometimes he can look a bit over busy when he starts an innings, but I like he's been purposeful, controlled his movements.
Yeah, got himself to 9 off 21. That boundary off Tom Helm's previous over. Nicely played again, down to the fielder in front of the players' rooms. Gets a single, gets down the other end, leaves Emilio Gay 1 ball left in this over. It's a remarkable effort from Ethan Bamber. I know we've been singing his praises, but 16 and a half overs, none for 33 with 7 maidens. End of the day, into his 7th over. And this spell, 6.5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 18.
Has he got another bumper in him? I know it's not. People would argue it's a new ball, and so it's not that new now, is it? I don't mind a bumper. See if Emilio's still as focused as he's been all day.
certainly focused for that pitched up delivery that I suspect he feels like he might have missed out on. But
there's more conversation between
yeah,
Bamber and Gay with Emilio. I don't know what that gesture was. It was get back and bowl or something like that.
I think it might have been a bore off. I'm 163 not out.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. You bowled well.
Yeah.
But no, thank you.
Yeah.
These two get on really well as well. There's a good relationship between Emilio and Rob Keogh. Certainly in that piece of content I filmed earlier this year, the relationship between the two of them.
Okay.
School kid-like banter,
Oh, was
I
it
would
really?
describe it as.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice. That's good.
Which was really good to see. Tucked away nicely into the leg side, and will add 2 to Rob Keogh's score and brings up the 300 as well.
It is. If we chalk that point up, get it up. Get that point up. I used to get messages from my wife when that happened. It'd be another bonus point. Yeah. But she's invested. It was good fun. Well played.
Has she adapted with the changes in the playing conditions as well, though? Yeah.
Yeah, she's across it. I've no idea, but I would imagine she probably is. To be honest, Dan, she's across most things.
Yeah, 300 for 3, Northamptonshire, having lost the toss and been inserted into bat. And a good toss to lose so far.
It has indeed.
And
Shot. That's a cricket shot.
Punished, isn't it? Just punched off the back foot.
Go on the red. Go on the red. Go on the red. Yes.
It's a teaser. Trickles over the road.
It's a fine, fine shot, isn't it?
Absolute beauty.
We've seen, we've been treated to some lovely shots today. And that's right up there.
I think there's a Wendell that you can just hear.
Mm. Yeah, he's demonstrating it as well.
Turn the effects mic off a little bit. I think the wind's dropped a touch, isn't it?
He's enjoyed that.
Not surprised, so have we. Solid response, wasn't it, by Rob Keogh as well?
Oh, I mean, it'd be impossible to know the answer to this, but it would be interesting to sort of understand in terms of almost the subconscious of Rob Keogh going into bat with a really strong platform.
Mm.
Does that enable him to move a bit more confidently and freely? He certainly started very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he really has. He really has. He's moved himself up to what, 16 now, very quickly. That's another good-looking shot down to mid-off. Obviously came in with 8 overs to go. Is that a little bit too early in the proceedings to think about a night watcher or a night hawk or whatever it is you want to call it, depending on what team you might play for? Or as Rob said to the coaches and to his captain, he's gone, no, I'm going out there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the conversation will have been. And there's a bit of sort of culture as well about whether we do or whether we don't as a team. I think given, as we've said all along, given the lack of movement that's been available, it would be a difficult argument to say I want a night watchman, because no one has. I mean, yes, Justin Broad was out before he got in. Okay, he's out second ball. So, but no one struggled. So
no.
So with that in mind, I think, and he's number 5. He's not number 1. He's not number 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So I would say get out there, and I think he's been around long enough now to think, actually, I need to get out there.
Yeah.
I would suggest that it wasn't brought up. Had he brought it up, he'd have got hammered.
I'd have thought you'd be licking your lips at the opportunity to go out there and bat today.
Yeah. He would have copped a bit had he said, anyone fancy doing a goose roll for me?
What did you call it?
Goose. A night watchman. No.
So that might be lost on me. I don't know whether I'm meant to be.
Well, no. It's more like, a goose makes a loud noise.
Yeah. No,
That's it, really.
I'm picking it up. It's another good single, isn't it? Emilio was just slightly delayed in picking that one up, but there was enough of an angle on that not to put him under any danger. Yeah, I've never heard of that before, but I like it. Makes a lot of sense now that you've explained it to me.
Yeah. I mean, it's just one of those cricket things, that I've just thought. I've never really thought about it. So yeah,
you learn something new every day, Phil.
If you've got an open mind. Said deliberately in a David Brent style.
Less than 2 overs to go now in the day.
Come on, Emilio.
Short ball. There is that short ball, Phil, that you spoke about earlier. And Ethan Bamber does have one left in his locker, and Emilio Gay is still paying attention. Rolls his wrists on it, down into the ground, down to the fielder at fine leg, and gets himself down the non-striker's end.
Doesn't look like a natural bowler of a bouncer, does he? Actually, the way that, but didn't have anything on it, did it, when it got there?
I don't suspect somebody with his skill set and his control, similar to Ryan Higgins, has got much need really to use one.
Do you know who bowls a very good bouncer is Ben Sanderson, and you would put him in the similar kind of Really? But yeah, he doesn't waste it. It's really on the money.
I found he used that really well, particularly in the Blast last year. It was a surprise bumper, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He was white. He was like miserly with the ball in the Blast last summer. He's quite good. Yeah, fantastic bowler. Change of field. That player just comes into that silly mid-on position we spoke about earlier, and that's come back into Rob Keogh.
That's not. He's halfway down the pitch, though.
Yeah, quite high as well, isn't it? As he just rubs his hip.
It's great to have the replay. It's an instant Let's have a look.
That's the line as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not got a lot going for it.
Surprised that keeper hasn't come back up to the stumps. Keogh's certainly using the crease, isn't he, and taking a step down.
Given that they thought it was a good idea once, I am surprised. Yeah,
I would imagine that would be keeper led, would it? Certainly would be in my level.
No, I would say it'd be bowler led.
Bowler led, okay.
Yeah. I mean, the keeper might
suggest it,
but in terms of the decision, it would be bowler. In my view, it would be bowler. And usually it would be led by the bowler.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of that these two won't have played loads of cricket together, the bowler and the keeper. So if it's an experienced pair, maybe.
Yeah, fair comment.
Yeah. But I am surprised he hasn't come back up, given what we said earlier. Really, was LBW is a more likely dismissal than caught behind.
Yeah, and certainly the way that Middlesex have bowled as well. They've bowled tight, haven't they? They've not really offered the nick ball, so to speak. There's not been many drive balls.
No.
Tom Helm takes his cap off at the David Capel end, and he will bowl the last over of the day. 308 for 3 the score. Emilio Gay 164, Rob Keogh 19. Previous scores: Justin Broad 1 off 4 balls. Luke Proctor, the captain, 73 off 194, and Karen Nair, 41 off 69. Wickets, 1 apiece for Ryan Higgins, Toby Rowland-Jones, and Josh De Caires. Bamber, Helm, and Deploy, the wicketless bowlers. Assuming this is all successfully navigated, or we get to the end of this with no real change.
Oh, well played.
What happens day 2?
Yeah, I mean, you need to take it, I think, step by step. Northampton have been, it certainly goes back to my time as well, notorious when we've had a good day. The first session the next day has often been very poor. And, if you have a particularly poor session, that can undo a lot of good sessions if it's a particularly poor session. So get in would be the first thing. Let's just see this one from Helm. Well played. Yeah, get yourselves back in and play what's in front of you for the first hour, and then if you feel that you can perhaps push on a little bit with the ball, which will then be old really for the Kookaburra after an hour of tomorrow morning, then by all means do so.
Yeah. It's already 15 overs old now, isn't it?
So so it's going to be 30 overs old by then. And then so kick on, but get yourselves in. Let's not have a jacksie and fall over ourselves in an attempt to get too far ahead too quickly.
Yeah, you certainly want to, or certainly in a position to put a match-winning score on the board.
Yeah,
aren't Northamptonshire based on the performance on day one so far? Obviously bowled out for 371 down at Hove last week, which left the door very much ajar for Sussex to create an opportunity for themselves to put Northamptonshire back under pressure again, which they duly did so. And in the end, Northamptonshire just, I think, probably got themselves just enough ahead to kind of, regardless of the bad light. But I'm sure Sussex would have given it a good go if they'd have had the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, as you spoke earlier, bat once and bat big on this pitch.
It's got to be bat once, isn't it? Because Middlesex have controlled the scoring rates just over threes, isn't it? It means really it's taken time out of the game. We're not at 450 now, are we? So we need to get that 600 number, 550, 600.
Short ball from Helm and pulled away by Emilio Gay, straight to the fielder, patrolling that leg side boundary. 310 for 3.
I wonder if it will turn as well as the game goes on. I mean, there's no indication that it would do. I mean, Ryan Higgins got a couple to grip, didn't he? A couple of his cutters to grip. So, Rob Keogh does give it a good rip. You know, if we do get a number on the board, he is a very good attacking off spinner. Underrated, I think. Well played. Well played.
In defence again. 1 ball left in the day's play, assuming it's a legal delivery. Yeah, both finger spinners that Northamptonshire possess with safe save as well. Safe took 4 for, didn't he, down at Hove in Sussex's innings?
Yeah.
Obviously a change of angle. And I'm sure he's been working incredibly hard on his bowling over the winter. I think he spoke earlier when his dad dropped a message through. Loves his cricket.
Yeah.
And undoubtedly will just want to be involved in the game as much as he possibly can be. So to add that, or to become a better option for Luke Proctor, I'm sure he's been working hard on that. And there we go. A single off the last ball of the day. The first day back at Northampton in the county championship in 2024. 311 for 3. The home team, having been put into bat by Middlesex. I think it would be fair to say, Phil, it's been Northamptonshire's day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very considerably slow. So, as you say, having got stuck in, and a lot of that goes down to the partnership between the captain Luke Proctor and Emilio Gay, which was around about 190, and Emilio Gay walks off with 165 unbeaten to his name. A fantastic performance. You know, that's the standout performance of the day, and that's as well. And I've seen Emilio play a lot. You know, I've seen him since he was about 13 years old come through, and that's as well as you can play that innings in those conditions. Played absolutely beautifully, and he's getting rightly so applauded off the field. It's nice to see a few of the Middlesex players come over and shake his hand and say well played. Now fall on your stumps tomorrow morning. It probably was the sub clause to that message. But it's been fabulous to watch a young homegrown player create an opportunity for himself there, get himself in, and then really capitalise on that. So Rob Keogh started well on 21, and lovely little cameo from Karen Nair as well with a 40 odd. Luke Proctor, the captain, again looked in great nick until he sort of was a little bit unlucky, chip one to mid-wicket, but he'll say pilot error. Nice smart catch at mid-wicket to dismiss him. So lots of positives from Northampton. I like the way they set themselves up to get stuck in, having lost an early wicket. They rebuilt with that partnership with the captain and Emilio. Then the ball went softer, and they read the script. Okay, it's not a wicket that you can put your hands through everything because it's a little bit slow. You've got to wait until the ball comes to you to drive it well, but we'll accumulate well, we'll run well, If we do get loose balls, we'll put them away. All of those things they did well. They managed the risk of the innings, and that's been done through everyone who's been at the crease. So fabulous day with the bat. From a Middlesex perspective, pretty decent day at the office, actually, which is a weird thing to say, 311 for 3. But the lateral movement has not been on offer. They've plugged away very well. They've tried some funky things, which have caused some question marks. That they've perhaps stuck at some of those a little bit longer than I might have, but it's marginal. They've certainly run in. Bamber, for me, big heart, good skill, deserved to get a wicket. Has ended up 0 for 37 from 18 overs, but he'll sleep well tonight. But I think most of the, if not all of the Middlesex seamers on display, can feel they've done a good job for their team there. They weren't necessarily backed up so well with the spin. I think De Caires will have better days, and just got a bit too straight, and Middlesex lost their way in that spell before lunch. But as we were just saying, that Northants, big tick day one, but 3 quick wickets tomorrow, and that can all suddenly come tumbling down, and the game is then even money. So the job tomorrow will be to get stuck in and play in a similar way for the first hour or so, see where we are then. And if someone fancies just pushing it around a little bit more, taking a little bit more risk in their innings, that'll be fine. Trying to get to an unassailable number in terms of a bat once number, but also with enough time to bowl them out on what is a flat pitch with a seamless ball.
Yeah. Well, fantastically summarised, Phil. Thank you for your company today. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in during the live stream, whether they've been there all day, whether you've tuned in for bits and bobs. Stream powered by Daffabet at Northamptonshire, and we will both see you tomorrow, bright and early, 11 o'clock in the morning. Have a lovely evening.